Jay's here.
Jay, he's here because he's somewhere in Little. He called me about 10 minutes ago and said he was on John Barrow Road, which is close.
Yeah, I think I saw it in one video.
Okay.
It might be Jim, but you're on
She's here. Yeah, she's here. She's walking in when I was coming out.
Yes, I'm ready. Fall asleep.
And said that.
And girls were starting to get a little rowdy last night at that game, weren't they? A little rough.
Recording in progress.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. And we have a couple items of business we need to take care of. We need to go backwards and take care of. One is we need to approve minutes from the November 12th and December 1st meeting. And if someone to give me a motion to approve these minutes. Yeah,
Motion minutes.
God, second. All in favor? Okay, minutes are approved. Another thing we need to improve is the board reimbursement, the reimbursement for travel and stuff. We just need to approve it year to year. Thank you, David. By David.
Yeah.
Second by Paul. Thank you, guys. All in favor? All right. All right, other thing, we have a brand new board member, so we'll say everyone knows her very well. Jennifer, glad to have you here today.
Thank y'all. Glad to be here.
And last thing on our business, before we start, Anusha, where's the financial?
Should be online on the new.
Sign on my last name. Yeah. There's a travel book there somewhere. Need to sign.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the financial report, really not a whole lot to report since our last meeting. Gross collection through the end of January total up to 3.4 million with a total available revenue of 3.7. Our expenditures at the end of January total up to 2.8 million. So we ended up with an accumulated revenue of about a little bit over 1 million. And since our last meeting, the board approved about 2.86 million in promotion funding. And so that leaves us with about a little bit over 1 million as of today in unallocated research and promotion funding. So again, nothing new to add since our last meeting. We're still looking at 1,008,924 of unallocated research funding as of today. On the projection, again, no.
Yeah, just go then.
On the projection of collections, again, that would be the second page of your report. Again, production measured in bushels, current year actual 126,028,201. We're at 61% collected so far. So what a few months ago, before the end of the fiscal year. So with the projection, we're still looking at that we would meet the, at least the 95% gross collection by the end of the fiscal year. So that concludes the my financial reports. The third page is just a graph showing, you know, where we're at as of today. Just a historical showing gross collection to date and percentage of gross collection collected to date. I believe during our last meeting, we're averaging about 95%. So 95%, at 95%, we're looking at about 5 million, a little bit over 5 million going this fiscal year. But we do expect, you know, last year's collections added to this current year. So we'll looking like we'll be in a good position ending the fiscal year going into the new fiscal year.
Any questions for Nushin? All right, can I get a motion to accept financial?
Make a motion.
Second.
Who's second?
Yeah.
Jay. All in favor? Thank you, Nugent. So at this point, we're gonna start with our new proposals, pretty fast time, gonna be kept today. If we have anything, any questions, you guys, you know, y'all been through this before, but also if you need a break, just step out real quick and pay for it. Otherwise, we'll file through.
All right, little clerical, what all we got here? Is this, what's in it?
These two that you have are new, because there were two projects that came in
This one that's laying here?
after you got your bond, yes.
Okay.
So one accidentally had submitted to Corn and Gray, and so we moved that over. And then another one came in after,
Right.
but it was one of your renewals. So these two are just new with those included.
Okay.
And a new number.
This.
And then those are the projects, the one from Arkansas State.
That's
and
in
then
this
the
file
one
here?
From Michelle Reba.
That's this one, right?
Yeah.
And then everything else in the binder. All these up here?
Everything else is in the box.
All right, just keep it straight.
Okay.
Lord.
Or too many papers here for me.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get some one with a production.
Our first proposal this morning will be from Chico Insights LLC, which is, okay, there you go. Reynolds?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chairman is Mike.
Mm.
You're good. You're my, as long as you're.
Yeah, Charlotte has to.
Yeah, where we at? Which one?
Chico is actually the,
It's number 56.
yeah.
Because
We're doing.
Oh, that's what
already.
they-
No,
so
it's on
we got
there.
now with,
No, no, no.
These
Actually, no.
were added because there was some of them not, there were
And
people
it's gonna
for
be all
free that
University of Arkansas.
did. Did Jennifer get one of these?
I got
Oh, you got this?
I got it on my
Oh.
iPad.
Speaking of seats, yeah, they're trucks.
I don't have pages this year.
I don't have the proposal in my closet. No, sorry, it's out of order.
I mean, because it's a new proposal. So it means it's in the process.
Okay,
Yeah, Zach Reynolds, Chico, they're crucial, they will be here today, but appreciate the opportunity. So just a quick overview, this is all the way out, so we'll get a brief background about next recruits myself. We'll go through some of the things that we hear from growers, kind of the motivation for this proposal, why we think we can use some of this geospatial on-farm data to answer fertility issues, using statistical approaches to do so. That's a little background about me. When I got out of school, worked with kind of ET bank, worked for Pioneer Seed, and after that, worked in retail and consulting with tech service, precision ag support. Somewhere in there, Dr. Fleet talking into working for him when he was at the Water Institute on campus, got me involved in lots of state and federal projects. It's been lucky to be exposed to lots of different facets of agriculture and research and other things. So, Dr. Fritz, full scientist for a while, and USDA specializing in water quality. After that, you probably know his name when he was at Mississippi State University, as an irrigation specialist. And I was in the Water Institute on campus where I worked for him, involved with millions of dollars worth of state and federal research and implications. So between the two of us, as I first back now. But I don't have to tell this room about fertility challenges as far as price, availability at times, fertility to get at all the time. Am I getting bang for my buck? Really, is this really paying for itself? And fertilizer sometimes is one of those hard things to answer those questions, because sometimes you may not be able to see it, or it's hard to see. You should probably read, you feel it, you can see that. And sometimes these fertility issues are harder to quantify. So those type of questions and curiosity is some of the motivation to this proposal. In order to answer those type of questions, as far as using geospatial data, on-farm data, you got to get a lot of data from a lot of places. So we're currently working on an app where I would say on the back end of development, getting closer to be completion and being started. They pulls data in from lots of platforms, whether it be John Deere data, weather's data, et cetera. Puts it all in one place, wrangles it, where we can use it to queue and ask it questions to answer these issues. I don't want to spend too much time here, but getting into the, fertility recommendations, largely, they go through the same flow, whether you take a sample on a grid or a zone, you send it to a lab, they perform an analysis, a lot of them made 3 here and extract it, and you get a soil tech level back, in this case P, and whether you're using yield goal, removal, university reg, whatever, an amount is, recommended, and you put that much out. There's times like this University of Arkansas price recommendation here where you have a little bit of a multi-factor. You got pH and P involved in that recommendation, but a lot of times it's a single factor. Whatever you're looking at is the one single factor, and also there's no stops in here. What I mean by that is whether in reality we're getting a response past this level, the recommendation, the formula usually is still calling for it, obviously, unless you have some type of check or balance in there. And I think these types of recommendations will, a large percentage of what folks use, I think they're a great place to start. But with the technology we have now, I think we can improve upon these and figure out at what point we feel like we're getting a return to what that be done. So how do you do that? So for this example, I'm going to show from here to the end is real grower data. So we got geospatial data, soil sample data from their machines. This is from a grower in Northeast Arkansas. Forgive me, it is soybean data, but the logic is the same. So the data that he shared with us, we threw it all on a chart here. So you got all these points are soil sample points within various fields. On the x-axis, you have ppm, P level. So as you go to the right, more, higher P level, as you go up, the yield goes up. And so this is just all of them thrown together, not account for any other factors. And you can see it's kind of flat, looks like maybe there's not a relationship. Does that mean don't put any more P out at all? I don't think that's what it's telling you. That kind of what it looks like from a, bird's eye view. But so we started taking that and running it within, accounting for other factors, like looking at running that within a soil type, within a certain variety, et cetera. And when we did that on a certain soil type, this haytide, fine, sandy, loam, there did look to be some sort of positive relationship, where that it looked a little different than when you threw it all together. But for a grower to be able to take that data and utilize it, you gotta take it one step further. And the questions that we get from growers, a lot of times what they're, I feel like they're really asking this. They wanna know a confidence interval and where's my sweet spot? Where do I feel like I'm getting the best bang for my buck? In this particular situation, this is a small data set, so just keep that in mind. It's 25 ppm, which would be 50 pounds, plus or minus 8. So from 17 ppm to 33 ppm, according to this data, that's the range we would need to be in to maximize our yield. We may think, well, that's kind of a wide range, and it kind of is, but it still tells you a big story here when you look at on the outside of that range. So again, I kind of repeat myself here, but 17 to 33 would be our sweet spot. Past the 33 ppm, so 66 pounds, we only have a 5% chance of getting a return. And depending on the crop and the situation we use, there was a lot of times where we still apply fertilizer past that level, depending, like I said, depending on what recommendation you use. And in this case, we only have a 5% chance of getting a return. On the flip side of that, if you look on the 0 to 17, so the 0 to 34 range in pounds, you have a 95% chance of getting a return when you apply a fertilizer here. So if you think back to that chart we looked at, the very low to high ranges, this will be those very low ranges. And so you got a 95% chance here. So in that 17 to 33, if this held true over time, I might hedge my bets as close to that 33 as possible. Don't put any more over the 33 and spend, make sure I take care of 0 to 17 where I get a 95% chance of return. This is, vital now doing budgets. If you only want to spend $50 or something on P, make sure we spend all 50 here, or at least cover this instead of trying to spread our 50 over everything where our chance of return may not be as high. And so, relating this specifically to rice, we're doing a P within a soil type here. We could, especially in row rice, when we see a great yield, this could be, looking at these points and levels as far as you go down the field, so top of the field, bottom of the field, how does our ROI look from certain applications and levels? Is it correlated? So this is just an example to show the type of things that we're trying to do with this fertility data, and I'll run out of time. But anyway, like I said, this data we want to see for over, under fertilizing, accounting for multiple factors. And, we did request if there was times we needed to make extra applications to see where that plateau was to do so within this project. So I know I'm at the end here, but I'll take any questions if there's any.
Thank you, Zach. Any questions?
So you're a private company, and you want 38,000, so exactly, there's no breakdown of exactly what you're doing with the 38.
Oh, it's in there. Go back.
So
I do have a question.
Oh, yeah, 52.
Soybean through the breakdown, Smith the
Oh, here it is.
you funded through any other promotion board, soybean board?
In Arkansas currently, no. And so a lot of it will be travel. Then the big portion, like I mentioned, was if there were opportunities for applications above what the grower, obviously you can't take the fertility back, but maybe, cover the cost of the fertilizer, the application to get more data, then also cover some time for people involved with pulling all this data together, even though working on this app is still a good bit of data to pull together. That's what.
One other question, I
Yes,
will
sir.
have to interrupt you, just get up as the data that you're collecting. How do you safeguard it? Where can it wind up? In the hands of other people? Is it farmer data? Is it your data?
It's farmers' data. And, we get asked that a lot, but obviously we would never share it with anybody else. It'll just stay on our platform. I guess anybody could be hacked at any time type deal, but it's basically pulling from John Deere into us and nobody else.
Hold on, no, you go through John Deere.
Sir,
What kind of licensing agreement do you have with Deere? Because they can pull anything they want at any point in time if you don't have the right licensing with them.
right. Well, so it's just anything that is in Deere, we're not going to have necessarily anything that they didn't as far as the raw data itself. So we're just got an API into that, and anything that goes into Deere would be shared with us and not the other way. So it's just an API from deer in the.
No, not with deer. Deer's got their name on it, they're gonna get out of it.
It's,
So you're just gonna go in there and grant permission from you guys and get someone to follow with
You're good.
you can grant permission from y'all and y'all access it right now.
that's right, yeah. It's a shared from
If deer lets you use
deer
your
in the,
system,
you know, basically,
they.
we're not gonna have anything
Involved in there,
together.
that they get any data back.
We might have the analysis like it's all there.
Deer won't have this analysis, knows what they say.
Yeah. They're not producing
The
data.
analyzation of the data, deer would have no way to have access to that. Till it's made public to us.
But you had other ways to collect data too. You had a list of other, it's not just through John Deere operations, right?
That's right, it's a bunch of
There's several different
platforms. Ag sense, right now we use Analytics to do soil samples, you know, it could be multiple APIs, but it's like I said, the raw data itself is just from deer.
I got one question. A couple of years ago, we made efforts to try to broaden out that there was research acceptance of other research proposals from industry and other places. But one of the questions that kind of we got into last year after we funded one proposal was how to get information into the farmers' hands.
Yeah.
You know, previously the U of A has media sources and outlets, so your platform, your app, that's widely available. I mean, it could be for the data.
Hopefully, it's like I said, it's not completed right now. I would say the distribution of data would be through things you just mentioned, meetings, whatever that, you know, you guys
Yeah.
want us to do. And hopefully at some point, this app will be just like the other where you could access data.
Yeah.
Et cetera, but currently it's not, so it would still be relying on the traditional, you know, pathway of distribution. Yes.
Right, yeah. And I'm just asking because y'all have an incredible irrigation business and a stellar reputation, and we do a lot of business with y'all through some landlords, but this is kind of a expansion of y'all's existing irrigation business to try to get into this insights and data collection and spatial remote sensing, water monitoring, all kind of go as a expansion of your irrigation offerings.
It's two companies, you know, they obviously, you know, there's some of the same partners and owners, but we do separate operate as generally two different companies. But yes, we started out doing, you know, irrigation, water, you know, irrigation recommendations basically, and then kind of gone into a data management group as a component of that as well. So, yes.
Gotcha. Good.
Is it a paid app? Is it a paid app? Do
Oh,
you use it?
well, right, like I said, right now, it's
It's still under development.
You go in the app store and you buy anything, so it wouldn't be anything you pay for. But it's a ways from.
Nothing to use.
Make on your phone, get it down,
Well, what is the intent though? Is it the intent to have an app that's profitable?
Not for selling the app itself, no, you know, do it. For us as a company, and you know, the app would be part of the service package, whatever a grower would do, like, you know, we offer basically irrigation and so on.
So we're developing.
So
Right
so
there.
hang on, you just said something. So, in an app just for your company.
Well, for the grower, anybody that within the Chico Insights umbrella that wanted to use it, yes, sir.
So. It's like a membership, so what we're getting at, this is for the whole state of Arkansas.
Right.
And
Well,
if
the
it's,
purpose of this-
if I have to buy into Chico to get to this, that being developed with public funds, that's a question that draws a red line.
Well, and I want to be clear, the purpose of this project didn't develop the app. That's going
But you'll
on.
use this information to develop that.
Well, it would be, the app would be whenever.
This information would go on to your app. Your app might have other information as well. The app would be a means of accessing data such as this.
Yeah, and we would utilize the app to pull that data in, and make those, and not using other connection, but if this is not this proposal is not geared toward building an app. It's geared towards taking data from growers and building those graphs like you just saw.
I don't want to get off subject, but I think we start talking about how you get information out to the growers, so
Yes,
that would be one source plus other
that's right. But like I
ways.
said,
But the information would be, as far as your concerns, would be free and
absolutely.
accessible to any and everybody.
Sure. Yeah, this wouldn't be like I said, this project was not West of that, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Zach.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Our next will be ASU, Zach Tate. And it's, yeah, it's this,
Number 43. And it's right after you go
Post number 56.
Which one of these?
Oh, so we go. Oh, I thought they.
Ought to be me.
Hey, guys, ready?
I want to thank you guys for giving me the chance this morning to talk about this proposal and to give you a bit of the genesis of this work and the idea of kind of where it's headed to. The staff, you guys are very well aware of that basically there's a lot of rice husks and straw that are created production of rice. And some see it as a problem. I see this as an opportunity for us. For context, this is several million tons of hulls stored in a facility in the Mekong Delta in Vietnam. I was there this summer on a research trip funded through the Global Rice Research Foundation. And the trip was helpful for me to see that this is not just a problem here, but it's a problem everywhere. And this is not overly different than what I've seen in facilities and rice lands up in the Jonesboro area where I live. Besides husks, straw is a problem every year. This image was taken by me driving from Illinois back into Jonesboro this fall. I don't know a farmer that enjoys this time of the year. It's not a fun process to go through. It's not fun to live out there. But this work will hopefully work to alleviate this, or find solutions for this. So I show these images to preface where the research opportunities are. This is info that you guys are probably aware of, the inconvenience of working with rice, but the reason why post-harvest materials from rice are so hard to deal with is from the immense amount of silica that's in the straw and the husks themselves. This is where I come in. As a ceramicist, this is a material we use about 40% of everything in ceramics. So whether it's making clay, glazes, glass, refractors, so on and so forth, this is our material. Not to go too far into the science of it, glaze chemistry calculation classes I took over 20 years ago. This is what we were told you have to use a beta quartz system, which is essentially a crystalline silica, something that's mined out of the ground, rocks, pulverized, turned into a dust, so on and so forth. What's found in rice is this sort of a structure here, which is more of a silica. Never told this would work. It was sort of a try it, won't work, whatever the situation. I came back to a book that I read in undergrad by Bill Rogers, who's a potter from England, and he went around the world basically taking oral traditions and trying to write them down in a book. And what he did was found glazes and clay production throughout the world that was using waste materials. This is a piece from Pratsu area in Japan where they're using glazes that are made from rice waste. Page 26 of this book, he has a breakdown of different types of ash, different types of ash from straw, rice, grass, etc., and the chemical analysis of these things. This is not all he covered from the book for this. And 20 years ago, this is still in my head today. And everything that's in this book, sort of taken from an oral tradition, as I mentioned, and finding actual glazes and analyses of how these things can be used today aren't quite there. So the last couple of years, I've spent my time trying to take these oral traditions and make them into written ones. So this is basically what's called a nuclear glaze from Japan, which uses rice silica, wood ash, feldspar. And it creates a glaze that's rather stable, works on things, and looks kind of like a 1950s glaze you'd find from in your grandparents' house. So I began taking the information from that, additional glazes that we have in the US, and replacing those with rice silica and getting very similar, if not better results from what I was able to reproduce from there. So how do I do this? Well, it's not recreating what we built here. I have a kiln. I create a stagger inside of here. I fill it full of husks. I have a pyrolysis process where I essentially fire this to a certain temperature. I sift the remaining, screen it, mill it, and I have a workable product here. This brings me back to why I'm here, what my proposal is about. I'm at an inflection point with this work, as I'm requesting funds to purchase a small electric kiln to better control the pyrolysis process, but conduct more in-depth testing that will allow me to continue replacing traditional crystalline silica with amorphous silica or rice silica. The kiln in question has a stronger element system and more resilient lining that can handle volatile atmosphere in these tests, while also giving me repeatable, consistent, and measurable results. With these results, I'm also requesting funds to have these tests analyzed at the Brandywine Chemical Testing Labs, because they specialize in taking glass clays for leaching, which will determine whether the silica creates a glass safe public use. All this work, if it proves out, as I believe it will, opens up a quickly scalable industry here in the Delta that will work hard, will work hand in glove with farmers and mills to alleviate both post-harvest waste headaches and essentially create a new industry in Arkansas. So, if you have any questions, happy to answer those.
I do have one. I noticed in your budget, you have a $15,000 budget. You're asking for 35. Where's the other 20?
Oh,
It's on that cell.
Wasn't there? Did I just missed something?
On top of that, it's the money's already written for it.
Oh, okay. I know. Okay.
yeah, so there's already been a buy-in for some of the travel research that's allowed for me to, again, work with some of these oral traditions and let's actually get numbers behind those.
But I noticed you mentioned husk.
Yep.
What about straw?
That's the next round of research right now that I'm starting into. So this fall, I went and actually harvested quite a bit of straw from one of our research facilities, south of Jonesboro near Harrison. And I'm starting to take those and make analysis of those too.
Will you have any comments involved in this, to look at the numbers and
Progress.
whether this is actually, scalable business?
Yeah, so I began working with our RTT department at Arkansas State, and I am working now with economists, sociologists, also look at the impacts of doing this as well too. So I'm beginning to create a larger, more comprehensive view how this could be scalable.
Any other questions? Yes, Pete.
I noticed in your picture of your chart poles.
Yep.
Some of it was white, some of it was flat. Do you want that kind of grayish, or you want a pure white?
So this is also why the kiln comes in handy, that I'm trying to purchase. With the method I have now, I cannot quite keep it as even as I'd like to, but what I'm looking for is a darker, ash from this. And I'm
You
trying
want
to,
a darker ash?
yeah, I'm trying to zero in on the range exactly. But what I read from other researchers was, there was a paper published at Harvard, I think, a couple of years ago. Someone was doing testing of different temperature ranges of this ash. They're finding better results as far as consistency with the darker the ash.
Okay. Typically, when I see a picture like that, I think that maybe some of the kernels got crystallized, meaning burned at too high of a temperature or set too long, and I think you wanted amorphous, don't you?
Yes, preferred.
You know, if those black charred current poles were they crystallized or not? You know?
They were, that goes white is when that crystallizes. That goes a little over about 1,072 degrees. So I'm trying to keep it below that.
Okay,
So what I've run into with this method currently is that the top layer does tend to go white. So I have to take off the top and then the rest of it, everything underneath tends to be pretty good.
if you want the lighter color, I'd recommend you soak it in, like still holds, soak it in citric acid and let it dry and then burn it. And I think you'll find that you'll have a more consistent color and burn a lot of the carbon out.
He speaks from experience. We had a rice hull ash project in Stuttgart a number of years ago.
What was, I guess, what was the project for, or what were you trying to figure out from that project?
We were trying to extract activated carbon and sodium silicate, weren't we?
Yes, try to separate the carbon and make it active. And silica was talking about liquid sodium silica.
So you guys actually wanted the carbon in there?
Sir,
You guys actually wanted the carbon in
not in the silica.
Okay.
We wanted to separate it
Got it.
and sell that as activated carbon, which is used in filtration.
Couldn't get the carbon and silica to separate.
Couldn't?
One of them's real absorptive and one of them real kind of two different properties.
Yeah. I mean, what I found, at least in my process of using it with it's carbon rich, is that it doesn't have any negative effects to what I'm trying to do with it. But I'd be interested in trying to find ways to remove it just for consistency's sake.
But one of the biggest issues with rice hull ash, from what I've always understood, is the component of the silica and the hazardous material that becomes.
Right, and when it's in its amorphous state, it's relatively inert, it's not gonna hurt anyone or anything, which is another positive to this. Which I know in the ceramic industry is a huge issue because silicosis is a number one problem.
Hey, thank you, Zach.
Thank you, sir.
Our next proposal will be, number 58.
Jim, hang on a second.
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Who's keeping time? Because we've been 40 minutes on two.
Yeah.
We have 2 more and then it's all good, I think.
Yeah, but how long do they have? I mean,
Got
all
8 minutes.
They have 8 minutes.
right.
And then after that, we're going to do 5 minutes of pop, or everybody's got 8 minutes?
Everybody's supposed to have 8
8 minutes, and you've got it down to where everybody will have a chance for questions and get everything in. Good, okay.
All right, number 58, G and H, Ronnie Helms, Dawn. You ready, Ronnie?
Hello?
Talk to him.
Everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can at the table.
Okay, are the slides, they're up? Okay. Okay, I'm on a notebook computer here. Basically, the same title we did last year, Rice Milling Quality Studies. And, want to thank the Rice Board for funding this project. We want to thank Riceland producers for doing the milling quality in the same manner that the members deliver rice, and that's how they're paid, using this same McGill number 2. What? Okay. Can y'all see rice milling quality stability?
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, we talked to Steve Linscomb quite a bit about this. Steve and I talk, and we just did a very simplistic study, plant different varieties 2 times. All the rice is managed the same, no big agronomic inputs. And look at it, grain moisture content, milling quality over time in the environment. And here's some work that we did on Ozark. And as y'all would know, as the the longer it's in the field, the moisture diminishes. And you can just see how the milling quality with Ozark planted on April 14th just went from 46% to 12%. And then again, just looking at the varieties and their inherent genetic potential, how do they do in the field? What's their milling quality? Does it diminish as longer in the environment? And then we had an April 74-21 and got similar results with respect to milling quality diminishing, obviously grain moisture. And on this one, we had a pretty good drop in grain yield. So, I mean, we're kind of setting a pattern. This is what, I talked to riceland and producers, and the later rice, the longer it's in the field, the worse it gets with respect to milling quality. So we were just kind of building a small data set, looking at this phenomenon, leaving it in the field. Okay. Planting date number 2, similar results, had better yield. We had actually better growing conditions with Ozark and with the hybrid on the second planting day. Which I can, next slide, I don't, which one are we on? Okay. You can see the Rice Tech one. Milling quality held up a little bit better. Grain moisture still bottomed out, but that's probably the environment during the growing season that impacted the grain yield and the milling quality. And that was the stability part of our work. And then we did what we call agronomic studies. We started looking at things that are sprayed on at late boot, early head. And, we had 2 planting dates on this, and we looked at tin-shoe and fungicides and nutritionals and biologicals. And I mean, I went to the Commodity Classic and I got lots of promises, but they didn't really perform in the field as much as the promise was with respect to milling quality on rice. But we tested a lot of things. We tested 26 different products that were tank mixed with the fungicide, insecticide. And what reason we did that is because, as y'all know, you're not going to put it out by itself because of the aerial application is somewhere between $10 and $11 typically. So we just tank mixed it on it. And we had one product that showed some promise, and that was it out of the 26. Go ahead. And these were the products by themselves, the untreated, the Amstar Top, the tin-shoe, and then we took Amstar Top and tin-shoe. And you see the yields and the head rice, not much of a response. Oh yeah. And then we started, this is on the hybrid here. You can see that the yields and, really not a significant response anywhere. Head rice kind of with the tin-shoe and the fungicide. And the only product that we got a response out of, we mixed that Concept Total 10 with the what we call the fungicide insecticides, and we got a little bit of response on head rice. And Concept Total 10 is a nutritional that's got nitrogen and potassium, and it's supposed to have a environmental remediation product in it. And I don't know what that is. But we did get a little bump on head rice, which is that's basically what we got. And I used Concept Total 10 a few years ago, and we appeared to get a small bump with it also. So that's where that was. If we had to take the 26, we got one here that showed a little bit. But next slide. We planted those twice also. And you can just see the similar results. Head rice, over time did pretty well on the second planting date, better than the first, and the same response on the hybrid. Go next slide. The data summary, just real quick, try to get on time. This is what we all know, harvest moisture decreases, milling quality diminishes. Appears that fungicide, insecticide, nutritional can enhance milling quality. Like I said, we had limited positive results. And, there may be a big thing there. I mean, if we get something that's consistent, that might be something that growers would consider to use, tank mixing with the fungicides and insecticides. And in 26, our proposal is we're going to integrate basically the stability study and the agronomic treatment. So what that means is we're going to plant rice, spray it with these treatments at that growth stage, late boot, early head, and then harvest it over time to see perhaps if we can diminish the degradation of the milling quality over time if we put it out and then harvest it over time. Maybe have 6 harvest days. Can we impact milling quality there? And then I talked to rice hunting producers, and basically for about 12 weeks, they keep all their varieties and the milling quality by varieties. And it's interesting that over that 12-week period there was limited, if any, par milling quality out of each variety at each location for each business. So, I mean, all that tells you is, as we've speculated for many, many years, that it's environmental impact, and these varieties aren't able to overcome that environmental impact and maintain a par milling yield or close to a par milling yield. In 24, our average milling quality was 49.69. In 25, it might have went up to 50, but still, every grower is losing money, and the rice industry, and for the last 2 years, has lost about $180 million each year on all aspects of milled rice, brokens, things like that, and so it's just a big loss. And what we're trying to do is again put them together, and can we maintain a stable yield, over the harvest season rather than and approach par milling yield anyway. But what was more important is perhaps that's, we don't have crop insurance for milling quality, but there is the supplement. Excuse me. There is the supplemental disaster relief program, and it's with our FSA office, and that will pay money for decreased value or quality of the rice. So, I mean, that's something that, and the application date on that is April 30th. So that might be something, if y'all don't know about it, or you may know about it more about it than me, that you can sign up for and look for some FSA money to help with the poor milling quality we've had the last 3 years. And the application date, like I said, is April 30th. And that's what I have on that. So I'll answer questions if you have a few.
Any questions for Ronnie?
Ronnie, your add-on to your year one, you mentioned 26 different stress remediation products.
Yes.
You'll continue using those to see if one of them continues to show some type of stability, or you'll explore some other things that might fit that same.
We're gonna, I understand your question, Jay. But no, basically, if it flunked and it flunked bad, it's no different. I think I'm not gonna use it, because I mean, this is a time sensitive deal on milling, and if we can find something in the weeds and pull it out, and we get consistency and it impacts milling quality, I think that's we've made a mark in the sand, and I think that's good. But we are going to look at new ones if there's out there. Like I said, I went to some of these trade shows, and they told me all this stuff it would do, and in rice nothing worked. We may use a few different fungicides too. Tetraconazole is labeled on rice of different countries. GM I mean, that's a triazole, tetraconazole is. And GM is trifloxystrobin. And we may use those two just to look if we've got something there. But as big a problem as this is, and as big as a problem for the rice industry it is, we're just trying to stretch and find, and if we've got something there. And again, I'm just glad that the FSA is, I don't know that rice milling producers may have communicated with them, but there's big losses to growers and the industry due to milling quality, and they're perhaps trying to make up some of those losses with these programs, with the supplemental disaster relief program.
Okay, thank you, Ronnie. Appreciate that.
All right.
Next, we'll move on to Dr. Reba, USDA. And that proposal is, what number? Oh, it's a handout.
Good morning. Nice to see you all. Thank you for the opportunity to come and share this second year proposal. Basically what we did last year, same amount. Our objective here is to look at water management and measure some metrics from those fields at the field scale. Do I have control of this? Should. What? Much. So what we're looking at is field scale rice at the station in Harrisburg. There are 6 zero grade fields that are on a rice soybean rotation, rice soybean rotation. And the treatment is continuous flooding versus alternate wetting and drying. We are on these 2 middle fields in 25. The bottom field was alternate wetting and drying. And we're looking at measuring a whole bunch of things, but the thrust of the work is measuring trace gas fluxes. With these fancy gadgets in the top right picture that allow us to measure an integrated flux over the field. And then this backpack here is basically a laser that you can carry around on your bag. It allows for a much shorter closure time of the chamber itself. Versus the more traditional way to measure trace gas fluxes is shown here in the bottom right. You put you're still enclosing the plant. The difference between measuring trace gas fluxes in rice and most other agricultural crops is that you have to capture the plant as well. Usually you can kind of get a sense of those fluxes by just looking at what's coming off of the soil. But in rice, a lot of that gases of interest are moving through the plant itself, so you have to capture the plant and then measure how much gas it generates. So the closure times on the chambers in the bottom right are about an hour. And then you take your samples, you send them to the lab, and you wait. What you're getting here with this backpack is an immediate measure of that flux. So there's a lot of interest in that. And you can carry it in your bag, you can move it to a bunch of different places. There's just a lot of ease of measurement. So we're real interested in doing that in rice. We tested it with some lab work a couple of years ago. We're in the process of getting that published. There's a lot of promise in using these. And for example, the expense of them is a little less than some of the other methodologies. Some of our results from this past year, we've had a dry down event, as you can see. So we had 2 fields continuously flooded and the alternate wetting and drying. We removed the water from that field to make certain that we had a treatment. And then what we see here is the response to that drying event. So you can see what happens with methane is nothing's really happening early, and then you start to see the methanogens thriving. The flux starts to go up, and then if you dry it down, it knocks it down. You can see that so beautifully here, really. And so that was one of the methodologies that we used, and we're still looking at some of the analysis from some of the others. Generally, over the season, we had about a 35% reduction in methane produced from those fields. The yields were very, very similar, 212 versus 210. One of the nice things about this project, and it allows us opportunities to work on the farm, at the research farm. But also we've had a couple of different spin-off studies from this effort. We've had some visiting scientists from Japan that have done some very detailed yield component analysis that we're looking at getting published, and then some other more detailed kind of grain brand layer analysis and looking at some differences between those treatments. And then we've also partnered up with Griffith Santongolu and Dr. Luthra to look at some harvest moisture questions. So looking at those different harvest moisture questions in those two fields. So none of that was really part of this original proposal, but since we're there and we're measuring the hound out of these things, it's a really nice way to kind of collaborate with folks that are there on the station. Yeah, the benefits to growers are pretty obvious. Field scale measurements are pretty rare. Water management is still a big concern. We're using these data to kind of build toward better improved models for trace gas fluxes that have a lot of interest still amongst the industry. We're talking pretty often to folks like Mars and Kellogg's about their interest in their sustainability work. So the work stuff has a lot of importance and would love to continue it. Our plan for this next year, like I said, we're into a rotation. We will leave the towers at the field we were in 25. They'll be in beans this year, so we'll get a bean rotation year. We did not burn those fields, so we'll get a sense of what the winter fluxes were. And then we'll add 2 towers to the fields that are to the west. They will be in rice. We'll do the same thing that we did this last year, looking at those different methodologies of measuring the trace gas fluxes. And then there's the 2 fields that are further to the east, we'll do more manual measurements on because they're just too small and we don't have enough gadgets. So happy to take any questions.
The fields that weren't burned, will there be some type of tillage or we all try to plant the straw?
I'm not sure what the plan is there on what they're gonna do. I imagine they'll do some tillage.
This year, your stubble is gonna be different than any year that I've ever raised, because we had absolutely no moisture in the fall. And it looks bad right now. I mean, it looks bad.
So because there's more residue. What do you mean? Yeah. So that gives us we'll be measuring that, right? So those sensors work autonomously, and so we'll have a sense of what that looks like when you don't burn and you have a lot of residue. What we do have is we measured the residue post harvest. We'll measure it pre-plant, and we'll get a sense of how much that changed. And so it'll be an interesting kind of end member potentially of what happens when you don't have any sort of significant residue management.
Well, we had that range for it to decay it, right?
No, they're nothing.
You mentioned something, I don't know if you were going into this as an afterthought, but do you see where possibly with our reduction in milling yields and some talk of bran layer may not be as thick as it used to be, hull may be more permeable, all these things, do you think you'd ever be able to pick up differences, physical or physiological differences in the grain or the hull and be able to correlate that to your field level trace where you could figure out where lower milling yields and higher some trace gas element correlate?
How the two come together? I think the potential is there. The grain, the bran layer is an interesting one, and I don't have slides here to share with you all, but there are some differences in the bran layer that we were able to see in those 2 fields. As far as that's not our objective. So I think anything that we would be able to conclude would have to be further investigated to have a replicated study with that intent.
We heard some data from the researcher from Texas A&M at one of our research meetings, and he kind of tended to lean towards higher nighttime temperatures and higher levels of CO2 at night and these type things. I just wonder, if that is impacting differences in our rice that's decreasing our milling yields, would
we measured the CO2 at those fields, sure.
would or whatever all the different elements would, all of a sudden it make it
Yeah, so
a higher level or lower level, one or the other seems to be impacting milling yield.
yeah, we definitely measured those pieces, and the field integrate, the gadgets that were in the top right corner allow us to measure the CO2 from the field. When you start to close in that plant in the chamber and you're expecting to get a solid CO2 measurement out of it, it's a little bit more challenging because you're forcing the plant in this dark place, right? So what allows us to get a CO2 measurement is the open path nature of the other sensors. And so we could look at that, assign some values to that, and then make some comparisons across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Not ready.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll go straight into U of A proposals. Nathan, we're gonna do all the new ones first, is that?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, a lot of ours are also via Zoom. Dr. Lunga, are you with us? Did you say Delaware? Yes. Oh, I'm here. Okay. All right, I thought you were on Zoom. So, all right, reminder to all of our U of A presenters, you have 5 minutes to present. 3 minutes allowed for questions. If questions go over, obviously, that's awesome. But 5 minutes to present. At 5 minutes, I'll cut you off. Thank you. Back to the top of the sheet now.
Number 3, yeah.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Gary De La Lucia. I'm a postdoc at the University of Arkansas working with Dr. Chris Bragg. And today we're proposing a new project to assess the role of irrigation and poultry leader on the fate of nutrients in rice production systems in Arkansas. If funded, we would like to repeat this study and implement this study in the second year to have reliable and robust data over 2 growing seasons. And we're requesting for the first year to kick off the project funds for $39,612. The idea is to assess and compare the impact of water regime, full irrigation and flood irrigation in rice production system under continuous application of poultry leader on soil nutrient and soil property, plant nutrient uptake, yield, with the specific attention of carbon and nitrogen cycles in order to have a complete assessment of biogeochemical processes related to the interaction of poultry leader with the pedosphere, biosphere, and atmosphere. So why this is important? When in the last decade, our farmers realized that monoculture systems, intense application of fertilizer, and management practices that disturb the topsoil resulted in a significant loss of soil health and soil fertility levels. Additionally, in Arkansas, a significant portion of rice fields are land level, due to drainage, irrigation, construction of levees. That management alone can lead to a significant loss of soil fertility and soil health level in our topsoil. So, why this parameter are important? Well, we need this parameter in order to have high productivity on long-term plan. Well, poultry leader is recommended as a fertilizer nutrient source, but can also work as organic amendment. Poultry leader can have the ability to build up organic material in the topsoil, enhance water holding capacity, aggregate stability, carbon and nitrogen sequestration. But the mechanism regulated the interaction of poultry leader with pedosphere, biosphere, and atmosphere and rice fields, it is not clear. Information, mitigation strategy, and management practices to tell our farmers how much to apply and when to apply. So in the past few years, we built a strong relationship with the Eggwood Farm in Newport, where we came across a very rare opportunity. Two adjacent fields, the rice field, being on the rice field for several years, at the top, land level field under full irrigation, and in the middle, a zero grade rice field under flood irrigation. So we already established a local, a selected representative area where we're going to have 5 plots in each field with a specific section where no poultry leader will be applied. In the other section, poultry leader has been applied last fall at 1 megagram per hectare, just a unique rate. Field will receive the same fertilizer, herbicide application during the growing season. So the idea is that the only difference will be water regime. We want to use a system research approach combining biogeochemistry, measuring aerobic and anaerobic respiration, nitrification, denitrification, and methanogenesis continuously during the growing season. We want to combine with agronomy, measuring plant nutrient uptake in the vegetative and grain tissue along with yield, combining with soil physics and soil chemistry, measuring change of soil properties over time during the entire growing season. Finally, combining with statistical analysis to have complete carbon and nitrogen budgets. Now, the good news is this, thanks to the Arkansas Discovery Farm program, we have a solid foundation of soil data and runoff processes from these two fields that are continuously measured, even this year and next year as well. So we have a phenomenal background to build our project upon. And the idea is that the results of this study will provide novel information to assess the role of poultry leader as nutrient source, soil health amendment, to develop management practices, to apply poultry leader under diverse water regimes that we do not have today, and mitigation strategies to improve air, water, and soil resources of this state. And with this, I hope I'm with time. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you test the water quality?
So not in this proposal, but Arkansas Discovery Farm does it every year as part of a long-term project of water quality assessment. We do have water quality monitoring station at the end of the field. So we will have access to those data. That's not part of the proposal because it's been done by Arkansas Discovery Farm.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you.
At the next presentation, Justin, are you with us on Zoom?
Yes, sir, I am.
The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, guys. I first want to apologize, members of the board, that I'm not able to make it there in person today. Believe me, I would if I felt like it was the right thing to do. But anyway, I just wanted to talk a little bit about this new proposal that I'm presenting here today. It's establishing a long-term rotational study. So what I'm wanting to look at here is we're wanting to look at the effects of the long-term effects of rotation of rice, corn, and soybean. And so I will say I'm presenting this same proposal to all 3 commodity boards, the rice board as well as the soybean board and corn board. So it's the funding is pretty well evenly split among the crops. We've got a pretty interdisciplinary team here. So we've got the 3 extension specialists from the 3 crops. So Jared Harkey, Jason Kelly, Jeremy Ross. We've also got our new soil extension specialist here at the Northeast Rice Extension Center online here, Dr. Anna Ona. We've got Christina Alacoco, who is an economist at the Fayetteville campus. And so our objectives really, of course, number 1 is looking at yield performance. That will, of course, not really be a feasible thing to look at until a couple of years down the line when we actually get these rotations established. But we do certainly want to look at the yield performance. As far as I'm aware, we do not have any long-term data as far as with rice being in intercrop rotation with any other crops, at least not in the United States under our conditions. Number two, looking at soil effects. So especially in years 2 and 3 and so forth, looking at the effects, on nutrition, on organic matter. We're going to do instar samples to look at the native soil nitrogen availability after these different crop rotations. As well as looking at pest effects. So, of course, we don't really plan to study the weed effects that much. We plan to keep these clean, but as far as the pest profiles of insects and disease, we do plan to look at those down the line and see how those are affected by our crop rotation. Next slide, please. And so that's a picture of Sanborn Field. So I was at University of Missouri for 3.5 years before I came back to Arkansas, and they have the longest running rotation study that I'm aware of, established in 1888. It's obviously just looking at corn and soybean. And so that's really where I got the idea from. Of course, they have very small plots that they established back then. So we're looking at establishing larger plots so that we're able to be more flexible on those. But we're looking at economic analysis as well. So obviously, taking into account yield as well as the different inputs that we have to have based on, whether we were following rice, whether we were following corn or so forth, and see how those look at our profitability line. As well as facilitating for the future. So I think that by making these plots larger and not our typical small plot, that we're going to be able to leverage those for more funding opportunities in the future, whether that be national grants, industry funding, et cetera, to look at different products and different management practices in the different rotational systems. Once we've had those in place for maybe 5 years or so, that we could say, hey, this product performs well in the continuous rice system, say, and maybe it doesn't perform as well in the soybean rice rotation. Next slide, please. And so again, I said we were going to make these slides a little larger, or sorry, the plots a little larger. So about 20 foot by 200 foot is what we are anticipating here. And these are going to be strip plots. So we're going to carve out the top portion of one of our fields, so as to hopefully avoid any drainage issues. Then we're going to have 200-foot long plots. The strip plots are really the only feasible way that we see that we can have continuously flooded rice in this system and not have herbicide contamination, runoff contamination, things like that. And so this treatment structure here, the graph on the very bottom kind of shows the different treatments that we would have and just what those would look like across the different years. So we're going to look at continuous rice, continuous soybean, continuous corn. Also looking at a 1-to-1 rice and soybean, 2 years of rice followed by 1 year of soybean, 2 years of soybean followed by corn and soy, 1-to-1 corn and rice, and a 1-to-1 soy, corn, and rice rotation. So we're kind of trying to mix in all of the possible rotations that we know farmers are utilizing in our systems, and we think that this could be very beneficial not only to define the long-term rotational outcomes of some of these systems in the controlled research perspective, but also hopefully to leverage that in the future again for federal funding and other things, where we can hopefully do as much as we can to leverage the funding for our farmers here in Arkansas. And with that, I want to thank you for your time, and I've probably got a minute or two for questions if there are any.
Questions for Justin?
Are you asking for this 18,000 from all three boards, or is that what those did?
Yes, correct. It varies by just a little bit because of the crop ranch structure for the different crops, but it's pretty similar across all three boards. Yes, sir.
Got it. So, Justin, on the soybean, corn, rice rotation, do you think it would be beneficial to flip the corn and soybean toward following the soybean in that rotation too, and look at it that way? Because a lot of us are gun shy to grow rice behind corn, and I'd like to see that rotation just to see what you get out of it. But you think it would be beneficial to flip those two crops where the rice is following the soybean in that three-way rotation?
That's a good point. No, that's a good perspective, and I think that me and Jason and Jared and Jeremy should probably discuss that and consider doing that for sure. Yeah, I hadn't thought about it that way.
In which order was that? The C flip? So right there it says soybean, corn, rice. Yes. Flip the soybean and corn and do another one that says soybean, rice.
So on a lot of these, and again, open for discussion, or we may even need to, if there's room,
add one more treatment for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, add another treatment.
On a lot of the soils, corn hates being behind rice, but rice loves being behind corn. So that was the reason for the initial selection there is that, but if we need to add the other one, if we have room, Justin, I'll have to work now. But maybe we need both those scenarios. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think seeing them both ways would.
But that was why that one got selected.
I understand.
just
Yeah,
to
I
be
do.
clear,
I understand.
because of that. Yeah, we've noticed that.
Put the rice behind, put the corn behind the soybean.
Yes, yeah, see more consistency out of it. Yep, but that may be.
Yeah, I can almost
legitimate data.
guarantee I know what's gonna happen with corn behind rice on wet foot land, but.
Yeah.
I was more focused on the rice in that equation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Justin.
Go Rocky, baby.
All right, next, presentation, Samira, are you with us?
Yes, I'm on Zoom.
All right, next 5 minutes is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Samira Faizi. I'm an assistant professor in food science here at UADA. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss my proposal. So this proposal is about upcycling of rice byproducts for producing value-added ingredients in the US. Next slide, please. This is a new proposal. First, I set the stage to talk about the importance of this proposal, and then I will discuss my objectives. So next slide, please. So as you know, over the past decade, the rice production in the US varied between 150 to 210 million hundredweights. And to produce the head rice, we need to do milling process. During milling process, different byproducts generate 10 to 15% of the rice converts to broken rice, and 8 to 12% of it convert to rice bran. In 2023, over 2% of the US rice export accounted for these two byproducts. While US is exporting broken rice and rice bran at really low price, these two byproducts are a good source of nutritious proteins. Broken rice is a source of hypoallergenic or allergen-friendly proteins, and rice bran is a good source of proteins with low allergenicity, and they can be used over dairy, soy, or pea proteins, which are among the big 9 allergens or allergen proteins. And currently, rice protein ingredients are being used in different food products like infant foods, nutritional beverages, dairy alternatives, meat analogs, and snacks. There is an interesting point here. In 2023, the rice protein market was valued at around $170 million. And more interesting point is that North America, especially US, had the highest share in this market, meaning that while US is exporting its rice byproducts at low price, US is importing rice protein ingredients at really high price. Next slide, please. So there are two challenges. First, the current rice protein ingredients that we are using in different food companies and food products in the US are not manufactured in the US. We are importing that. And the second challenge that can be part of the root cause for the first challenge is the low protein extractability from from rice or rice byproducts. It's really low, between 0.5 to 2%. So we have been working on the rice samples that are mainly produced in Arkansas and Mississippi, and we have been developing a food grade method to improve protein extractability from broken rice and rice bran. In this slide, I put 4 figures. On the top, you can see the rice protein isolate produced from broken rice. So I updated my figures last week. We got interesting results. So I'm reporting the most updated results we got. So compared to the conventional method that gives us rice protein isolate with only 42% protein and less than 1% extraction yield, with our method, we have been able to produce rice protein isolate with 87% protein and almost 17% extraction yield. And about rice bran protein isolate, the two figures in the bottom, compared to the conventional method that gives rice bran protein isolate with 40% protein and only 0.5% extraction yield, we could produce rice bran protein isolate with our method that has almost 70% protein and almost 7% extraction, 8% extraction yield. So what we want to do in this project, we want to continue and complete our method and development to produce rice protein ingredients with optimized extractability in terms of protein content and extraction yield. And once we produce the optimized protein ingredients, we would like to characterize those protein ingredients in terms of their functionality for different food applications and nutritional properties, such as amino acid profile and protein digestibility. And we believe this project will benefit rice breeders in Arkansas and in the U.S. because instead of exporting rice byproducts at really low price, like less than $1 per pound for rice bran and less than $4 per pound for broken rice, and importing rice protein ingredients with a value between $20 to $40 per pound, depending on the source, we can produce rice protein ingredients in Arkansas and in the U.S., and that expands the market with the higher value for the Arkansas and U.S. rice breeders. And we can use these protein ingredients in different food products. I think I discussed the core part of my proposal, and for the sake of the time, I wrap it up here. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I have one.
Sure.
What the relationship between a pound of broken rice converting it to a pound of protein powder? Is it 1-to-1 or does it take 4
No,
times?
yeah, good question. It depends on the extraction yield. So based on the conventional method, the ratio is 1%. So for 100, or let's convert it to gram or kg. For 1 kg of broken rice, we get 1%, meaning 10 gram of protein ingredient. But sorry, 1 gram. Oh, I'm sorry, 10 gram. Sorry, I'm sorry. But with our method, so far, we could increase the extraction yield up to 20 times. So instead of 10 gram, we get 200 gram per kg, which means for a pound, we get 50 gram.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Dr. Jared, I want to ask you a question about the previous Justin's. I thought that went through that and it just dawned on me. Is that going to be row rice or is that going to be flood irrigated rice in those plots?
No, the purpose of that is to be flooded rice.
Okay.
So one of the missing, I'm not saying we couldn't go down that road eventually, but that's a whole other ball of wax to include. Again, got to pick one for rotation. So missing thing, finally having the right field, the right location to set this up where we can actually accommodate doing true flood rice, which has always been a restriction for rotational study, trying to have it in a place where the corn and the beans will drain, but we can actually reasonably do the levee rice with minimum amount of levees and that stuff, and kind of and we finally kind of got a spot like this can work now.
I apologize, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, we discussed that and went, well, now it's doubled, so now we can't manage this, but that's a step down the road.
Good morning. Thank y'all for y'all's time. I'm also praying for y'all because I'm already confused. And I don't know what the heck I'm gonna say when I'm talking, but my proposal is optimizing rice irrigation efficiency using advanced field measurement technology. And primarily by doing that, I'm talking about using drones out in the fields to measure Miri, multiple unit rice irrigation. We already know that Miri is saving us 25% average, but I'm telling you, adding that precision that I can get with the drone or some other technologies, we can get that substantially higher. I'm thinking 40–50% pretty easy that we can get on that. I'm also including furrow irrigated rice on there just so I can touch all the rice acres, because I can get the elevation of that tubing run by using that drone. I can get it by using your equipment that you may have on your farm. I can get it by using an in-trip rover that we have, a LiDAR that we have available to us through the GeoStore. And, you know, that's one of the biggest problems that we have in furrow irrigated rice is, quite frankly, did I not go to the next?
Sorry.
50.
Oh, you went back. Sure. It is furrow integrity. I mean, that's furrow irrigation 101, furrow integrity. We have a lot of issues. Row rice, we're irrigating much earlier than we do in any other crop. And that furrow integrity it is paramount to have that elevation in that irrigation run in that tubing so that we can have distribution uniformity in that furrow irrigated rice. The next thing that I want to point out too is the education aspect of it. I know that this is going to be successful, but I want to train not only the growers, because y'all are where it starts, but I want to train the county agents that's in your backyard. I want to train the NRCS IWM specialists on how to help you on your farm use this technology to your advantage. Your consultants. I want somebody in your backyard that can help you with this stuff. And that's one of the limitations that we have right now is, you know, we got a lot of companies that bring stuff to us and we don't have very much help and follow up on it. I want the agents to be part of that equation. Lastly, I want to talk about the benefits to the grower. And this is just the bottom line is dollars in your pocket. You know, Mary, right now, we're at a 25% average, but if we could use that precision measurement in there and we could jump that up to 50–60%, our budgets have us at $100 an acre right now, and that's on energy alone. That's on diesel, electricity, propane, natural gas alone. We're at 100. And if we can save $50 out of that, 50% of that, that's an absolute home run. That's money in your pocket year one. So that's my proposal. That's what I want to try to work on for y'all. Any questions? I tried to go quick.
Thank you.
Thanks. I understand.
What drone would you be using?
So until May of 2027, I'll be using the DJI Mavic 3 multi-spec that I have. It's got an RTK module on it. And, you know, the detail that we get out of these RTK drones is just through the roof. Yeah. Then after that, then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board on the drone side of it, just because of the new rules that, you know, foreign made drones. So I'm hoping I can get one purchased one of these days so that I can compare it right now to DJI. Everybody wants an American made drone, but we're a little behind as far as our technology goes. I'm looking at one right now that Dr. Carvin has that we're working on the variety plot stuff. And it's like going back 10 years ago when I first started flying drones. You know, we're stepping back as far as getting there. I know we'll bridge that gap, but right now that's going to be the challenge that we're facing.
What's the cost of that American drone version?
Around 50,000 compared to 6,200 that I paid for the DJI.
Good Lord.
That's the issue.
Welcome to agriculture.
So are you saying the DJI will become illegal?
No, for me as a university employee, I will not be able to fly it. If growers or consultants have them, they can still fly them beyond that date. But what you get into is a lot of, and I'm going overboard on the drone stuff. But what you get into is the warranty. You may not have a warranty on your drone anymore because of where it was produced. So, you know, we're going to be forced into getting, and I want to. I just want it to be as good and the price to be where I need it.
Once you get to American drones, will you be able to use your data from your DJI? Will it be
Yes.
compatible?
Yes. Once I get that
So you
data,
won't lose, what I was saying, you won't lose your research up until 27.
no, sir.
Okay, cool.
No, the data, that the data that I get, I can put on all platforms. Thank y'all so very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks to all of our speakers up to this point. Everyone's been spot on your 5 minutes. So, Jonathan, are you with us? Or no, I'm sorry, I jumped over. Rupesh has a conflict. So, Debbie,
Yeah.
are you?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
What number you on?
7.
This will be Rice Straw Management, Rupesh Carriot proposal.
17.
I don't have.
First page.
This one too.
Yeah, that's
Number 6. Number 6, I think.
Yes, the first page.
All right, so one of Dr. Carriot's students is presenting this. Debbie, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I am Devi Balakrishnan. I'm a 4th-year PhD candidate in the Department of Entomology and Plant Pathology, and I'm presenting today on behalf of Dr. Dubesh Karyat. So he has a scheduling conflicts and sincere apologies for not being able to attend. And thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss this project. So the title of our project is Rice Straw Management for Enhanced Productivity and Plant Defense in Arkansas Rice System. So we have 2 investigators. The lead investigator is Dr. Dubesh Karyat, who is an associate professor in the Department of Entomology and Plant Pathology. And our co-investigator is Dr. Mahfouz Rahman, who is an assistant professor in food science. So we majorly have 4 objectives for the project. The first objective is to produce and characterize biochar from rice straw using controlled pyrolysis at varying temperatures, evaluate the differential effects of biochar types on plant growth traits, assess the effect of biochar on rice seed quality, including kernel characteristics, protein content, amylase content, and overall grain quality, and also to investigate the potential of biochar to boost plant defense against major insect pests of rice. Next slide, please. Yeah, so our major overarching goal is to develop rice straw biochar and evaluate its effects on rice growth, grain quality, and insect defense. So the approach for this project is we are planning to pyrolyze the rice straw at different temperatures, starting from 350 degrees Celsius, 500 degrees Celsius, and 650 degrees Celsius under oxygen limited conditions. And whatever the biochar we get from all these temperature conditions will be evaluated and characterized using pH, electrical conductivity, elemental analysis, and we also plan to do some spectroscopy as well as scanning electron microscopy to see the actual characteristics of biochar. And after getting the biochar, we are planning to do some greenhouse trials with some of the common Arkansas grown rice varieties. And after the cultivars are grown, we are planning to take measurements on the growth traits, some ecophysiological traits, including the photosynthesis, spermatal conductance, and other root traits, and to evaluate the grain quality, pest damage, the volatiles that is produced after treating with biochar, and also the confirmation by conducting choice assays. Next slide, please. So these are the planned milestones for us. The first year, we are planning to produce biochar and characterization. As in the second slide, we explain the different temperature conditions we are planning to produce a biochar. So we'll also confirm which temperature is suitable for with the best characteristics. So the years 2, we are planning to apply this biochar and evaluate the rice cultivars growth and yield. And the third year, we are planning to assess the rice quality and the plant defense against insect pests. So overall, with this project, these are the benefits we are intended to give to the growers. So rice straw, as it's like a byproduct of rice, so we are planning to give a new income from rice straw, turning the rice straw into a revenue-generating biochar product that reduces the residue management issues, and also a field-ready biochar guidance, which provides a tested rice straw biochar formulation and dose response protocol for Arkansas row crops. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, Debbie, thank you for stepping in for Dr. Carriot. All right, the next presentation
Jonathan, are you with us on Zoom?
Yes, sir. Can everybody hear me all right?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Wonderful. If we can advance to the next slide, I'll kick it off, and I just appreciate how we stacked our presentations. I'm also looking into rice straw and residue management here. And to kind of give you the quick summary, my equivalent down at LSU and I are looking to ask the board for some support to do rapid forage quality assessments for marketing rice straw. This is a new proposal. We're asking 31,500. And our objectives are to test existing NIR calibrations on rice straw samples using on-farm samples as much as possible, and maybe try to tie in some of the agronomy factors, how that crop is grown in the field, to influence forage quality and potential nutrient export of rice straw. So if I can advance the slide, please. In terms of what's coming on, I'm a 100% forage specialist, generally based out of Little Rock. Today, I'm coming at you live from Hope. And my livestock clientele sometimes have questions with regards to rice straw. At the same time, I'm aware we're trying to figure out what to do with this. Y'all are running into the same issue that we are in terms of residue management and the threat of legislation about how to handle that residue. And so, we have gotten some moderate interest where, you talk to a nutritionist, we're aware of the silica concerns, but as a component within balancing a ration to support some of our high quality winter annuals and fall annuals that we plant in our forage programs, rice straw might be a way for us to better match the needs of mainly the cattle herd. There is some small ruminant interest in terms of rice straw. Biggest question that comes up is, are there ways that we could get a better estimate of what rice straw nutrition looks like? One of our fact sheet gives a book value, but we're aware there's a lot of variability across the entire rice growing region, as well as depending on the management. And my colleague, Dr. Hahn down there at LSU, has done some preliminary work in 2023, and there were some varietal as well as nitrogen management influences on the quality of that nutritional value. Nitrogen increases crude protein, but also how those applications were split up over the field seemed to also be an influence. And what we're trying to do is figure out a quicker way to give those quality numbers to livestock producers to maybe make this marketing of rice straw a little bit more than we're just trying to clean up a field, or we're just buying something that we perceive to be an extremely low quality filler, and give it just an honest appraisal of what it might be for a feeding program. When I talk about NIR, I'm referring to near infrared spectroscopy. So compared to what our forage testing lab does at Altheimer in Fayetteville, which is traditional wet chemistry, we shoot the sample with a little bit of light. I brought a little show and tell vial of material. We grind it up, we present it to a laser, we shoot it with light, we get a spectra back, and it gives us those magic quality numbers that livestock producers are looking for when they're balancing rations. We're really interested to try and make a project that captures a little bit more information on how wide the variability is in rice straw, maybe get an idea of people who are considering making rice straw in the state by soliciting samples, and kind of going from there. If I could have my final slide, please. In terms of what we're wanting to do is to make this rice straw opportunity a little bit clearer, and to maybe make livestock demand for rice straw a little bit more consistent across the state. In the past 18 of the past 20 years, some portion of Arkansas has been in a drought. So there's been interest in using rice straw as part of a drought ration. But those book values don't really tell the whole story. And so what we're hoping with this project is throughout this growing season and whatever's available from last growing season, solicit straw samples, get them analyzed using near-infrared spectroscopy, send them off for traditional forage testing at Altheimer, and see if there's a way for us to either speed up that forage testing, but also to try and give a little bit more general expectations of what rice straw might do as part of a livestock nutrition program. And maybe also give some information, because again, we're talking about mineral nutrition. Protein reflects nitrogen. What are the exports that we're taking off the field when we're moving rice straw off the field? So while not as exciting as the previous presenters' work, we're trying to help link up our sectors of Arkansas agriculture with this project. So open for comments, questions, and concerns. And I really do appreciate your time and your patience with the Zoom presentation.
I'm just curious as to how many of the herbicides with different pesticides that we use in rice would be prohibited for the straw to be used as a feed source for on feed for cattle. If any, I don't know.
It's been a great question. Oh, sorry.
I'm just curious if it's been considered.
That has been a consideration of ours, and that's one of the things we're hoping to do with this project is if we could capture, here's the percentage of the samples we solicit that would have a pesticide or herbicide that would preclude us using it as hay or grazing to try and estimate that level of risk. We aren't quite clear. A lot of times what's going on with rice straw that's being baled and sold to our guys is no questions about field management, what was sprayed. It's just being taken generally in an emergency drought situation right now. So part of this is just fishing to see how many of those samples are going to be okay to feed.
I think years ago, and I mean years ago, there was a chemical, and if I'm not mistaken, it was called Machete that came out. And I think that was a problem with it is people rolled it up and fed it, and I think the outcome weren't too good. I don't think it was here. I may have that all convoluted and wrong because I was a younger man then.
That's old school.
Yeah, very old school. Anyway, that was just a concern of mine, you know, because I mean, as you read, you read far enough, you know, it says do not feed, you know. So anyway.
Any other questions? I think Machete was even before I came to Arkansas.
Yeah, I had heard of it.
It was good stuff. Good stuff.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. All right, next presentation, Brittany is here with us today. And one clarification, on on Justin's project, you know, that's one that had been submitted to 3 different boards, and what was also the budget was what was requested from each board. And Brittany's proposal has also been submitted to all 3 boards, but her proposal total was the total amount that she needs for the project. So
yes, thank you for making that clarification. Do I have control here? This way, point it this way though.
oh, actually, I'm sorry, I skipped over one of our presentations. So, yeah, sorry. Scott LaFontaine, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry about that, Scott. I got off the wrong line on my paper.
It is all good. Pleasure to be with you all today and get to share this proposal with you. Thank you all for your time. Is it okay to get going or?
Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. So this would be a 3-way project supported by Dr. Luthra and BAEG and Dr. Chalpeka with CSES. And the goal here is to link agricultural practices with rice quality for value-added purposes, such as aromatic rice and brewing. And those value-added industries have specific characteristics that they need, such as, for example, in the brewing industry, you need low gel temp. Well, we know that protein is tied to fertilizer amendment. And as we increase our fertilizer, yes, we get yield, but that yield is going to come with a higher gel temp, and that's going to impact how brewers could use that rice. For example, on the aromatic side, we also know that certain soil amendments might increase aromaticity or certain characteristics. Oop, I lost the slide deck. Can you all hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Dr. Scott.
I don't know if they can. Did they go down?
They changed the host, so
I think they lost us.
I think we're all lost.
Okay.
Maybe we have to rejoin, Scott.
Do we?
Yeah, to that link. Yeah, to that link.
Oh, they're back.
Oh, no, they're back.
Okay, they're back.
They are back.
All right,
Can you all hear us?
Need to start from the beginning.
It's okay. I mean, so just waiting for this to come up. Yeah, so this is a 3-year project with Dr. Luthra and Dr. Chopeka, and it's really to link agricultural practices to value-added purposes. What you're seeing is a budget request for year 1 of 3. And this in year 1, we'd basically be looking at how harvest maturity, particularly harvest moisture, is influencing value-added quality for key rice varieties such as Aroma 22 or 3202 for our state. You could click to the next window, please. And the reason for this is, and I'm just going to use the brewing industry, but I can also talk about the aromatic rice industry, right? In brewing, we have a craft beer market that basically is a $30 billion market. Most of craft brewers don't know that rice exists as a starch source and that we grow rice in the US. 70% of the starch source that we use in brewing is malted barley, but that malted barley is coming in from, Australia, Canada, and Europe. So I think we need to link to the qualities that we need in the brewing industry. The other opportunity, right, in aromatic rice, we see that imports of Indian basmati and Thai jasmine represent 30% consumption of U.S. domestic rice. And so really, I think we need as an industry to understand how do we deliver high quality brewing rice and aromatic rice. And those will provide value-added opportunities as we deliver that. And really, I think that starts from a field view, because I know right now that fertilizer treatment is going to impact gel temp, which impacts, for example, what we need in brewing. And then I've seen some indication that storage will impact the aromatic rice quality. So how do we grow rice? The essence of this 3-year project would be how do we deliver for these industries and make sure that our rice in Arkansas would be the most quality that we could deliver. So next slide. I think. So just for year 1, this could be an example of what we might see. Here we have a graph that basically shows harvest moisture with regard to head rice yield. And the head rice yield basically would be in blue, and the extract value would represent how much sugar that a brewing partner could get. And what you'll see is essentially as head rice yield would get better, what will happen as we get to the higher level of harvest moisture, we'll have extract kind of plummet. And that would not necessarily be great from a brewing perspective. So these would be the kind of results that we would get out, and then help you to manage harvest so that you could funnel maybe bins of rice into different value-added propositions. And then year 2 would be focused on fertility management, and year 3, as we have samples that we're collecting in those first 2 years, we could look to see how storage stability and different treatments impacts rice quality. So that gives you an essence of the project, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Scott?
Is this type of study, is it geared mostly toward the craft breweries?
I think we could gear it towards how you all would want, right? So if aromatic rice seems most important, and I have a lot of people right now coming to for questions around how to manage aromatic rice quality, what are the features that we need in aromatic rice? I just use brewing as an example because we have a kind of a project that we started this year on this. And so we have some results back from that already, but it could be whatever value-added proposition quality we could adopt the direction of the project. But I think generally at the end of the project, one of our cross-cutting objectives would be to develop a farmer-ready sort of quality standard guide, which would say, okay, here is how fertilizer treatment or fertility rate impacts these certain characteristics, which would be important towards these certain value-added propositions. So, to me, it's industry agnostic, but knowing how you change your your field management and how that impacts value-added quality is really what would be delivered to the farmer.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
All right, and now, Brittany.
They're done, John.
Do I have control or do I still have to advance? You should be able to click it. Okay, yes, we're doing good. All right, so my proposal is a little bit different than the others that you'll see today. So I do want to start just saying thank you for your time and also introducing myself. So my name is Brittany Littlejohn. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Arkansas. Been there about 5 years now. But my background and training is in livestock reproductive physiology. And so I also actually kind of had a background in my graduate days, actually, of doing a little bit of feral hog wildlife research with Dr. Billy Higginbotham in Overton, Texas, at a research station there. So when I got here, I was excited to inherit a project from a retiring faculty, Rick Rory. I don't think he ever worked with this board, but he started this work in cottonseed meal, so gossypol from cottonseed meal. And that actually mimics a product out of Texas called hog stop. So whenever I got here, I started going a little different direction, and we've had the past 3 years of funding for this project have been funded through the Corn and Grain Sorghum Board as well as the Soybean Promotion Board. And so we're really here today to request an additional 3 years of funding. And so that total, as Dr. Slayton mentioned, is the request is $90,000 across 3 boards. So that would be, the goal would be $30,000 from each board is what we're proposing. But again, that $90,000 is the total that we will need to do the proposed research that we'll talk about today. But we had some really exciting preliminary results in our first 3 years, which I'll kind of catch you up to speed on. So essentially we're developing a bait product. Unlike the cottonseed meal, it can be used almost kind of like what you would see on the shelf for like a deer attractant or bait in a concentrated form, in a liquid form. So we're using cottonseed oil, so just hand pressed from the cottonseed itself. And my lab actually did that hand pressing themselves in these early preliminary projects. And so we found that by feeding that cottonseed oil for a 42-day period, we were actually able to inhibit sperm motility down to about 5% in these boars. So really exciting results. And that was able to actually recover within a 70-day period. So this has actually also been used in human contraceptive work, actually on the male side. So that's one of the benefits in a way with this research, because it is quote unquote safer than a lot of the poisons and things, the alternatives out there for feral hog control. So that being said, we've also had impacts on morphology. So it's really, really good proof of concept, controlled environment results. So from here, we really are proposing an additional 3 years of research. Before I go into that, so we've identified really 2 big challenges with where we've gotten to in the first 3 years. So one is at the highest concentration of feeding this oil containing gossypol, we start to get palatability issues. So those animals don't like the taste as good, okay? So that's something that we've worked on this past year. We're working with a company who has developed a proprietary additive to work with a bait development process. And so we're actually in the process of testing that right now. So that project is in progress. The other challenge that we had was, like I said, my lab was hand pressing all of this oil ourselves. So we needed a different source of oil and upscaled production. We've also solved that problem, and we have a reliable, larger source of gossypol containing oil. So we're putting all of that together. And like I said, we've got some projects that are in progress right now. proving that hopefully all of that, we've worked out all of those kinks. And really, what I'm here today to talk about is where we see the next 3 years getting us, which is really going to be hopefully to a point where we could be pretty ready to potentially take this out for approvals and hopefully implement this in the state as a bait. So our next question we want to answer is, okay, we know that this is going to work in a proof of concept controlled environment when we feed it every day for a 42-day period. That's not how things work in the wild. So we want to do an intermittent feeding trial and see how those impacts are going to translate to that field setting. The second objective is to really look at the females because we've studied males because that's where the most of the research is done out in the industry with Gossicol, but we know that there should also be an impact on females. We haven't gotten to that yet. And then the third objective will be really to take everything that we've learned to this point and translate it to a field study. And so that's where we are. So we'd love to have this board on our team to kind of continue this line of research. So again, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Brittany?
Same line. Same line. East to Steingarten on White River.
All right. Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you.
Jim, Amy, at least what we had put together, we had a break in here. Is that something you want to do? We're running about 30 minutes behind the schedule that I had put together, but it's up to y'all how we proceed.
You go.
Okay. Dr. Tsai, are you with us?
Yes.
All right. The next 5 minutes is yours.
Thank you. So hello, everyone. It's our honor and a privilege to be invited here to share with our research idea with you today. Before we jump into my today's presentation, I'd like to apologize not able to join the review panel in person due to my research conflict because I'm still in my farm shirt right now. And so the gift is, so note that this is the, can you help me proceed to the next slide? Thank you. Okay. So this is the new proposal, and I would like to request a total of $76,000 across the commodity board. And please help me proceed to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, to give you a little bit background on the proposal, we have that in the modern of the swine productions, the most challenge is the mortalities. So if we look into the figure A, which is summarize the pre-weaning baby pigs mortality, which is in the bar chart, and also the sow dead loss. So when we talk about sow, it's the reproductive female pig. So we found that from the year of 2020 to 2024, pre-weaning baby pig mortality increased over the years, while the sow dead loss remain around 12 to 14%. And when we look closely on the reason that the sow dead loss in the figure B, so we found that the disease and health rank the first place, while there's still up to 25% of the sow dead loss remain unknown. So when we take into account on the sow removed from the reproductions due to the reproductive difficulty and the performance, then actually up to 50% of the sow never make it to the next breeding cycle, which is a big economic challenge to the swine producer. So in the past, when the swine producer had access to the growth promoting antibiotic, the demand on understanding the high fiber ingredient was to a lesser extent. Ever since the FDA announced to phase out the growth promoting antibiotic usage in the livestock production, the research interest in this area actually has been increased substantially. So we can look into the figure C, which is summarized the research article related to dietary fiber to both human, which in the orange line, and the swine, which in the blue line. So we find that the research article that contain this keyword increased substantially since early 2000. And that's because the research scientists able to link the high dietary fiber to the meaning of the different metabolic functions of the both human and the animal. So we would like to propose to evaluate the high fiber co-product from the crop and the grain productions on the health of the female reproductive pig. So in objective 1, we propose to use the terminal line of the female pig to evaluate a different combination of a high fiber co-product. And based on the response of the metabolic function biomarkers to identify the ideal mixture prototype that can be further tested in objective 2. Can you help me proceed to the next slide, please? Thank you. So in objective 2, we will then use the reproductive female pig, not only to validate our finding from objective 1, but also follow this female pig through the several breeding cycle to evaluate if this ideal mixture prototype have any benefit to increase or expand the longevity of this cell and how they impact their progeny. So the expected outcome of this proposal is to identify the ideal mixture prototype from the high fiber co-products to be used in the swine industry to improve the health of the pig. And we will share this result to the research scientists and the producer in the national conferences, and also use this opportunity to train our next generation of animal scientists. And at the end, we would like to thank you for considering our research proposal. We believe the success of our proposal will increase the value and the usage of a high fiber co-product from the crop and the grain production, which align with the goal of the commodity board. And this wraps up my today's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have.
Any questions for Dr. Tsai and his proposal? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Luthra, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you have the next 2 presentations.
That's correct. All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present this first of the proposal I have. This is a new 3-year proposal, which is on precision harvest and post-harvest aging optimization to improve milling yield. My name is Kaushik Luthra. I'm a post-harvest processing extension specialist located at the Rice Center in Harrisburg. And my co-PIs on this proposal is Dr. Kopran, who is a UAV drone expert, Dr. Dongyi Wong, who is an imaging and machine learning expert, Dr. Griffith Satunglu, who is a rice quality expert. So for year 1, we are requesting approximately $67,000, out of which majority will be going towards personnel. A little bit will be for state travel, in-state travel, and $6,000 approximately for supplies and sample processing and publication. So to get started, I would like to give a brief background. So approximately 1% of head rice yield loss equals to roughly 1 million hundredweight of good quality rice, which is roughly like $20 million at the pricing of $20 per hundredweight. So this is not yield lost on the field. This is grain that is already grown, harvested, and paid by our concern growers. So in this proposal, we are targeting 2 critical loss points of this head rice yield. Number 1 is harvest timing variability. And number 2 is drying and storage aging dynamics on increasing head rice yield. So over 3 years, first year will focus on developing and calibrating a drone-based precision harvest tool to generate high resolution grain moisture maps. Year 2 will validate that tool on commercial farms and quantify the drying cost savings and milling yield improvements. Year 3 will develop accelerated aging protocols to improve milling yield and storage during on-farm storage. So this is a harvest to storage profitability kind of a proposal. Next slide, please. So fields, we know fields are not uniform. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So fields are not uniform. There are soil variability, drainage patterns are different. That creates like a moisture difference as rice matures. And field sampling or combined readings for harvest moisture is not going to capture that variability. So having a reliable mapping of moisture can be a very valuable tool. So year one, we will be collecting approximately 200 georeference grain samples, and then we'll be drying them for calibration and integrate those actual moisture content data with our machine learning models that will predict grain moisture spatially and generate a field scale moisture map through a GIS dashboard. So this will enable growers to prioritize harvest zone, reduce over drying of their grains that will minimize fishing risk and optimize their performance during harvest. Year two will be validating those moisture content maps on 3 to 5 commercial Arkansas farms. And we will compare the tool with conventional practice and see how we can improve the drying cost per hundredweight, head rice yield increase, grain quality, overall grain quality increase, how we are going to improve on harvest efficiency, and overall return on investment will be targeted in year two. For year three, we'll be doing rice aging related studies, which is basically accelerated aging to improve milling and cooking quality of rice dried and stored on farm in bin. We will develop controlled accelerated aging protocols, which will be regulating temperature, relative humidity, airflow, and some gas composition in bins. Again, we'll evaluate head rice yield, kernel fishing, and functional properties of that dried and stored rice, and also compare energy consumption. Next slide, please. So overall, this proposal will help growers in basically finding a smarter way or improving the harvest window efficiency, also improve the storage strategy, enhance milling yield, and therefore they will be saving dollars on their investment that they already have invested on. So yeah, that's what I have, and I can take questions for this proposal if there are any questions.
Any questions on this proposal? All right, go ahead and start your second one. We can advance.
So this second project is again a new 3-year effort, which is basically focused on one central question, which is what is the most profitable rice straw management strategy under Arkansas conditions? And the co-PIs on this project is Dr. Christina Coco. She's an agricultural economist. Dr. Sangil Ferreira, he is a bioprocess engineer. And for year one, we are requesting $48,000, out of which majority will be going towards research and student salaries. And 1 month salary of Dr. Coco's will be covered. 4,000 roughly will be for in-state travel, and there's a small amount for publications. So rice straw management decisions carry significant financial implication on the growers. Every acre of rice definitely produces substantial residue. We all know that. And after harvest, growers decide whether to burn it. They only have like 3 options, and burning is the most preferred. Second, they can incorporate it in the soil itself, or third, bale it and export it. Again, each option affects the fuel cost, labor, equipment wear, soil properties, next year crop performance, and potential straw revenue that they can get. Yet growers right now currently lack Arkansas specific profitability benchmark that integrate all of these variables. So in 3 years, the first year we'll be focusing on building a comprehensive enterprise budgets and profitability benchmarks, comparing burning versus on-farm decomposition or management versus off-farm export scenario. Second year, we'll conduct on-farm field decomposition trials based on some of the analysis we did in year one. We will quantify soil impacts, yield effects for the next year crops, and financial consequences. Year three will be validating those results at a larger scale, at a field scale, and develop like an interactive decision tool that provides operation-specific profitability comparison. So next slide, please. Yeah, so year one, as I mentioned, we'll be focusing on rigorous economic analysis. We'll be comparing open field versus on-farm versus off-farm export strategies, and we'll be accounting for ownership of the land, whether it's owned by the grower or it's leased, farm size, straw yield per acre, fuel and machinery cost, hauling distances, market access, and then eventually we'll calculate break-even straw prices, maximum profitable hauling distances, and net returns per acre. So this is critical because hauling distance and straw price are often determined whether export is profitable or not. So the outcome will be realistic profitability threshold. Growers will know when alternatives to burning are financially viable and when they're not. So that's for year one. Year two, we'll be doing actual on-farm decomposition trials at the rice station in Harrisburg. And we'll be evaluating practical management strategies such as disking with flood, no-till incorporation, one-pass stomping, biochar integration. Then we'll be measuring the decomposition rate of the straw, soil nitrogen and carbon dynamics, microbial activity, and the yield impact on the following crops for soybean, corn, and rice. These results will then feed directly back to the year one economic model that we would have developed. So in year three now, we will be validating those outcomes from year two at a field scale and develop a straw management decision tool. Growers will have we'll have different inputs like acreage of the farm, ownership type, straw yield, and hauling distance. So next slide, please. Thank you. So just to wrap up, so rice straw, we had many presentation today. Again, for us, it will be focusing on how it impacts financially the decision-making of the grower, not only just dollar-wise, but also soil health and overall profitability-wise. So this proposal will provide like a clear break-even points, clear return comparisons, and economic guidance based on our Arkansas condition. So that's what I have for this proposal. And again, thank you so much, and let me know if I can answer any question.
Questions for Dr. Luthra?
Nathan, I got a question for you. On his proposals, he's got assistant professor at 8%. Both of them.
That will not be allowed. I didn't catch that when it came through, but that is not an allowable expense.
Okay, because I was going to ask, that's 20,000. Is that an increase in his salary or?
So we do have some faculty who are on 9-month appointments, and it's not unusual for federal grants.
Right.
For them to try to get a month or two of their unpaid salary, for those 3 months. That's not allowable here. So,
okay.
Sorry, I missed that one.
Yeah, we can make that adjustment. Yeah.
Well, it's more of a thing that never gonna come back.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Dr. Luthra.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, Dr. Bloom, are you with us to present Dr. McDonald's proposals?
Yes, I am. Can you guys hear me okay?
The floor is yours, Bert.
Great, thank you. So yeah, I'm standing in today for Dr. McDonald. He is, I think, in Washington D.C. meeting with the Arkansas congressional delegation, advocating for agriculture in Arkansas. So, given his unavailability due to that noble cause, I'm standing in. So the first project of his that I'll cover is the one listed here. So evaluating the efficacy of microbial seed treatments to improve nitrogen availability in furrow irrigated rice. So next slide, please. Right, so this project has a requested budget of $59,958. And the three objectives here are to look first at the efficacy of commercial microbial inoculants, or you could think of these as like biologicals, to fix nitrogen in rice specifically, and then to evaluate whether that can be utilized as a seed treatment. And this is specifically in furrow irrigated rice. So the core idea, I guess you could maybe to start with, is that the dry parts of furrow irrigated rice fields require more nitrogen to be as productive as they can be. And really I think the focus of this project is to see whether there are biologicals that could potentially address this issue. And if so, they would likely be much more economically attractive than applying nitrogen. So the objectives are here. So basically, conceptually is going through this to screen biologicals for their fundamental ability to fix nitrogen in rice, and then to take that forward to see if they're effective in the field. And so could we go to the next slide? The way that this project is laid out, these objectives are actually kind of organized into stages. And so that initial stage is in greenhouse trials. So there's lots and lots of potential biologicals that could be evaluated. The problem is if you evaluate these in field conditions first, it's kind of a messy system. It costs a lot more. You have to have a lot more scale. And so what Dr. McDonald is proposing to do here is, in order to screen a large number of these potential compounds quickly, in stage one, really, it's just, the idea here is just to see, are these products effective at all in helping rice as far as nitrogen? And for products that pass that threshold, then they would go to stage two, which would be a little bit more intensive study, where instead of, in very artificial conditions in stage one, which is required just to answer that core question of whether they can work or not. If they look good there, they go to stage two. That's a more intensive greenhouse study where Dr. McDonald would be looking at how long these products might persist, the extent to which they can benefit rice, and products that pass that stage would go to stage three, which would be determining efficacy in the field. So I guess if we could go to the next slide. So thinking about what this project could provide the grower. So if there's so many biologicals out there, and there's really not as much information on these products in rice production compared to some other crops, such as, say, corn and soybeans. So there's a knowledge gap here, and a key advantage of biologicals is oftentimes they can be much more cost effective when they work. And so, restoring this ability of microbes to fix nitrogen in the rooting zone could not only be cost effective as far as nitrogen applications, but also could potentially have persistence. And so, a targeted strategy, it might be a chance to build these up over time. And, the utilizing these commercially available products, this is, I think, a question that a lot of growers are facing. And so, information from this project would be distributed to growers, and, potentially as new products are released or developed, even maybe some specifically marketed for rice, Dr. McDonald would be able to evaluate these products. So I think that's the last slide on this one. Yes. So on that previous one, if there's any questions, I'll do my best. It's an area that I'm familiar with, but it's, again, I'm standing in, so I do my best to answer questions.
Any questions for Dr. Bloom about Dr. McDonald's proposal? All right, Bert, go ahead with the second.
Okay. So this is a project that Dr. McDonald is proposing to study the soil microbiome, and by microbiome, that's just the entire community of microbes associated in the soil. And so looking at this, studying these microbial communities and how they interact with rice plants, and probably in many cases benefit rice plants as far as their ability to interact with the environment, acquire nutrients, things like that, protect themselves potentially from pathogens. You know, it's it's an area that's really not, there's really basically no information available in Arkansas. The information on how these microbial communities interact with rice, the best information we have comes from China, and, you know, relying on data from, you know, such a different source and different conditions is maybe not completely applicable to Arkansas. So what Dr. McDonald would like to do here, conceptually, with these objectives is, you know, to define these populations in Arkansas and to try to understand not just like who the microbes are, but what the microbes are doing. And so these communities change over time throughout the growing season. And what he'd like to do is track this, see how they change, see how their functions change, and then see what the relationship between these communities and rice plants, what those relationships look like. Because, you know, there's different potential ways in which these microbial communities could be benefiting the rice plant at distinct stages of rice growth and development. And with that like core information in mind, the idea would be then to use that information to inform either fertilizer applications or other inputs that could benefit both the efficacy of the input and then also the ability of those microbial communities to do their function. And so this is a project that I think is it will be kind of interfaced with some ongoing work with Dr. Chopeka. So there's, you know, the infrastructure is in place to do this. Samples will be collected at these three distinct, you know, tiller, green ring, and heading. And this community composition function will be determined largely through DNA and RNA sequencing, which is a much more cost-effective and thorough way. A lot of these microbes can't be cultured. It'd be very difficult to do it any other way than this. And so Dr. McDonald proposes to harness this technology accordingly. And then we'll pull all this information together and, you know, get a complete picture of not only how microbial community is changing in function and composition, but how this could benefit rice. So if we could go to the next slide. Yes. And so through this work, you know, I think there's kind of three kind of conceptual outcomes where this project could go. And so one would be maybe the home run, which shows like there's a clear, strong association between these communities and their function in rice, and that the plants are relying even more on these communities than what we realized. And so that would definitely tie into nutrient management recommendations and derived from field trials. There could be some relationship. So for example, between flooded or furrow irrigation, but maybe not both. So this would be a more specialized sort of this information that would provide, you know, more targeted recommendations, perhaps for nutrient management. And another possibility is that really there's not a strong relationship that's observed. And even that has a lot of value because this study would provide a baseline of information that's just not out there. And things can change, you know, over time, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, the input of other biologicals or different cultivars, something, you know, unanticipated today could change where we could go back to this information and draw on this so we could have a much more rapid response to what we're seeing should something unexpected arise in the future. And so I think with that, I'll open it up for questions if I could.
Any questions? All right, thanks, Bert, for standing in for Dr. McDonald.
Thank you.
All right, the next presentation is going to be by Dr. Rahman. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
All
Can you
right.
hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. Slayton?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. My name is Mahfuz Rahman. I'm assistant professor in the food science department. So I will be presenting today my research proposal on turning rice straw into eco-friendly bioplastic and packaging material. There are many presentation today for this straw management. Well, my one is a little bit different. I want to convert the rice straw into value-added packaging material. Those are biodegradable and can be used for different type of food and other material packaging. So this is a new proposal, and I'm requesting 45,000 approximately for personnel salary and some supplies. So I have 3 different objectives. Can you go to the next slide, please? So before going to the objectives, I want to explain like what I want to do through this project. So to explain you what I want to do, I want to give an example of what we are doing in the lab, in my lab. So we are converting, now we have a project converting rice bran into the rice bran bioplastic. As you can see in the left side picture, we developed some rice bran bioplastic, and it is really a nice bioplastic, which one has like better barrier properties we needed for food packaging. And we can induce some antimicrobial activity to the rice bran plastic. Now we are exploring, like based on the antimicrobial activity, can we even propose that this can be potentially used for medical application as a bandage because of its high antimicrobial activity. So from this learning of this rice bran project, so we want to convert the rice straw in the similar way into the packaging material. What we will do, we'll take the rice straw and digest it, make into liquid, and then we'll extract the polymers like cellulose and hemicellulose and convert all of these polymers into different type of packaging material like packaging foam, cartilage, and antimicrobial films like the rice bran bioplastic one. Next slide, please. Okay, so and the below here in this slide, the picture you can see, these are the picture I have taken from a published literature and a company profile where they convert the wheat straw and husk into different type of packaging material like foams, cartilage, and the antimicrobial films. So from the learning of this study, I am very confident that we can also do the similar using the rice bran straw to make this type of potential product. And as you understand, for the sustainability issue, the packaging industry is moving towards more on the biodegradable packaging. And rice bran has the similar composition of the wood. The wood is being used to make different type of packaging material. The cellulosic and hemicellulosic composition of rice bran is rice straw is very similar to wood. Therefore, I'm very confident that we can develop some of this material using rice straw and show some perspective of the new material development from the rice straw, and maybe it is a new avenue for the Arkansas rice industry to new way to revenue generate for the Arkansas rice industry. So that's all I have for my presentation. If you have any question, please.
Any questions on Dr. Rahman's proposal?
I have a question. Is there any company that's accepting rice straw to produce these plastics? And if so, where are they at?
So far, I don't know if there is anything in the market, but I know there are some industry who use wheat, straw, and husk, but I don't know about rice.
The ones that are using wheat, where are they located?
Sorry?
The companies that are using the wheat straw for the plastics, where are
they? Are located in North Dakota.
North Dakota.
North Africa.
No, I thought he said North Dakota.
Dr. Rahman, can you repeat that?
I said they are located in North Dakota.
North Dakota.
North Dakota.
They talk so fast and so.
You hear better than I do, David.
Probably don't.
Hey, Scott, you would remember this better than I, but didn't they try to do something similar with a byproduct of soybeans and it just didn't work?
Yeah, well, they got to use soy
Insulation.
as a coating on the wire, and the rodents ate all the wires off that. That happened.
Didn't they try also soybean or?
They also did the
insulation?
foam in the truck, in the Ford dashes, and they ate that too. So
That was rice husk in the Ford wiring as well.
Yeah.
That was
I'll tear
7, 8 years ago when the
I teared that up at Bentonville 40 years ago.
Any other questions?
They bailed that up over at Newport, so I was still gonna do something with it over there, but
Still sitting
it
there.
ain't never done nothing, has it?
We're gonna see how long it takes to decay.
I guess.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rahman.
Those
All
are
right,
solar fields.
the next presentation is Audra Rogers. Audra, can you hear us?
I can, thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, perfect. Good morning, everybody. I'm Audra Rogers, and I am presenting a project in collaboration with Dr. Jim Carell, which seeks to address a persistent challenge in Arkansas rice production, which is blast resistance that appears effective initially, but breaks down as pathogen populations change. Rice blast, as we know, is a continual threat to Arkansas rice production due to rapidly changing pathogen populations, which can break down those variety-specific resistances. So to address this, we aim to provide Arkansas-specific tools and data that identify which varieties are likely to perform reliably against diverse isolates and which varieties may be at risk of that resistance breaking, and to identify those before any of those show up in the field. This project will aim to deliver a rapid, practical screening system that generates clear resistance rankings of Arkansas varieties against local blast isolates, and then to refine those rankings by evaluating the underlying immune responses that drive durability. So this is a new 2-year project with a requested budget of $62,000 over the 2 years. And so importantly, this project is structured to deliver usable information at the end of the first year, not just at the end of the funding period. So next slide, please. Oh, yeah, the next one. Okay, so stage 1 is the foundation of the project and the primary year 1 deliverable. So we would be using a rapid, high throughput, detached leaf disc infection assay to screen Arkansas rice cultivars against a library of Arkansas blast isolates. This would allow us to evaluate infection outcomes in a matter of days rather than an entire growing season, and to also challenge the rice varieties against a larger panel of blast isolates in higher replicate numbers. So the leaf discs would be collected at a uniform developmental stage and then inoculated under controlled conditions and scored for their early disease outcomes. These include lesion frequency, lesion size, using both visual scoring and an automated image-based measurement system. Then a subset of these representative cultivars would be selected for greenhouse screening to ensure that the translation of those initial rankings into whole plant infection outcomes. So the output is straightforward. We would be generating cultivar resistance rankings against Arkansas blast isolates, and then varieties would be classified as either resistant, moderately resistant, or susceptible based on their response to local pathogen populations. These rankings can be a first pass screening tool to help identify reliable varieties quickly and to also flag any obvious susceptibility early. So this stage is designed to be fast and low cost and scalable and on its own to provide value to Arkansas programs. Next slide, please. So for stage 2, it is designed to build directly on those rankings from the previous objective and to address an important follow-up question, which is why does resistance work in some varieties? And most importantly, is it durable? So from those stage 1 results, we would select representative, resistant, moderate, and susceptible cultivars and evaluate their immune response profiles. We would focus on 2 categories of responses. The first is the baseline immune strength, which reflects a more broad quantitative resistance that tends to be more durable across environments and pathogen populations. And then second is a recognition-based response, which often indicate resistance driven by single gene interactions. And it is this type of resistance that is more vulnerable to being overcome as those pathogen populations change. So this second stage is designed to act as a risk filter and to help distinguish resistance that is more likely to hold up over time from resistance that may perform well initially but carries that higher risk of breakdown. So there are 4 clear outcomes for this project. One is cultivar resistance rankings to identify reliable varieties, Arkansas-specific variety guidance for breeders and growers, any early warning flags for that resistance being vulnerable to breaking down, and then finally decision support to help reduce disease losses in the future. And with that, I would like to take any questions.
Questions for Audra?
The only question I would have would be, obviously, we already have protocols for disease resistance, have had for ages. Are they no longer adequate?
No, this is to supplement or to support that, is to expand the panel of isolates that are being examined. And then, field trials, those are more of a snapshot in time, whereas this is designed to be a bit more predictive.
This would be at the breeding level, not at the field level for the grower. This would be at the breeding level.
Yes.
Other questions?
About 30 years ago, we had a guy in Stuttgart had a little bottle of something. He put some rice leaves in it, shake it up, and it turned color. He said you had blast.
I'd like to see that.
Well, I wonder if it was something at the grower field level, if it was something breeding for screening.
So funny.
And then he had a pallet of stuff in the back of his truck. He's
No more comments on it. Some people in there may probably know the man, so.
All right, any other questions, comments on this proposal? Thank you, Audra. All right, the last proposal I have listed to do before lunch is from the Food Science Department, Dr. So.
Oh, hello, everyone.
Oop, I jumped over one again, Dr. Runkle. So we have.
Hi there.
All right, Ben, we can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, thanks. I'm joined today by my postdoctoral scientist, Hui Hui Soon, next to me. She's here in my group at the University of Arkansas. We're in the Department of Biological and Agricultural Engineering. I think you could go to the next slide. Yeah, good. So we're working on the question of biochar, and we want to ask, how can we use the 1 million tons of rice husk that are generated annually in Arkansas to our advantage? And we believe that turning them into biochar, which is a product of thermal transformation of organic matter under low oxygen conditions, can create a local, unique, and beneficial amendment to rebuild soil quality and improve rice yields. So our project has 3 objectives. They are to characterize the locally produced biochar for its structural and chemical properties. Second is to do a field test and quantify the biochar's impact on soil properties in real-world field conditions on different rice farms. And then the third is to see how that biochar application impacts agronomic metrics like yield, biomass, and growth rate, and we'll also put it in economic context. So yeah, what is biochar and why should we use it? Again, biochar is the product of organic matter, in this case husk, which would be burned under low oxygen conditions. Every feedstock and set of processing conditions for biochar is different. It creates a unique biochar with different properties. So the process of applying biochar to the soil helps keep carbon in place, and it increases beneficial properties like nutrient availability. As biochar dissolves into the soil, it is incorporated into soil aggregates. It increases pH and porosity and also water availability. And so it helps with root vigor, root growth, and improves microbial functioning. It helps both to hold nutrients in the soil and to increase their availability to the plants. So we think we have an opportunity in Arkansas to use rice husk biochar. Rice husk is 20% of the mass of rice production. All of that tonnage, a big fraction is biochar, and we think it's currently underutilized. It also has a lot of beneficial nutrients. You can see a snapshot there on the left of the screen. It has carbon, nitrogen, silicon, and other things. And the science shows us that we really, to understand and do biochar well, it needs to be understood in its local context to make sure that we really unlock the benefits that are seen on the right side of the slide. So you can see there for the field, we have opportunities to increase soil quality and crop productivity, as well as resilience and risk reduction. The biochar, the silicon, and some of the other parts of it can help increase the resilience of rice to some of the disease or drought or water stress pressures that it might face. For the farmer, biochar can provide opportunities to reduce investment costs. It can actually displace some of the need for fertilizers, and it can support sustainable and long-term production practices so that the farm can stay productive in the long term. There's a lot of societal interest in this. Biochar helps to adhere to sustainable reuse and circular economy principles. And we also know that more evidence is needed to be able to drive justification of the use of biochar as an NRCS practice or for companies to promote its use. So yeah, the next and last slide there talks about our project. Given this context, our project is a collaboration with a private company called Cold Step, which is new and exciting. They've built a facility to produce rice husk biochar in Stuttgart. They have offered to provide the materials, and our project, the funding that we're asking for, is to test that material and its use in the rice farms. And so our first objective is to test the material in the lab. We'll characterize the biochar's chemical and physical properties to make sure that we really know what we're applying to the field. Second, then, we will perform an experiment on 5 different fields. We'll apply 3 tons per acre on different parts of these 5 fields. The fields will be carefully chosen to have a diversity of soil and management conditions. We'll work with different farmers with different amounts of clay content, different soil series, and different crop rotations so that we can compare side-by-side areas of the field with and without the biochar. We'll then collect soil samples both before and immediately after the biochar application and after harvest. And we'll analyze the soil's chemical and physical properties and test and examine how they've changed as a result of the biochar and through the season to see the longevity of the impact. And then third, the last objective is that we'll make repeat visits through the season to assess biomass, rice growth, greenness, and yield impacts from the biochar. We'll analyze impacts from the biochar and put them into an economic context, so for farm budgeting. And the end result, our vision, is that we have generated a robust understanding of how well biochar can perform, a data set that can drive incentive programs by private companies or the NRCS, and an opportunity to appropriately use those 1 million tons of rice husks that are produced every year here in Arkansas. So thank you. We're eager to take any questions or learn more about your interest.
How are y'all applying this? 3 tons an acre is a lot of material.
It's a lot of material, and the hope is that it could be only applied once every 5 years or something like that. It would not be an annual application, and we would start in small parts of these fields to be able to do the side-by-side comparison to make sure that it's really worth doing. That is something that Cold Step is eager to partner with us on.
And what time of year are we talking application? And then if it was put into production, what would the cost per acre be? Do we know, or the cost per ton?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that we would have to work that out with Cold Step. That's a kind of downstream or follow-on question that we could talk with them. I think there's also talk of basically having the application be subsidized by the firms or the NRCS that would want to see that benefit given.
So does it need to be incorporated in, or?
Yeah, we think that it would probably be best to incorporate it in the soil. So before planting, sometime in the spring, to do a light tillage or way of incorporating it.
Hey, Ben, this is Jay Coker.
Hey, Joe.
Merle has contacted a few people around Stuttgart about NRCS funding for the biochar plant that you're referencing.
Right.
It just to answer some of these questions, it was very expensive, but they had a NRCS grant that you could apply for that would basically reimburse the farmer for most, if not all, of the cost, plus some, I think, and then paid extra for the application. I think they talked about a special, maybe custom designed spreader for this if farmers didn't come up with something on their own. We've been to a couple meetings in Stuttgart that they've had about it. And I think that was kind of part of the
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be a great way to do it. That's my vision also, is that it would have to be a kind of partnership between the company, the farmer, and then researchers like us to test the impact. I don't see this as something every farmer is going to just want to do on their own, but I think that through these programs, making it as seamless as possible really makes sense. But again, the real key that we've seen in the literature is that you have to test this for the given use case, the given soil, the given crop, and also the production material. So it's really worth doing that investigation.
Okay, Keith, you were at the meeting in Stuttgart when they presented, at the Rotary Club. Wasn't it like $1,000 a ton or something?
It was a price that I thought farmers would.
It was $2,000 or $3,000 a ton.
Wow. Okay.
And then because of their production costs were based off of scale, and he said what they were trying to scale up to, that would decrease over time. But initially, it was very, very expensive. But there was NRCS grant that would pay the farmer, pay for transportation to the farm, and I think the product, and then contribute a little bit to spreading. But anyway, sounds like there's lots of interest in biochar.
I've had a number of different private investors and companies reach out to me about this question. I always say we need data on the farm, and knowing those costs is really helpful. I think that, maybe it starts in recently re-leveled fields or places where we know we need to rebuild fertility to kind of bring up to speed and then see where it can be applied in other cases. Those are good questions.
Well, no, I'll just mention, we've got a couple of BR Wells articles on biochar advice. If you guys want to go back and look at the results of that, they're published in the BR Wells.
Super, thank you.
It's been put out?
Do what?
Do you know any that's been put out?
No, I don't think the plant's not in production yet on the local plant.
Well, it's not in production. How are they going to use it?
Well, I mean, it's still under design. I think they got a completion date of.
3 weeks ago. I think they're capable of producing a little, producing based on orders.
Okay.
And I think they're capable of doing some right now, but more production will come online as they get further along in their construction.
All right, other questions or comments on Ben's proposal? All right, thank you, Ben.
Thank you all.
All right, now the last proposal for lunch. Dr. Sue, are you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please
Okay,
proceed.
thank you. All right. So, this is the right topic before your lunch. Good morning, almost good afternoon. My name is Han Seok-seo, and I'm a professor of sensory and consumer science and a member of the University of Arkansas Rice Processing Program. So this year, I brought the proposal to introduce the need in both academia and in the rice industry. So the long-term goal of this project is about how we can establish a platform for investigating rice quality with a special focus on rice texture and consumer perception and preference. And this is the new 2-year project with a budget of $52,000 each year. So mainly this budget is attributed to my team's personnel. And next slide, please. Yes. So white textures. So while appearance and flavor are important in rice quality and consumer acceptance and preference, Actually, texture plays a more critical roles in determining the such things. In addition, many rice consumers have their own preferences for rice textures. For example, some people like hard and firm texture of cooked rice, or others like me, they like a soft and sticky texture cooked rice. So in this way, actually, assessing consumer perception and liking of cooked rice texture is very difficult. It's not easy. And one example, you can see these figures. So even though the same cooked rice samples are served and evaluated, actually their texture properties differ by serving temperatures. So you can see the x-axis can explain 85% of the total variation. So that means serving temperature is highly important in affecting the rice sensory attribute and the texture aspects. So in addition, when we assess the texture attribute of cooked rice by human panelists in sensory evaluations, it takes time and cost. So that's why many academic researchers and food industry professionals have been using instruments such as texture analyzer. But interestingly, there are no gold standard protocol of this measurement. So if you review research articles, journal articles related to measurement of cooked rice, they use different protocols and different measurements and different preparation conditions and so on. So that's why it is very challenging to compare the result across the laboratories and across the sessions and across the rice industries. So next slide, please. So we aim to establish a standard and validated protocol for measuring texture attribute of cooked rice with these three specific aims. The first one is we aim to determine how sample preparation and conditions affect instrument texture properties of cooked rice. So you can see the current problems and challenges we face easily and clearly. And second, we target to develop and optimize a standard sample preparation and measurement protocols for measuring texture analysis with the implementation of sense technology and AI. So actually, two sensor technologies will join my lab this year for this project. And third, we want to validate and optimize the developed protocol by testing its ability to predict sensory and consumer perception and liking. So for example, Hispanic rice consumers, they have different preference and different texture perception compared to Americans or Asian the rice consumers. So we also test the rice consumer from different cultural backgrounds. So we want to check, we want to set up certain range or certain values to measure consumer perception and preference depending on the cultural background or the regional status. And the last, so that's why from this project we can get certain standard protocol of rice instrumental and sensory measurement. And if you have this standard protocol of the rice texture measurement, actually it's much clearer and much easier to communicate each other between rice industry professionals and rice academic researchers. So in this way, we can improve the eating quality of rice, and also it can increase the sales and the revenue for rice farmers and rice industries. So I saw some news articles from the USDA recently. So they recognize that actually we need certain investigation on the new preference of the new customers for rice since because last update was since 2015. So we need certain special attention to these changes in recently in the United States. So that is kind of a good impact on this special need. Any questions?
Any questions for Hansok's proposal? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Joe, Amy,
How long are we scheduled for lunch? 30 or what was it?
30.
I think we had about 45 minutes here or 50, but I'm sure we can start earlier.
So let's try to be back in here at 12:30 for to start back. Give us a little bit over 35 minutes, trying to tighten up a little bit. Y'all don't mind, I'll bless the food and then we'll let Jennifer lead us through the line as our new board member. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this study. Thank you for these friends and peers that are here together to do your business. I pray for the rice industry, that Lord, you'll just give us wisdom and give us the tools we need to be successful. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Recording stopped.
Just testing if my voice can be heard. Can you hear me?
Hi, Griffiths. I can hear you.
Nice. Thank you, Dr. Bloom. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Very good, very good. Yeah. Good. Get some time to meet here.
No, it's nice. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
the schedule maybe has changed a little bit during the day, but
Yeah. I think I was meant to talk at 12:50, I think.
I think that was the original. Yeah.
Very good. Nice, nice. You can see my image as well, or
Yeah. Yeah. It's
okay.
good.
All right, good.
No delays, no lags or anything.
Okay, good. Right, I'll kind of mute here until they invite me then.
Sounds good. Me too.
Thank you.
Do some readjusting. Then that's it. I'm doing this next year. We're almost ready to get started.
Can I be consultant if I go bankrupt? I mean, honestly, there's a lot of credentials there.
David wants to make
Recording in progress.
have banana pudding every time.
I didn't, don't blame David.
I'm just saying somebody.
That's what I've been that good. Look at that handful of candy.
It was
It was
good.
rice pudding or something.
All right, so.
Yeah, it's supposed to be rice pudding.
I was corrected. Okay, Nathan, you're.
All right, I think, we're ready to get started. Griffiths,
Yes, can you hear me?
sir, Remember, 5-minute presentation and then questions.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Slayton, for the invitation. And also thank you for the board for agreeing again to listen to our proposal for the second year. My name's Griffith Satungolo, and I'm requesting Dr. Slayton to move to my slides if possible. I can see my slide. Yes, thank you. Yes, so this is a second year project looking at the impact of specific agronomic and post-harvest practices on rice quality and milling yields. This is a project we are working together with Dr. Hadke and many other collaborators and partners here at the University of Arkansas Rice Processing Program. And so we are requesting for this year about 84,000 US dollars, and that primarily goes towards personnel. Some of it is going to go towards supplies, and some dollars goes toward travel related to sampling and harvesting of the rice. Now, our objectives remain the same. We want to provide recommendations on the optimal harvest moisture content to enhance milling yields and cooking quality attributes for the current long grain and medium grain rice cultivars that are in Arkansas. The other aspect is we are trying to investigate the fissure in rice as it is caused by various field-related events, harvest-related conditions, as well as post-harvest processing. And here we're talking about drying and other handling processes. And so then lastly, we want to look at how the rice architecture or the kernel architecture essentially influences some of this fishing behavior that ultimately impacts on the milling properties of these cultivars. Now, we selected cultivars, Gerald and myself selected about 10 cultivars that we have focused on for this study. These are the top 10 grown cultivars. And if you might move to my second slide, I would appreciate that. Yeah, these are the top 10 grown cultivars that we selected. And then we threw in some cultivars just kind of to tie our study with the previous historical data that we have collected here at the Rice Processing Program. And so in addition to these cultivars that you see here, we also have cultivars like Cypress as well as Wales. And the Cypress is there just to give us some benchmarks on some of the milling behaviors of these new cultivars compared to Cypress and Wales as well. And so we grew these cultivars in 2 different locations. Last year was a very busy year for us. We had these 13 cultivars actually grown in 2 different locations at Northeast Rice Research and Extension Center, as well as in Stuttgart, the Rice Research Extension Center there. And we hand harvested this rice at moisture content ranging between 24 to 14%. And then we were able to collect these cultivars and also look at the field-induced fissures in each of these experimental units. And so we are talking about 10 cultivars, each cultivar grown in 4 plots at 2 locations. So those are about 80 rice plots that we had to handle. And then we had to harvest them at 5 moisture content levels. So we are talking about 400 experimental units. And so it's been a very, very busy year for us here. And we've started generating a lot of data on the milling and the head rice yield data for this, and as well as the cooking characteristics of this rice. We are looking at the chalkiness and the whitening rates of these cultivars. And the data is, of course, becoming much more conspicuous as we start aggregating all the experimental units together. And so in the next slide, I just want to kind of show you a sample slide that we are continuing to populate. So if you look on the x-axis there, you see the cultivars that we grew in 2 different locations. We have the head rice yield on the y-axis there. And don't be confused by the numbers there, but the red and the blue there basically represents harvest dates. Those harvest dates ultimately correspond to the drops in harvest moisture content along the line. So what you see here is not a complete chart, but it gives you an example of what we are trying to populate at the end of the day. You'll see at the end of the day that nice parabolic curve coming up for each cultivar. We should be able to aggregate and see how the harvest moisture content is influencing the head rice yield, and ultimately be able to define the optimal harvest moisture content for each of these cultivars. And so what you are seeing here is just data from an average of 4 plots. So next, please. I think I'm missing one slide. Next slide, please. Well, I'm missing one slide, I think, from what you have there. It's not included. But we, in the second year, what we hope to do is to continue working with Gerald again to grow rice in the same location. And depending on what we see from a location impact standpoint, we might add an additional location. So we have started discussion on whether to add an additional location or not. We definitely will grow those cultivars the same way and harvest them at various moisture content levels and repeat the experiments so that we can be able to evaluate clearly again the fishes, the millability characteristics. When I talk about millability, I'm talking about the milling rates, be able to establish the milling yields and look at the physicochemical properties that influence the cooking characteristics. We also plan, again, to dig deeper again into the fisher resistance characteristics of this cultivar to tie into a study that we are doing with our partners in the USDA that's looking at the genetics that are contributing towards fisher. So we want to feed them with this information to help them in their breeding and in their genetic study. We also hope to continue acquiring more data on the role of rice architecture, the role of the husk, the role of the bran layer characteristics, how those membranes are playing a role in chalkiness that ultimately results into breakage, how that is playing a role in fissuring, and just be able to tie that rice architecture clearly with the milling attributes that we are seeing. Hopefully, we at the end of this project, we should be able to provide recommendations on the optimal harvest moisture contents that can maximize milling yields, as well as enhance cooking quality of this rice. We should also be able to provide some of the best practices from a harvest moisture content standpoint, from a drying protocol standpoint, that can help maximize the milling yields. We also hope that we can provide more information to the breeders, especially on the architecture of the rice and how that is influencing its milling rate and ultimately the breakage characteristics that are responsible for the lower head rice that we are seeing. And so with that, I want to stop here and just ask you if you have any questions. I will be happy to answer.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can you go back to that slide? That cypress, was it grown in the same year as all those other varieties?
Yes, this is all grown the same year, 2 different locations, harvested at various harvest moisture content. And obviously, what you see here is not the most recent data. We sent these slides earlier. We thought the meeting was happening earlier, but we have much more newer data that is showing very clear trends in the dominance of cypress, for example, compared to these other cultivars from a milling yield standpoint. Same things happening with the milling rates. They are very, very different. We are seeing cultivars like the DG263 L there. It requires a very short time. The rate of whitening is very, very fast. And so we have established all those curves, which are very important for us when we think about how we commingle this rice at the end of the day in the rice mill. We have to be sensitive to that. Otherwise, we end up hurting the milling yields of other cultivars.
Mr. Chair, at the Dale Bumpers National Rice Center, cypress is considered the gold standard as far as quality. And I can tell you in the milling industry, it was highly regarded as far as being the top quality. I do know, based on Dr. Jaw's information, that cypress had a fissure-resistant gene in it, in which supposedly none of our varieties in the South have that in it. So it's just amazing to me that cypress is so much head and shoulders ahead of all the other varieties. And again, I don't know if that fissure resistant gene is the difference or what, but that's pretty amazing looking at those numbers.
Well, then I agree and point out how we sometimes make Rice Tech the bad guy and there's nothing else up there any better. So we've come a long way.
Yeah, and so this is just data for one moisture content, the higher moisture content, but I see the trend is very consistent, you know, as you even go into lower moisture contents for these cultivars.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Griffiths.
Thank you very much, Sharon.
Just a reminder to our speakers, if you sent me more than 3 slides, you still only get 3 slides.
All right, so Nick Bateman, you know, this is a continuing project. We've done a version of it more or less every year since I've been here. As far as the objectives go, the biggest difference this year is with the Delta acid being found in the state this past year. We've got quite a bit of work we're planning on doing there, and I try to answer some of these questions. The biggest question is going to be whether or not it comes back this year. But you know, between efficacy, a little bit of varietal tolerance, really targeting a little bit of threshold work and some growth stage sensitivity there. But we're still continuing our rice water weevil, the sweet net threshold portion of it. We should be pretty squared away on that after this year. And the foliation threshold, really at this point, all we're trying to do is finalize a little bit there with hybrid rice compared to conventional. It really seems like hybrid can tolerate a little bit more foliation currently, which should be expected to an extent. With that being said, our funding, I think, is within $400 or $500 of our request last year. That's a mixture of a couple different graduate students and program associates, quite a bit of travel, and just a little bit of M&O there to cover some overhead. Just a kind of a snapshot of some data from last year. This is sort of some of Gage's rice water weevil, some of that threshold work there with the sweet net. And bottom line, what we're figuring out is the later in the day you sample, the better off you are as far as counts go, which has really put a big monkey wrench into us really finalizing this threshold. That's why it's taking a little bit longer. From a Delta acid standpoint, I think y'all saw some of this data back when we meet November-ish, somewhere in there. But you know, just a quick update, that Courier product, IGR, it's bupropion, the Chino product. So far, everything's moving along pretty good, EPA wise, as far as the Section 18 goes. They should be giving us at least an initial answer sometime in the next 15 to 20 days, somewhere in that ballpark, but things look pretty good. Also found out this morning, talking to some counterparts, we're running that 13.5 ounce rate. It sounds like in Brazil, they're running 5 ounces. And from a price standpoint, that's a huge difference. And so that's some of the work we're planning on doing this year, is looking at some rate range stuff. Of course, we're always reevaluating, you know, seed treatments, both from rice water weevil standpoint and rice pill bug. And then from a stink bug standpoint, I just threw that little slide up there looking at Transform versus Tenchu up there, because really Transform and Tenchu are your 2 labeled products right now to target Delta acid. And so when you look at them on a compare them from a stink bug standpoint, at least a little bit of data we have, and it is by far not the best stink bug data we've ever generated. They're pretty comparable. With that, I mean, if y'all got any questions, I'll rattle through that pretty quick. But I talked to a grower from around the Houston area, and he said that they've been dealing with the Delta acid for a lot of years, and said, you know, sometimes a rat tongue crop, you know, he said you kind of expect it. He said this year it's 50% of their primary crop. Yeah, and so since, I mean, just a little history there, you know, it showed up in Louisiana, Mississippi back in the late 50s. It was here for a couple of years, disappeared. To our knowledge, this was the only year it's been documented in Arkansas. But starting in 2015, don't really have a good reasoning for this. Starting in 2015, Texas started
more or less see it every year. They've had hurricanes and some other things go on in there that had some down years, but really for about the past 3 years, it's been a really consistent pest. And this is the first year that they sprayed, like you said, a majority of their main crop acres. And to me, what concerns me is that it's going to be like fall armyworms. If those populations continue to do that in Texas, at some point, they're going to get wind blown into Arkansas. The question is going to be, is it going to show up in July or is it going to show up in September? If it shows up in September again, I think we can manage that for the most part. We'll outrun it with planting day for the most part. If it shows up in July, August, it's going to get really scary on whether or not we can afford to manage it. So,
When you say afford to manage it, what choice do we have?
true. Okay, so if you take an ounce and a half of transformer, you're looking at roughly $13. If you have to go between, call it 9 ounces of curd, that's gonna be the low end of the rate on that section 18. That's $2.25 an ounce. So you're looking at $21, $22 somewhere in there. So now you're at almost $35 of just insecticide. And if it's like it was last year, granted, it does appear like that one application will get us 3 to 4 weeks, but if it shows up in boot and we run out of residual, we're looking at potentially coming back with another 10 or transform after that. So, I mean, in reality, if Delph acid really gets here, I mean, it wouldn't be surprising to need to budget $50 worth of insecticide. That don't include, 1 to 2 plain applications. With current markets on $170. So,
Any good news?
Okay, yes, we do have some good news. If you look at historical weather data that ARS did, it looks like 20 degrees for 24 hours is kind of the magic.
Play that again.
20 degrees, roughly 24 hours is sort of the magic sweet spot there. We hit that like all the way down, even where Jim's at. We had over 24 hours of 20-degree weather down there. The concern is we don't know whether you had sleet, snow, ice, depending on where you're at. It's an insulator. We don't know exactly how that's going to impact. Related to red-banded stink bug, 20 degrees is also kind of that sweet spot for them. And it seems like most of them cold fronts we've had since 2017 have had some kind of precipitation with them, and it generally keeps them beat back. The cold front we had, I think, I'm not going to say eliminate them from the state, but it's going to make it really, really difficult for them to overwinter. I think we're going to be set up okay.
Other than yield loss, do you see quality loss with this insect?
There's got to be quality loss to it. All the work we did this year, that's one that we failed to do is get milling samples. But it's like Jared talks about all the time, stress on a stress on a stress type thing. Well, it's sitting there feeding on the sap of the plant is stressing out. So I don't know if we're talking about 1 point or if it could be 5 to 10 points. I have no idea.
Well, we don't necessarily think it's direct, but it's the indirect. They're drying. Same problem we've been having. We argue about the big driver, rice drying down too fast. Well, what do? Shut the plant down too fast and speed that. So you're headed the wrong direction just from their indirect thing, because they're not up there on the head doing it. It's down plant feeding, but they're killing that rice early. So ultimately you're going to walk into a milling hit, getting over dry.
Any beneficial?
I'm sure. And so that's one thing that if you just go through literature, there hasn't been a big, people haven't really explored the predator parasitoid complex in rice. What I see in the sweet net out there is a whole bunch of spiders and just a few little like Perconids, Ecomonids, little parasitic wasps. Typically when you're dealing with, and I'm gonna call them Vomotrons, but when you're dealing with aphid, hopper type pests, usually parasitoids and predators, you can't really keep them in check. Slow them down a little bit, but normally they take over. The things that do keep them in check better are like funguses and bacteria and stuff that can get started. And rice is a perfect host for some of that stuff. That's some of the stuff we want to play with. There's a couple different funguses that you can spray dirt cheap if we can get it to establish.
So will the reduction in acres meaning we'll have more if we get it in the field, or will it be less than that?
I think it can potentially benefit us in that if we have fewer acres, odds are most of them are going to be put in the ground in late March through April. I mean, we're not What concerns me most with Del Bassett is when we start stretching out past mid-May into June planted rice, to me, that's the area that I think there's gonna get worse. And like loopers and beans or red bandits down south, and late stuff is what concerns me. I think that we can get planted in April. And Gus would be very disappointed in me making predictions, but I think we'll outrun them. So.
So they get like a thinner rice stand, thicker, is that anything?
They prefer a thicker canopy, and that's where you look at, not that there's any formal, like varietal data out there, but some of the anecdotal stuff out of Texas. In the slides I've been showing, I've been calling hybrid like moderately resistant. It's not really resistance, it's just a more open canopy. If they decide to get in there, they'll take over.
So it's gonna be the opposite of what worms are beans.
Pretty much.
Any other question for Nick? Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
All right, Dr. Bloom.
Yes. All right.
You're up.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'd like to give an update about the what we're thinking about for the second year of a 3-year project regarding biologicals in Arkansas crop production, specifically for this board for rice. Next slide, please. So the budget is slightly off. I'm sorry about that. It's actually 23,948, I think, instead of 23,857. My apologies for the typo there. But so what we're looking at with this project in year 2, so the objectives essentially, we'd like to at some level evaluate commercial microbials, so corn, sorghum, rice, as well as the soybean board. We're really interested in a few key categories of novel microbials that could be developed that would be more tailored specifically for Arkansas crops. And so we're thinking rice here. And we also have, there's a lack of infrastructure to some level within the state as far as facilities to bridge the gap during the R&D process as you develop these novel potential tools to be able to scale these up and do field testing. So there's a component there that we're building to build out that sort of facility. So if we could go to the next. Next slide, please. Yes, great. Oh, so yeah, I'll give a quick update on what we've been working on, on this project, and some of this is maybe a little bit more directly related to rice than others. So there's in other projects previously funded, we've made good progress on some mycoherbicides that specifically target palmer pigweed. And so in this project, in year 1 and continuing into year 2, we've been working on kind of the more technical side now that we are building out this facility to be able to do larger field scale testing and also evaluate parameters that would be relevant for eventual commercialization. We've also worked a bit with a new mycoherbicide targeting hemp sesbania. And so this one is very promising, especially potentially as a application, at planting. This particular fungus that attacks hemp sesbania very specifically has a very, very high lethality rate. And so we're optimistic about that. That one's been discovered a little bit more recently than the pathogens of palmer pigweed, so it's in the pipeline. We also have some biologicals that have really good, really promising potential for aflatoxin control. So aflatoxin in rice can potentially be an issue. And so that's something that we've also been working on as well. Not on this slide, but we've, in year 1, we worked quite a bit on looking at microbial cocktails that could potentially degrade rice straw. And so that process of screening and isolation has been underway. We're working for the first batch, kind of our initial candidates towards the early steps of optimization, and that sort of screening and identification process will continue probably throughout this project. And so the next slide, please. Right, so we've, so in year 2, what we see is probably an increased emphasis on objective 1. And this is a component we wouldn't have as much capacity as, say, someone like Dr. McDonald would to screen. So if his project were to be funded, for example, we would work closely with him so we could coordinate efforts and not, overlap or duplicate and make as much progress as possible. Regardless, we will continue. We have to prioritize these. And so conceptually in a process similar to what Dr. McDonald proposed, initial greenhouse screening and testing for things that look really good in controlled conditions, and then we can take those to look more in detail in the field. And so we'll continue our work with the pigweed mycoherbicide as well as the Hempsisbania mycoherbicide, aflatoxin control, and the degradation of rice straw are our highest priorities. We're always open to the idea of pursuing things that are of priority to the board. Those can be incorporated relatively easily in the process. And we'll continue on objective 3. So in the first year, we were able to obtain a very nice New Brunswick system. We were able to kind of put this together from almost like the Johnny Cash song, one piece at a time. So we've put this together. It's very effective. We have a couple of other smaller, a little bit older, but still very effective biofermenters. And so as we work our way through this process of setting up the facility, our initial biofermenters are up and running. We've already been using those to optimize some of the mycoherbicides. And we'll see what our options would be to maybe obtain or build one more slightly larger biofermenter in the next year or two. And so I think that maybe summarizes things in a nutshell. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for Dr. Bloom?
Did you see anything with the bio straw deterioration?
We've seen we have several different fungal isolates and some bacterial isolates that were originally isolated from straw. And so some of these are very good degraders, and we're interested. It's still pretty early, so we're in the process. The identification process took a little while, but we're pretty optimistic. And so I think one of the things there will be we've developed a high throughput plate-based screen so that we can screen large number of organisms really quickly, just visually see. So even like undergraduate students can participate in this. And as we identify more isolates, developing those into some cocktails is kind of the next step. But yeah, we've definitely seen some promise there.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Dr. Bloom.
Thank you.
All right, Justin, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, we can hear you, Justin.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Good afternoon. I just wanted to present, it's a continuation, so year 2 of 3 of the proposal that I have on improving the management of irrigated rice.
Is it?
So anyway, I've requested a budget. I'm not seeing the slide. Are y'all seeing the slides yet?
Yeah, the slides are posted, Justin.
Okay, cool. Okay, so anyway, I've requested a budget just over 54,000. That's about 4,000, I think, over last year. I failed to include a lot of the plant sampling analysis last year, so I've taken a lot from other parts of the budget, but I've added a little bit just for that additional the plant sampling, especially for these nitrogen studies. Looking at the analysis, nutrient analysis on those. So we had a couple different goals, still ongoing. Number one is to look at seeding rate studies in furrow irrigated rice. So we've got a hybrid that we've been looking at, 7421 full page. We've also got 3 in-bed varieties, so 2623, CL18, and Ozark. And we're looking at the top, middle, and bottom of the field. So we're replicating those in all 3 sections of the field to try and see if we should be altering the seeding rate across furrow irrigated rice, if we should be altering seeding rate, in certain zones of the row rice system and not in others. And so that's the number 1 objective. And number 2 is looking at nitrogen management. And so we've been looking at nitrogen management of inbred varieties, specifically 263 and CL18 are the 2 different varieties that we've been looking at in that system. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, one back. I guess we're probably already on the right one.
Yeah, we're,
Okay.
we're,
That's the right one. Yes. Yeah. So anyway, like I said, we're working with the three different inbred varieties and then the one hybrid in the seeding rate studies. I've got a PhD student on that project who is doing some harvest analysis as far as looking at the weight of the seed kernels, looking at tillering, looking at the number of kernels per panicle, trying to see what the difference is in some of these different zones, because in preliminary data, we've seen difference in what seeding rate is going to optimize yield in the different zones of the field. So for instance, we've seen that we needed a lot higher seeding rate to be able to optimize yield in the top end of the field compared to bottom. And so we're doing a analysis on that to try and see why that is the case. And then also, again, nitrogen management, looking at those two different varieties, we've got 11 different nitrogen programs that we've looked at, and most of those are anywhere. So we've got some single pre-floods we're looking at, as well as 3, 4, and 5 way splits. A lot of those are going to be what was successful in hybrid rice, to see if those recommendations can translate over, or if we need to update those for our inbred varieties. Next slide, please. All right, and so this is just kind of a preliminary slide from some of our seeding rate studies. So we've been looking at some kind of rudimentary economic analysis on our seeding rate studies. I've initially thought that we should consider looking at altering our seeding rates by zone in furrow irrigated rice. So kind of some site specific work or planting in those. However, you can see from this slide that regardless of what section of the field we are, yeah, those numbers are different, but regardless of what section of the field we're in, some of these lowest seeding rates have been the most profitable as far as looking at the small plot data. And so again, that is small plot. I have not recommended at any meeting to go down to 9 pounds per acre on a hybrid like I've got here, but it certainly suggests that we could be lowering seeding rate in some of these situations, and especially when rice is at the lower price that it is now. Now, when we're looking at more expensive rice, say if rice got $7 or $8 a bushel once again, then looking at variable rate seeding might make more sense. But at least as for right now, some of our preliminary data says that maybe dropping your seeding rate a little bit across the board, especially for your more expensive seeds, so whether that be hybrid or Clearfield seed, could definitely prove beneficial economically. And with that, that's all my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions on this project.
Jared, what percentage of Arkansas rice you think's furrow irrigated?
Close to 20%. Call it 18 to 20 this past year.
it's in certain areas.
Oh, yeah. It's pocketed. But it adds up.
Yeah.
You do any variable seed rate?
You see it, Jared, more on precision level land where straight levees. You've seen it more on like land with more of a slope where they're wanting to get away from levees.
It's both.
I mean, that's the two extremes.
Yeah, it's most often the two extremes. It's the very steep ground that it's already row rice just the wrong direction, because there's not hardly a paddy. You're just stepping levees. So put it on rows and the yield actually goes up, or up to the much flatter and simplify rotation. Those are the two absolute most common. Most of the other scenarios that are kind of the in between often find themselves more snake bit from a management standpoint, because they're just kind of in the middle. They can make it row water, but it gets difficult.
I've got some interesting on-farm data that we've collected ourselves that show flatter than a 10th grade, we need to be row rice, and more than 2/10 or steeper would be row rice. But from a 10th to 2/10, it's probably more beneficial with it.
I mean, there's a band in there that it gets.
Are you growing on some of yours just because of the levee, so gummy to get levees built, or?
Yeah, all of mine.
Yeah.
It takes us 3 or 4 days to pull levees in all the sunshine.
Man.
I can't do it.
Y'all over there on that white dirt.
Y'all over there.
And we got a bunch of half 10th grade stuff that, by mid-season, we can make the poly pipes. On the bottom end, we got row pads built around everything that are 1.5 to 2 foot tall, and you got boxes at the bottom and hold. By mid-season, once the rice is big enough, you can hold water almost a quarter mile back uphill. It's a half 10. So it turns out into a flood irrigated situation by visit.
Have you considered the variable rate seating?
Yeah, I looked at some of his work when he was working in Missouri.
Sure.
Joe and I looked at it.
I think where I wanna go, row rice, it's too steep and my ground's too light. I think it'd just run right by it. Not,
I had some in 24 to 3.5 tenths that did really well. It was rice if it wasn't on rice. But it soaks too. It's blue gumbo. So it's got to soak. It's steep. It's got to soak.
Dr. Henry, you think in a situation with row rice, not getting off subject, we're just while we're talking about, you think a situation in row rice that it's too steep and the fur at the top of the bed doesn't wick up good enough, like what Scott's wondering?
That's where the pellet system really shines, feels like that, because water down eventually soaks across. What happens, I think, is the more times we irrigate, the more the soil seals up. Every time you irrigate, it seals. And so we irrigate row rice twice as often as anything else. So you get to the end of the season where the water demand is the highest and the soil sealed up. And even though you irrigate, you're not getting water to the plants.
that's exactly what mine
Well,
does.
see, so his water system where he's got water to pull from at the bottom of the fields.
Yeah.
One of the biggest problems on the steeper fields is frequency, not actually being able to hit it with the frequency to offset, but with the tailwater pulling it back from the bottom of the same field, it's not, well, I can't get out of that field to get back over here. You miss it by a couple of days and now you know, season long. So yeah.
After that white dirt slicks off, it gets faster.
Yeah, that's
Water slide.
Keep it, but it's like
Parking lot.
corn gets that way. Blast the corn.
Other questions or comments?
Cutting your teeth on that.
All right, thank you, Justin.
Got way through the water right there.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Davis. First off, I want to thank you for your first year funding and support of our multidisciplinary spray drone evaluation. It was really the first opportunity we had to take a broad spectrum approach at different chemistries, different application systems, and that was made possible through your support. So certainly appreciate that. As we
got it.
Working? Okay, there we go. So we're asking in the second year, we've actually reduced our budget. We've lost a team member from moving to another institution, Dr. Nicola. And so we've reduced our budget by the amount that she was accepting into her program. And so the same objectives apply. Here, we're still looking at establishing application equipment parameters for spray drone. As you may be well aware, there's been an enormous uptick in adoption of spray drone technology and use. And if you look on social media, there's a lot of pseudoscience claims about what they can and cannot do. And so we're trying to tease that out to make sure that we're making informing good recommendations across production systems as well as chemistries and platforms. And so our objectives are to establish those application equipment parameters that maximize efficacy of those products applied and minimizes drift potential from those systems, as well as evaluating those across different application types. So fertility, weeds, diseases, and insects. And we've made quite a bit of progress on this first year. I've just highlighted a few results from this past year. We've done some drift work, looking at what kind of drift patterns and plumes come out of these systems. And initial evaluations look really good in the sense that if done correctly in the right weather environments, they seem to be performing as well as most aerial application systems would. And so they're not over drifting in those systems. We also did some speed trials looking at different speeds of application and both canopy penetration as well as efficacy of those products. And the trend that we continue to see is there seems to be a sweet spot of how fast platforms need to move through the field to optimize the pattern and the efficacy of those products. It's a little bit of a bell curve, and we're trying to tease that out this next season. But it looks as though as the faster you go, that efficacy starts decreasing, and there's a slow end as well that we're starting to figure out. In addition to that, several of our efficacy trials have highlighted the results here, and I'll summarize them basically saying that across all of those applications, the results were statistically not significantly different than all other ground-based application systems in the field. Most of those were compared with much higher volumes, such as 10, 15, and 20 gallon per acre, comparing that to a 2 and a 3 gallon drone application. So we're kind of surprised by much of our efficacy results, that the efficacy from these platforms look really good when the systems are set up correctly, the labels are followed, and the weather's playing fair out there. And so early efficacy looks really good. In addition to that, it's important to remember that again, we've got a widespread adoption and uptake in interest of these platforms. We've got to make sure that these applicators are doing what they're supposed to optimize these systems and to mitigate drift. Moving forward, and I don't want to get into regulatory discussion necessarily unless you have interest in it, but both the federal and the state regulations are moving very quickly. Lots changing. I can elaborate on that as much as you'd like. But as we move forward, we've got to make substantial investments in American-based technology as mandated by the government. Right now, 99% of the platforms on the market are from China right now. And so in the next few years, we're going to have to figure out what those American-based platforms look like. And part of this program will focus on what are American options, and we'll try to focus on evaluating those first. And so that's our goal. So as made in U.S. drones will get priority on our next couple of years of funding, in addition to what's still out on the market. But with that, I'll open for any questions you've got about our research. But again, thank you for your first year research. We look forward to continuing this down this path.
What all are you doing in fertility?
Dr. Trent Roberts was looking at a zinc. He conducted a zinc study, looking at granular pellets, most of earlier foliar feeding through a liquid application, and that was the focus this first year in fertility. And his early yield results show no significant difference between the ground-based application.
The guy that did, I heard there's a guy in Stuttgart.
Who's
like 4.
Now, what's the difference in some of the rules now in the United States that one of the companies that pushed it is the lead drone builder, but they're not interested in ag? Is that correct?
So I think you're referring to Skydio. Skydio is a California-based drone manufacturer that focuses on military and police operations. They were kind of a heavy lobby against some of the Chinese manufacturers. They don't currently support any kind of agricultural drone-based operation. So some of what they had suggested has gotten adopted moving forward. And so there's a little bit of a bully in American-based agricultural technology right now. We're starting to see lots of interest generated and uptick, but I think that may be what you're referring to.
Have you heard? I heard somewhere around Stuttgart, there's a guy that's got 400 that you can lease, 400 spray drones.
So on social media, there are some new business models that's starting to pop up that are kind of a lease space per acre per hour kind of charge. And we've not visited about that extensively, so I don't want to speak into his business model, but that's a novel approach compared to other vendors and distributors for sure.
David, did you have specific interest about another fertility application?
Well, I was just knew there was one earlier, and I want to make sure that we're not spending money on two of the same. That's what I was getting to.
That's my understanding of what Dr. Roberts completed this past year. The bulk of our work has been focused on pesticide applications and drift concerns. I will say, from a timing, from a weight standpoint, it's hard to move a lot of weight with these platforms. And so there's certainly a lot of, if you're going to put out an awful lot of fertilizer, that becomes a physical limitation out in the field. The same would be true, obviously, of pesticide application. But a lot of times our nutrients are measured in weight much more than our chemistries are. So that's a significant limitation from nutrient application standpoint.
He said he didn't know it. I can't believe you don't know it. They said last year they declared a no-fly zone around Valley View School, and they had to use drone only.
So it's going
last year.
Because I know the pilot's been spraying the football field, pre-football games.
Simple like delivered the fertilizer, they took it in bunk bags.
Oh, farms around there.
Or around the school at Valley View.
Oh,
there's 80 acres there they declared I know Clyde's on Monty Yarborough video.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the name. Doesn't say the name, ain't saying it. But that,
How the drone can get around that, you know?
I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
We got a plane, and I mean,
It's a no fly zone, it should be closed.
yeah.
We do not understand.
these two guys are Valley View, they all know. I'm worried to death about, on my farm, there's an airstrip, I'm busy, I'm worried to death about it.
Yeah, there's some obvious safety concerns, but
I mean, I
there's,
don't know if that would take a air tractor down if you hit one. I don't know, you know, that's what
That's it, because that one earlier.
so technically, most of your, or all of your drone
True
operators,
story though.
they should be following
that's
what's called a NOTAM, and those notice to airmen should be available for all pilots to see. That doesn't mean that everybody's always compliant with that, but that's the intent of the law in play. So if you actually go on the what's called the DROTM on the national Skyplot database, you can see all of the drone operations in real time. So that's an option you might consider looking into.
Any other questions for Jason?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Stan.
Good afternoon, I'm Stanley Guzman. I'm a rice breeder, primarily working on long grain and aromatic rice, or specialty rice. Besides that, I'm also working on some of the collaborative work with traits that involve biotic stress tolerance, such as this drought tolerance, and also collaborative work with plant pathology for screening argent plant. So this proposal, genetic tolerance to reduce irrigation, this is year 3 of 3. And this is in collaboration with Dr. Jairo Hill with the USDA agronomist and Dr. Shah. Here we have evaluated actually 100 lines coming from Louisiana, Arkansas, the 2 breeding programs from Dr. Shah and myself, and the third one is from Horizon Ag. Those are inbred lines that we evaluated here. And it's interesting to see that first 2 years we have already identified some of the lines that has some tolerance to drought or what we call reduced irrigation, and some are the lines that are really susceptible. So the first year there were only 2 dry downs, which we didn't see any much difference between the flood and the CB30. But on the third year, we saw a really stressed environments if the effect on the lines are pretty much consistent, which is tolerant and which is susceptible. So additionally, based on the 2024 process information I already made for the breeding part, I already made some several crosses with conventional and aromatics and also herbicide tolerant lines, so that we can develop lines that have this tolerance to reduce irrigation. And we're looking at this in a way in the future that we can put these lines as in our pipeline that can be used for either AWD or row rice production. So 20AR, so far we found that 20AR 134, this is actually the Persia's breeding line, advanced breeding line that has a very good tolerance to AWD. And there are certain traits that we also looked at and found that it is correlated with some of the tolerance that we see in terms of grain yield and grain quality of these lines. That's all. And if you have any questions with this proposal, I will be happy to answer. It's interesting, in 2024, we didn't find, for example, also we feel like organ has some tolerance on it. And then in 2025, 70 also fell closer to 70. So if you combine both years, we found that is very tolerant to drought or reduced irrigation. And CLL 80 actually is very susceptible. That's what we found around research for boomers. Consistently susceptible. Okay. My second proposal is rice breeding and extension pathology technical support. This is a collaboration with our extension plant pathologist, Dr. Nicole. She left last December. And I know that they're currently in the process of hiring an extension plant pathologist. So a budget request supports two experienced program technicians in the lab of plant pathology. Currently, I'm supervising them, and this is for support for pathology, rice pathology research, which includes preparation of inoculums, in screening in the greenhouse, using different blast races, sheep blight, nurseries in the fields, going in and around different locations in Arkansas, and also in the county fields, screening for major rice diseases, blast, sheep blight, or false smut, kernel smut, and other bacterial diseases. In different trials, not just in breeding trials, but also in advanced tests and RVAC and all those tests. So you can see here the 2025 results. Here it's showing you the number of lines when we submitted to screening. The red lines are the number of lines that are susceptible, and the number of the blue lines are resistant. So both this you can see here. This is RVAC, so checks are there. Hybrids are there. Other varieties from private companies are there, but you can see a lot of them are susceptible. There are a few lines that are resistant. In our breeding lines, specifically for each of blast races, we are doing quite well. We are selecting for better, but we need to do more. IE1K is the most devastating blast, but we are working on that too. And then you can see also in the blast for Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, you can see that we need to do more, a little bit more in Arkansas. So these are important collaboration with the plant pathology group, because this is for screening, and the data generated from this disease screening helps us make an informed decisions on what are varieties that we're going to put up in our pipeline for the use. And also, this is also going to give us, and the farmers, the producers, information when a variety is released. So we know that this is susceptible or resistant, and potentially provide control measures. Be ready for the producers to, have a control measures, just in case they decided to plant the varieties that we tested here in the screen. Any questions? The proposal tech support. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stan. All right, Dr. Drescher, are you with us on Zoom?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, yes, if you can advance our slide, please. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gerson Drescher, Assistant Professor of Soil Fertility with the Division of Agriculture. Apologize for not being able to make it in person, but had some changes in my agenda that I'm not able to travel to Little Rock this morning, so I'm zooming in instead. But what I will be talking about is, the second year of our project, focusing on fine-tuning phosphorus, potassium in rice. And that's kind of also with collaboration of Dr. Roberts and Hartke. And for this proposal, moving in for its second year, we are looking at a similar budget as we had on our previous year. And the main objective that we are working here, it's first making sure, that we are ensuring adequate phosphorus and potassium management for rice production, making sure, that our growers are getting the best benefit out of the fertilizer that they're putting out there in the fields. And we have 4 different objectives here. The first one is the continuation of our long-term P&K trials that we have established, at the Rice Research and Extension Center and at the Pine Tree Research Station, since early 2000s, that have been supporting, different objectives over time, seeing changes, in rice yields, soil test values, organic matter, and even soil health in more recent years. And of course, as we move forward with additional single site years of trials that we have been developing, we have been focusing more on pure line and hybrid rice cultivars, both yield and tissue nutrient concentration responses, investigating furrow and flood irrigated rice P&K management, and last but not least, looking at opportunity to correct P&K deficiencies within season fertilization, aiming to see what is the best window of opportunity that we can put out a fertilizer and still recovering some yield potential. And I will be talking a little more in detail to some of those objectives in the next slide, if we can move forward, please. So here what we are showing, on the upper left corner, it's kind of an overview, of our long-term trials, but we have been developing similar structure as a side-by-side comparison of hybrid versus pure line rice in different P and K rate responses, where P and K rates applied to monitor yield, tissue testing, nutrient uptake, and partitioning. And if you remember, a few years ago, a hybrid that has been grown in Arkansas, Gemini, some of our research has shown that it didn't respond much as potassium fertilization, regardless of which soil test values we were growing it, compared, to our pure line rice. And that kind of intrigued us, and also wanted to make a look at how our newer hybrids, if you think our full page, hybrids were producing comparable to our pure line rice. And what we have seen that these more newer varieties are responsive, or even more responsive than the pure line rice, and maximizing yield potential at similar leaf K concentrations as the pure line as well. So kind of showing that these more modern hybrids are as responsive as the pure line varieties, and we are kind of trying to define now critical tissue K concentrations for the hybrids, as well as we already defined for pure lines in early work. In addition to that, we're looking, in seeing if we need to make any adjustments in our fertilizer rate recommendations for furrow rice, because when we change, the overall irrigation system from flood to furrow, we change a lot of the nutrient dynamics in that field. And what our results are showing that our rates are accurate, but we need to reinforce that if our growing furrow rice and I have low P or K availability, I need to make sure to put out that fertilizer, because you are much more responsive through that fertilizer compared to our flooded irrigated system. So no adjustment in rates, what our preliminary results show, but really kind of showing that the importance of accurate fertilization is even more important in furrow rice. Another work that we have been doing that was even had the lead of a student under Dr. Roberts, was looking at rice nutrient uptake and partitioning, kind of seeing how the dynamics of how the nutrients are allocated across different plant parts of the rice plants for our modern varieties and hybrids. And what I'm showing you here in that uppermost figure, it's kind of the partitioning of potassium. So we see that the peak of the overall K uptake occurs, around 50% heading. And when we look a little early there, that previous stage, 4 weeks post-flood or kind of mid-season, it's where we typically would recommend a nitrogen application. So we could see that we still have a long ways to go in terms of taking up the nutrient, and that we have a window of opportunity to potentially also do an in-season K application to rescue some potential deficiencies. And that's kind of what we have been targeting these last couple of years, looking at putting out fertilizer, pre-plant, pre-flood, 3 to 4 weeks post-flood, and even at budding to see if it can maximize yield, or when it's too late to make a fertilizer application, a corrective application. And the yield trend is kind of what I'm showing you, at that bottom bar graph, where we had two different varieties, a hybrid and a pure line variety in two different fields. And we can see that it's basically like a flat line of those. We didn't see much of a response this last year, but in 2024, we saw that applications going when we saw a significant response in relationship to not applying any fertilizer. Typically, that 3 to 4 weeks post flood or R2 maximize yield for potassium, but phosphorus we need to rely more on that pre-plant fertilizer application because there is a difference in the dynamics, for phosphorus compared to potassium. So our goal is kind of to continue investigating, some of those different aspects on P and K management in these systems to make sure that we have, sound data to support our recommendations. And if we move forward to the next slide, I think some of the main aspects that we want to ensure, it's profitable farming. So if we need to make any adjustments in rates or in tissue testing protocols, we want to have, data to support these recommendations, especially when you consider, that fertilizer, it's, a high input cost. Of course, our fertilizer prices dropped a little more compared to a few years ago. But then when you have lower rice price, you still want to make sure that you're not overspending money on fertilizer. Or if we are situations where you need that, we want to have that data to support the recommendations. And a few of the key aspects that we want to also kind of validate those plant nutritional diagnosis tools and kind of have recommendations for in-season management or even for furrow irrigated rice as well. That's kind of wraps up what I had to discuss about our project. I really appreciate the continuous support for research program, and I can take any questions if you may have some.
Hey, Mr. Jerson.
So the K deficiency is 50%. It shows up to 50% heading.
No, you can actually diagnose that early, at early reproductive stages or even mid-season with tissue testing. It's just that 50% heading, it's kind of when you see the maximum nutrient uptake of the plant, meaning that above ground biomass, it's when you have the highest accumulation of potassium, and then later it kind of redistributes, to the grain. So let's say compared to when you're talking 3 to 4 weeks post-flood, you're kind of on halfway of the maximum uptake that a plant can take for potassium. So it continues absorbing, nutrient from the soil. And if you do combine that with a fertilizer in-season application, you're kind of benefiting because the plant is continuing, to taking up nutrient a lot more as it progresses, to reproductive stages and have grain filling.
Scott, back in the early 90s when we first recognized K deficiency, 95% of the calls were at heading, not necessarily because that was the first time it showed up, but that's when everybody recognized that there were freckles on the leaves. Right. And at heading, the field was taking on a kind of a reddish, yellowish cast. It can definitely be observed and diagnosed both visually and, with tissue as early as, if you look at the long-term plots of pine tree, you can tell right after flooding. But that's a very extreme 25-year no potash at all case.
Is that a granular or foliar at 50% heading? If you
for
like on his
rescue,
second slide back where he took it.
Yeah,
50%.
Yeah, we did, back when Rick Cartwright and some of y'all know Elliot Mashman. That's what he worked on his master's degree was timing of K application. And you can rescue yield as late as early heading.
But it's right there before.
That's why I was gonna say, for average, you can mix your late vote with.
Yeah, if you
And if
thought
it-
you had a problem, absolutely.
But
Yeah, so at 50% heading, you're probably kind of going a little late, but I would say, early budding, you certainly still maintain your yield potential. But we were targeting here with granular muriate of potash application. Typically with foliar products, you're not able to supply enough K in a situation of a severe K deficiency to rescue yield potential. Another interesting aspect that we have monitoring, especially now that Dr. Slate mentioned, the long-term trials, when you have, severe K deficiency, especially for the hybrids, you have a lot of lodging. So kind of really highlights, that adequate K management helps, with that stem strength. And if you are deficient, you increase lodging potential. You can alleviate that for the hybrids with a bud nitrogen application, but you're not correcting, the issue of the K deficiency. So you can prevent lodging, but you're still compromising some of that yield potential. And in those plots, let's say you can notice very early on, with reduced, tilling, stunted plants, you're kind of not closing canopy properly. But as said, that's 20 plus years without K application those in the control plots.
like any deficiency, the longer it goes, the less likely you are to be able to recover full potential.
Yeah. And that's kind of why we also have been focusing a lot with the Y-leaf tissue K monitoring. So let's say if you detect that early on, it even gives you, a window of opportunity to check, well, are you adequate, or would you need a fertilizer application? What would be that window to do that as well?
Downright being $19 an acre this year, that might be a viable option to stand the building.
What I have seen over time is, if you get a lodging prone variety, it may make a difference, but too much phosphorus will also enhance lodging. So there's multiple aspects, I think, of lodging when it comes into interactions with fertility.
Jay, do you know how much Downright is in Arkansas County?
What the insurance payment is?
Well, how much it is?
Per acre.
Cost,
Average.
I think it's $12.
12.55 on the bottom, Mississippi.
19 point that.
Yeah, ours is.
I think it's Arkansas County is one of the lower.
It's basically.
I think it was $12.
Percentage, in that county.
Ours is
You don't do-
$17.39.
I'll take it.
I didn't know you did well.
Last time I took it, I had about 400 acres down rice, and even I got sight on all of it, it still didn't pay for anything.
When it got over $10, I quit.
$24 in Nancy County.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a good run.
Farther south you go, where they base it off of the hurricane. Yeah.
Can you get that hurricane policy though, too? The hurricane code?
All right, that's okay.
Any other questions for Jerson on the fertility proposal? All right, thank you, Jerson.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. If there is anything else you guys have questions about, feel free to reach out. Appreciate your time and continued support. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I've got several. I'll try to be brief if y'all will let me, to move through on time. So I'll just remind you, it's your choice. I'm gonna keep moving unless you stop me. Is that a deal? Okay. Sorry, got reorient myself. What's popping up? Do I have okay, sorry, gave me a list of all the ones I'm fixing to go through. So ARPT, you're all pretty familiar with, 93,000 for a request, very similar, slightly down from last year. It's taking the most widespread, common, commercial available cultivars, planting the research stations and on-farm locations around the state. The 4 research stations, 6 on-farm locations. We only got in 8 last year because of weather, so we'll be shooting for 10 total locations again this year. We'll pencil in 1 or 2 more in case we get an opportunity. But that's usually kind of the gist. Again, y'all are kind of accustomed to seeing the output yield. I'm not gonna walk through the purposes of this meeting, through everything, but all the different sites that we get out of that. Again, only 8 this past year, but trying to remember if I included. Is it working for me or do I have?
Point it right down here.
That's roads. There it goes. And again, medium grain as well. Again, it's all in the same trial, but always separate the data for showing between long and medium. One missing component with an uptick, and I'm not going to duplicate it here, but we had a few years ago some increased interest in the aromatic side of things, and then kind of fell back for a few years. And we didn't want, from an industry perspective, most didn't want us getting, even though they're small plots, the aromatic stuff kind of out there in the mingle with the other. So we kept them more refined from testing, kind of on the research stations. But having said that, we're going to try to punch up a little bit now with some increased interest in what we're doing on the research stations, looking at those, both from, whether it's Aroma 22, which we'll talk about a lot now, but some of the other CLJ01, everything kind of back to some good comparisons on those that we weren't too interested in spending time and effort and money during those couple of years where just really wasn't going anywhere from an effort, but now obviously we're going right back after that. So they won't be mixed into this, but they will be with some other trials that we can still compare to some checks of our commercial stuff. Yeah, we're not growing for budgeting, just general performance ideas. So that'll be a whole other piece on the RPT.
Fair question. Hey, Keith, you mentioned, what's producer stance on the 3202? Are y'all on the rice tip, medium grain?
They can sign it up. We don't have any problem with it. But we don't sell to Kellogg's, so it's not an issue with us.
Was that huge? Did y'all get much of that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, last year when the long grain rice tech seed was tight, a lot of those farmers that wanted to grow rice tech products shifted over to medium grain. In fact, we had an increase in our medium grain receipts over the previous year.
Oh, he's not 13202.
Rice. Well, it's heavy.
Kellogg's good one.
Yeah.
And Rice Tech's time their loyalty rebates to the medium grain starting this year also.
Oh, I thought we slid by all that.
So they got about
90% medium grants gotta be
theirs too to get the wolf.
Medium grain didn't count at all.
They've never done that.
Don't exclude
Try
that.
to run aromatic.
Sorry, Derek.
No, hey, that, just what you need to. Arkansas Rice Variety Advancement Trials, these are done in cooperation. Dr. Shaw, Dr. Guzman, looking at advanced breeding materials. 1,000 requests, again, virtually identical request to the previous year. Still looking at a pretty strong subset like we have been, 25 conventional long grains, 25 clear fields. We're looking at medium grains, again, subset, little variable, conventional clear field, and some Previsia. Continue to expand the Previsia long grain variety part, and we're again punching up the aromatic long grain look, both expanding experimental and looking at some of the other new commercial stuff that's come out, not only from us, but LSU and others that are out there. So trying to broaden that. We're getting really, really close to having to go to a full set on the Previsia side, similar to the number of entries that are in the conventional and clear field. We're actually right in that position of just teetering on that line. Dr. Shaw and I were just discussing that here in the last couple of weeks. We're about to jump probably next year where that's got, we have a big enough pipeline of experimentals that we've got to jump it up there in size. But for this year, we feel like we're in pretty good shape for the moment. So obviously quick highlights, always when we say 25 entries, like 25 conventional, well, there's always going to be a couple of checks in there as part of that 25 to compare to. So again, there are some options from a yield standpoint that are some improvement over our existing checks. Nothing that's dramatic, but an average of 4 to 5 bushels better. Got to get in the same thing clear field variety wise. You start looking at 5 bushel better over there. Medium grain, 5-6 bushel. Previsia, obviously PBL6 has just been released. So looking at that one named in there, obviously it's the better. There are some things close to it, but the PBL6 looks really strong. So wouldn't have expected, you always hope, but you don't expect you to already have something the next year to beat it. So some positive things coming there.
Hey, on those 10 aromatic, is there any basmati or is that all jasmine type?
All jasmine type in that. We've had that conversation about basmati, but it's a little far away from this for this year. might have something to include in there on that next year. I've been pushing. Switching to agronomic production practices, again, all virtually the same request within, I think, 1,000 or so the year before. Agronomics, and keeping in mind, listing a lot of items here, but some of what we end up doing as part of this is also cooperating and supplementing some of the work projects that have kind of been mentioned throughout various disciplines, but we continue to look at seeding rates, which has actually been a huge topic for this winter going into this year. Obviously, management options to improve or maintain milling yields. Again, drain timing is a big one that we've been discussing, one particular effort, but obviously with Griffiths looking at harvest moisture content timing, various inputs and anything we can do to kind of twist that to improve other crop improvement products regardless of timing. We've looked at some pretty weird stuff that does some interesting things, so maybe we'll get somewhere, but some of them actually do more harm than good, believe it or not, once we look at them. Various seed treatments, fertilizer products, and then continuing to supplement recommendations for irrigated rice. That usually is coming a little bit more in the form of trying to do some grow rice ARPTs, kind of as part of this, but doing that kind of in conjunction with some of the work Justin's already doing at some of those sites. So we're kind of maximizing our efficiency in those locations. And then obviously it supports my team and staff in trying to generate newsletters and our publications, rice management guide, and all that good stuff. Or again, get how many slides and what I've already said all that. So I won't belabor it. DD50 program, same request as previously. According to DD50 rice management program, we plant 6 planting dates. Both at Stuttgart and Harrisburg, each of them. For the actual program, we actually, from a destructive sampling, taking joint movement measurements, we just used 2 of the dates for that. We used to use 3. We kind of found that there's 2 of them that appropriately selected, kind of largely give us that data, which is helping us keep our monetary requests down also. Big part of that from a plot work and labor standpoint. But we continue to get really good data on performance across a wide range of planting dates. 6. If we go down to less than that, like we had in the past, there's always big gaps in time when we frequently missed trends and things. And not always it's relevant for like longer term trends, but helping to explain and understand things that go on within a given year. That's what we found we were missing years ago. So that's why the 6 from late March all the way to early June every year. And if we get pushed some, we will always throw one in, say, even later or extra early. Obviously, it's dry enough around the state right now. If we had all our seed packaged and ready and everything, I might be tempted to plant a March 2nd planting dates just out of maintenance, just because, not that I get anything, but we're not there, but it's definitely dry enough and ready.
Treated for blackbirds?
Oh, yeah. Oh, but we do put AB 1011 on everything for the record for that.
You're dry enough right down the road from me.
Oh, yeah.
You gonna flush it to get it up?
Well, that's the funny thing is there might be enough moisture just right there in a band to germinate, but nothing above and nothing for feet below. So it you'll have to start
chasing it with water as soon as you
water. Lots of stuff to look at to give you an idea. And this is just a small snapshot of the amount of data from joint movement, 50% heading, everything that we're collecting, and my crew's out there walking regularly, plus all the destructive sampling for joint movement. And obviously a wide range of number of days in DD50 units to get to joint movement or 50% heading is what we're looking at. So that goes into a very large multi-year spreadsheet that developed this. We obviously can't do it without the help from the division standpoint of supporting the development and maintenance of that program.
What percent do you think you need that way?
20% has been about 20, based on number of acres officially enrolled, which is all I can say.
How do you get it up?
Don't know. It's been 20% pretty much my entire career.
You think people are reporting acres correctly?
No.
A lot of times I just put.
I've maintained it. It's probably getting used for, and this may be a little bit of a stretch, but at least double what's enrolled. Might be closer to half. They're actually referencing what's going on in there. It's just not. Correct.
No, varieties, all right, worried about plant day or emergency day.
Reference point. Reference.
A consultant, he'll write down one field, he's got
Well, it
like
might
20
be
fields.
NW40, but he's got 4 40-acre fields and he's putting that one in for his reference. And so that's, I think we can roll it up pretty good, but officially all I can tell you is.
My consultant complained there was some kind of neat glitch in that system last year. I don't know what it was, but. I didn't put about it, so I don't know.
I think I did have one call about
You know,
something. Yeah, but I think, I want to say that was.
Well, I mean, I don't know what he.
Yeah, I don't even remember now what it was because it was. It was minor, so
I don't know what it did.
Yeah.
It did something crazy.
But we've continued to have really good success.
Heard it was your farm, Paul, and it went nuts.
Probably did.
Nitrogen recommendations, again, usual annual product and request for this one with Dr. Roberts and I continuing to move through newly available cultivars for this, both varieties and hybrids. I think y'all are pretty accustomed to seeing the yield response curves out of these different products, helping us kind of tailor. We are in kind of a window right now where things are pretty consistently coming into relative standard. That's a window of time that we're in. We're trying to be careful about shifting too much away from putting new things through here because stuff always changes with time, but we are trying to limit if it's very, very identical data after a couple of years, we may not keep it for a third. Again, to be as efficient as possible, not waste time, money, plot effort. When they look like, okay, the same, but there's an occasional one that jumps in there and throws a wrinkle and moves to a different category. So we are trying to be cautious and efficient with that, but continue to move stuff through. So that's just 6, and we're doing about a dozen different varieties and hybrids a year in that. Verification program, we're still operating with just one coordinator, Ralph Mazzani, with statewide responsibility. Essentially, that entire budget is personnel salary and travel for verification to conduct that. Again, travel for both Ralph and the county agents to assist with those fields. And I could spend a lot of time staring. This does have some economics and details to it that I didn't show you back in November. So obviously kind of reflective of the year, and remember those returns don't have any rent.
I think you don't know what that points to.
Well, there's been some conversation around that. There was some missed grass and other things, but I've heard comments that there may have been other problems that we weren't fully aware of in terms of how things went out there, but that's all I'll get into. We're here on that one.
Well, I mean, that's something I agree with, but there's two that are just kind of off the chart, you know?
Right, but I will say this, I mean, we can say they're somewhat off the chart, but these were very, very real yield outcomes this year.
I see that around 18, that's exactly what it did.
That's what I'm saying. So regardless of whether things were 100% on the up and up in that one, that's a very real outcome.
Well, you know, I remember one few years ago, like a well went down or something.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, it was down for a month. So we knew when it cut 120, it was forever until we got water back in there. So it does happen. But also as expected, milling all over the board from good to bad in between. Up and down through, so no surprises there.
It's harvest moisture right there.
So, this is probably with the variability that's out there, and we're only talking about 9 fields of a year. So when we're only doing 9, there's swings, but this is probably the lowest advantage of the average yield over the verification program compared to the state average yield in a long time. It's only about 10 bushels better.
That's harvest moisture, I think.
Yes, sorry, yes, harvest moisture. And always a reminder, just because that's the moisture recorded or average at harvest doesn't mean that's the first time it ever got there. And so, again, we can have good milling at, that's a great one. Well, 16, we should have decent milling, right? Well, we can start going through whatever's popping up. I didn't say, that's where it may have been recorded 16, but that was not long after some pretty good rains came through right there, and so that it may have already been.
I just can't get the totals of 72 and 70. I mean, I wish I could get them to be more.
Yeah. Some of those.
68, 67.
Yeah, that's been more common last year, so it's those lower totals as well.
There's a few people, and I wanna write this off as an inherited bad habit. But if it rains, the next day they won't cut rice. Even if it's in the moisture, they'll wait another day. Is there any validity to that? Where did I get, that's up in our area. Sorry, that didn't.
Oh, I see it's pretty much everywhere.
Hey,
Is it true?
got the data that shows
It
it.
works, you're right.
It does?
Whenever you have a rain come through, not cut the next day, because that's whatever comes in is gonna be the lowest.
Oh,
Pretty well, each day it improves, the milling improves.
I thought that was no wise man. I did.
Hey, Bot, I had a neighbor we used to cut together, and me and his son, and they had separate rice, the dad and the son. And if it would rain and we were cutting on him, he'd say, y'all going to go do what you want to do on y'all's, but y'all aren't cutting mine. Y'all move off.
I thought that was about like planting beans.
He said it for years. That was 30 years ago.
I'm glad you shared that, Keith, because
And I will tell you.
Take off
Dr.
after the rain.
Henry Seymour Morgan, I had
Take off after the rain the next day.
discussions. Because from his perspective as a scientist, he said that once that kernel fishers, there's no way it's gonna kill itself.
Yeah.
But I said, I can't disagree with you, but I can only tell you what I see on the rice that comes in, after a rain.
So you fully
We
believe
had that
it?
discussion.
How many 3 days?
Talk.
Right there.
When you get 2 days off when it rains now.
we'll
be working on equipment, just.
Go late next day.
Yeah, I'm glad you shared that, 'cause I've heard that, I just never.
Where is it? Not, no.
3 days, 30 days.
You can see it going up after that rain. See it going away. So.
Careful the day dries.
Yeah, how can you even do the?
You mapped advantage.
Huh?
You talking about the infrastructure?
Yeah. Something.
Okay, and this is the last one, $15,000 request, which is just finishing up the last of our in-season tissue evaluation, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium with Tanner Smith, our grad student, and that's really just primarily finished, again, his last on that request, reminder of what he's been doing the past couple of years throughout the season. Again, turning out pretty interesting. We are actually some of the levels that we thought we might fall to from a tissue concentration of PMKs, that we might get a response. We actually didn't, so we wanted to maybe rethink some of those for reproductive stage trigger on those. There we go. And that's really the idea. I think that's the end of mine. Yes, that's in mine. So any final questions? We're good.
I was gonna tell me about your city.
Try to be fast. I don't know how fast you let me see.
Great job. Great. Thank you.
They're shortest one out of the bunch.
What's the most project?
You heard it before.
It's on the back up. Well, now, they just taught us back up. I agree up on the down.
You ready?
Then ready.
All right, well, Chris Henry, mine is goal. It's a new year. We're starting over. So this is the first one of 3 years, but it's irrigation technology delivery for rice. Next slide. So the 4 objectives, the first one is mainly around the pitless tailwater pump. We're going to, we continue to get that out in the marketplace. We've got it over a lot of fields right now. We want to add this pressure control valve, the pressure compensating valve, what I call it. And it's part of the original design. So we finished electronics on that. We're going to test some more of those. Been working on it for a couple of years, but we've got kind of the final design done on that. So we want to run that in the fields and get that commercialized. And we also kind of finished another design on the rice trailer. That's something you've done in the past. Kind of a new feature for that. We fit in and we want to go test that. So part of this is getting stuff out to farmers. That's really the title of it. The second one is, and I'm not trying to cross over my colleagues as a sandbox or anything, but I've always been real interested in this polymer coated urea. Because it kind of is, it's a neat for row runs. And Dr. Slayton helped me get a drill years ago, and we just have never really done a lot with it. And so last year we did some work with it, but it's neat because you could think about putting the fertilizer and the seed down at the same time. And maybe be done with it, or be done with a fraction of it, that it kind of gives you a bigger window at the beginning of the season, which is really helpful in row rice. And we've also been working with this kind of higher quality fertilizer called the UCAN, which is kind of calcium, got some calcium in it. And every time I've done something with this stuff, we get kind of a surprise. So in the fertigation, we've seen a big reduction in the amount of fertilizer we can get by with. And then this year we saw something different. So that's part of kind of putting a package together to make the whole system work better. Then we do an irrigation contest, the irrigation schools, we're the only irrigation contest in the world. Most of the people that enter a good chunk.
Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Rice farmers, the three categories. You don't fund the prizes, but they end up, Rice Tech basically funds the prizes, but this does fund the person that runs around and seals meters and does the harvest checks and so forth. So that keeps you in it, and we get the data back from that. That's given us some of the best data about how reductions in water use, what people are doing, what they can do with a different technology than we've ever been able to do. Nobody has, in my colleagues do that we have here. And then the last one is to look at water use by growth stage. So we really have never gone back and peeled the onion on water use at each growth stage. And so we partner with Michelle Reba. She runs the Mount Tower. We go collect the plant data and with kind of how much water per growth stage. And we've actually never done it. And that's important both for flooded rice and row rice. We put that in the app for row rice specifically. So that we're a little coarse on that. So here's what we found this last year, give you a little bit of a summary. So we were late planting in June, this June planted rice, so that, expect the yields to be lower, but it was also dry, after we got it planted. So what we saw was with the Pillis pump, we saw a 29.5 bushel yield improvement over a 3-day irrigation cycle or a 40% allowable depletion or 7-day irrigation cycle. So the 40% allowable depletion is using soil moisture sensors, watermark sensors, using our mobile app that we've calibrated over the years to grow rice. So and that kind of helps point to the ceiling effect, is I think why we see this yield reduction in row rice. Because even if you get the water right, which allows the depletion, we're irrigate when the sensors say to irrigate. Doesn't always get it to the plant. And that's, I think, where that yield penalty often comes from. So we're gonna keep doing, I'd like to keep doing that and validate all that. But the yield was significantly higher. The water use on the 3 days, 35 acre inches. Okay, the 40% allowable depletion was 17 acre inches, and the 7-day was 20. So even with sensors, we're saving 3 acre inches. I wasn't able to capture the water use on the Pillis pump because of how we had the irrigation study set up. We had too much tailwater, and I couldn't separate out and we just let the tailwater pump use all the tailwater because they were just getting so much water going across the field with all these 3-day cycles. Then the interesting with the polymer coated ureas, we planted it with the same slot as the rice. We got a yield benefit. It wasn't significant, but numerically it was higher. That was a surprise for us. The UCAN was also higher numerically, not significantly higher. In the rates, we did a rate study with to see how much of this we should use, and we actually put 180 pounds of nitrogen on. We still kept seeing the rate go up and up. So I had 180 bushel rice in this small plot, which was higher than everything else. So I want to peel the onion on that fertilizer, see if we can match that, figure out how to use that better. Even the reference plot, or in the 3-day irrigation plot, which we control the 100, really the best I could get using our current recommendations is 139 bushels per acre. So there's some numerical differences. I think over time we may see them peel off because of variation down. The one I was hoping would come out well is plant everything up front. So the idea is you would put, when you put it in the furrow, with the seed, your fertilizer should probably work twice as much as broadcast because it's right there with the seed. So you should get out with less fertilizer. That's the idea. But what happens, what we think, is that there's so much fertilizer in there, it's stinging the germination of the plants. So it didn't pillar as well. It took a while for the hybrid to kind of catch back up, and I think that caused the yield penalty. But there's some opportunity, I think, for that. Think about being able to plant all of your rice and fertilizer at once and being done. What kind of money could that save you? And not have to worry about getting fertilizer out, especially a year like this year, where we were kind of late on some varieties getting fertilizer out because of weather or water. With fertigation and these polymers, you don't have to worry about that. If it's been raining, I can put the fertilizer out the next day because the water is already wet. And I just got to inject the fertilizer with the irrigation system. So that's why I'm really interested in that. no difference in head rice. Well, no, the one difference in head rice deal we saw was 2 years ago with this, where we used this UCAN. But because I think we planted so late, I don't think we had any high nighttime temperatures to see if we affected that head rice yield. So we weren't able to capture that this year. And then the last thing is just some basic research to peel out. You can see we were missing a lot of growth stages here, and I want to focus a lot here because this helps us with the drain time to feel out how much water we really need to finish a crop out. That's one of the fundamentals behind irrigation is we know that we can predict when we can stop irrigating. There'll be more irrigations it takes to finish a crop out. So basic stuff that we haven't ever done is another part of this project. So that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
The one thing that I do different, maybe another bad habit, my teeth pointed out one of those, is I don't want to use starter nitrogen on my rice because I don't want to start my grass. And a lot of times you get in a situation where the rice is slow to come and the grass is really healthy.
Yeah.
And I mean, if we could control our grass, then I would be more apt to use starter nitrogen. But in the situation I'm in right now, I don't want to give it any advantage.
I understand. Yeah. I think when you put it in the slot where the seed is, it's right there by the rice. It's not spread out where the grass can get to it. The only grass that's going to get it is the one right next to the rice plant. So that was the idea behind that. Again, I'm trying to come up with, I'm kind of out of box thinker, right? Much like you, Matt. I'm trying to think, how could we make things better? Just trying to throw stuff out there.
Well, there's probably some lit to it. It's just I'm just telling you the reason that I've never, my whole country used to put 100 pounds of ammonium sulfate and zinc out free. And when STAM quit working, we had to change our mind.
Can you do the fertigation and just open discharge, or you have to do it down the road? Well, we've been doing it with the pitless system because you've already got the water stabbed. So the reason it works really good in rice is because once you start with no water pump, say right after the rain, everything is wet. So what happens is our intake rate is constant across the field. If you think about dry soil, the intake rate hasn't changed until it reaches saturation. So the neat part about the fertigation system, the tailwater system is once everything's wet or saturated, soaked up, per se, we start injecting the fertilizer. And as the rice is using water, it's taking the fertilizer with it, and it's very uniform. Very uniform because all the soil is the same. That's one of the issues with fertigation is the intake rate of the soils changing as the wind runs a bit down the furrow. And that's why this works so well.
No, we tried some ESN a few years ago. The demo product, like 10 acres, put it out. Pumped it up. One of the boys called me and said, come over and look at this. Look like basketball.
Oh, yeah, floats. That's right.
Float. And I don't mean float for like 24 hours. I mean floated for
that's right.
Days. And it's up around the spills, just all gathered up.
That's right. That's right.
And I don't know if they ever got it where it would float.
It floats. The trick is to incorporate it. So if you put it down and drill over it, that's enough incorporation, so it doesn't float. But remember, in this case, what we've done is we're putting.
Yeah, I saw that. I was just curious if maybe they had fixed the issue.
No, it is still gonna float.
Because I thought it would have been.
There is a coating that they can put on it so that it won't float, but it still acts like a marble if it's on Scott's slicked off hard silicone surface. As that water moves over it, it'll just roll right in front of the.
Yeah, I mean, it was just unreal. I pulled up
Almost
the field.
have to
It
have
was
a
a
crane.
relatively flat field, but I mean, it was like every trail that was put out was floating.
We started working with that product in the early 2000s, and that was the first thing I told them is it floats.
We got home feed food out there?
Yeah, I mean, and like I say, it didn't sink anytime soon.
It'll only sink whenever the urea leaks all out of it and into the water.
And that's in flooded rice.
Yes,
This is row
yeah,
rice.
right, yeah,
That's why, I think it's a row rice thing. It's not gonna probably be a flooded rice thing. I mean, unless we decide to double shoot it in air seeders. All right. Again, thanks for your support of my program.
Thanks, Chris. Jim, we're about an hour ahead. I had to do a double take when I looked at the thing. And I thought my watch may have been on Eastern time or something, or Mountain time. We actually had a break worked in. Y'all want to take that or power through? So,
Yeah.
5 minutes or so.
Right.
Yeah, I can make that phone calls. What about if the pool starts you?
Hey, there's Uber here now.
I'm gonna do the Flintstone thing, I gotta run on.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, y'all, we're getting started again.
A question has been asked, if we finish quick enough today, because we're gonna have fun to do everything today. So we'll see how time allows. All right.
All right, Yulin, are you with us?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me? Or can you see me?
Yep, now we can see you.
Okay, good. All right. First of all, I apologize, last minute change. I was actually planning to report you progress in person. But anyhow, I hope you will get a message from this virtual presentation. So I'm going to present you two projects funded by Rice Board. First is determining the role of fisher resistance and the chocolates in controlling the high rice yield. And second is to tell you update what we discovered about the rice blast situation in Arkansas. So for first project is a team project. Myself and my colleague Jeremy Edwards, and Jeremy, I believe he's there with you, and working with Junior Thomas, Griffins, Atubula, and Xuan Xia, Christian Deep Guzman. So this is year 2 of a 3-year project with 3 clear objectives. First, to determine the contribution of fisher resistance gene and those chocolate genes in contributing to the high rice yield. Because we know rice, if it contains these genes, will have improved high rice yield, but we want to know how much. Second, we want to look at these genes and come up genetic markers breeder can use, or the understanding the function of genes, and to allow their breeder to improve high rice yield using genetic engineering. And that is your third objectives too. Is just get a tool for breeder rapid moving those genes into their breeding populations. Next slide, please. So for year 1, we're able to plant about 185 lines. Those lines selected from USDA genetic stocks and derived from cross of carbonyl low fatty acid and also with ZHE 733 and Cypress Lagoon. Cypress, we all know, is good standard meaning quality, Lagoon is control checks. And Cybalent inherit the genes from Cypress and Cyber. And so we select 185 lines based on our previous study of a mini yield, which was project completed over almost 20 years ago. And now we select them and we put in field last summer. So far the panicles of each of these lines have been harvested, and we're also collecting agronomy traits. And in addition, we also collected panicles of 2025 URN lines managed by Xuan and plus the control, Cypress Lagoon. So we allow in the process to examine the fisher resistance in the laboratory. Same time, colleague in University of Arkansas Fairville, Julia, she performed a detailed analysis of chocolates under greenhouse conditions, and specifically, she actually determined what physiological response making the Cypress so different from a Lagoon. So this will be reported in BR report. Next slide, please. So year 2, as I said, we are continue to working on processes, panicles for fisher resistance. Same time, we were able to select 116 lines from 2025 field trials, so that we remove the plants vertol and lodging, and also their heading date is very late. And for last year, we're able to harvest those lines on the 3 harvest moistures, because we know harvest moisture impact the high rice yield. And we're going to do same things again for next year, but this time we're going to reduce lines to 116 lines. Same time, we'll complete sequence contracting the lines from Cypress Lagoon to come up better marker, and will complete the DNA sequence analysis and using PacBio sequence genome platform to identify better markers for breeders to use. So benefit for this, obvious, everyone knows, increase high-res yield and reduce brokenness. That will benefit growers and breeders. So I'm going to stop here and to see any question for this project before moving to BLAST.
Good, excellent.
Okay, if no questions, let's go this one. So to tell you histories, over 25 years ago, myself, I worked with Jim Corral. We performed the blood surveys, and along these lines, we actually developed genetic markers called PETA markers, and again, founded by Rice Board. And so a lot of these markers been using for breeders to identify the PETA genes and to be used for preventing blast. So this survey, we did 2024, 2025, 2 years, with objective of looking for the blast population in Arkansas, and then to characterize those blast isolates to see, to identify what resistance gene will be effective if we have this blast isolate in the field. So far, next slide. So far, from these 2 years, from 2024 and 2025, we're able to collecting over 200 samples from 20 counties. One thing I want to bring to your attention is we collect over 100 samples from a hybrid rice, RT7521 FP. I don't know how many acres has been planted in the last couple of years. And when you're looking at the blast symptoms on your right side, you see we notice there's a significant differences of parasite of inbreed rice variety of symptoms of blast and hybrid. From what I have seen, inbreed rice varieties here deployed in southern United States has some partial resistance, or hybrid does not. So this is alarming bells for all of us because we know there's a very limited rice germplasms can be used for hybrid production due to restore lines. As a matter of fact, as far as I know, it's less than a handful of rice varieties has been using as restore lines for hybrid rice production. If that is true, and we might lost partial resistance from inbreed varieties. So if the hybrid rice blast is occupied with the hybrid, there's a potential we're going to have pandemics and will wipe out the hybrid rice like RT521 FP. And was similar to what I have seen in the 1980s of Lubalant. But the good news is, when you're looking for left side, we analyzed the fungus. We found most resistance genes we deployed are still working, particularly PETA, along with another gene we call PTR, is still very effective. And also PIZ and PIB and PI9, this resistance gene has not been deployed in Arkansas, but I know breeders, Adam Formasa already moved these genes into his breeding population. ACE1 corresponding to PS33 is also effective. What we know is PIK, which has been deployed since 1960, no longer to be effective. And we also know PII or PII, which was deployed in 1960s, it's not going to be effective if you put in your breeding lines today. So as I said, good news is PETA along with PETA 2, and it's still effective for over 20 years. And genetic markers we developed, funded by Rice Board, is still useful for breeders to select resistance. So I'm going to stop here to see whether you have any questions, because here you see, pay attention to these lesions. When you're going to field this year, please help me and take some pictures and to see whether what we see is consistent. But if we see this different type of peso type, that's indication to me is inbreed rice variety has partial resistance, which is not in the hybrid rice. Okay, next slide. So we have collected over 200 samples, and we complete analysis of fungal avian genes and give us some indication. PS33, PAB, PN9, and PETA, and PTR, PSE is still effective for breeders to use to preventing blast disease. And last year, this project, what we'll do, we'll perform more detailed analysis with SSR markers, and we'll sequence these avian genes to make sure we understand the structure-function relationship. Same time, we're going to inoculate select isolates with the monogenic lines we import from URI. They contain known resistance genes to PETA, PETA 2, PSE, PAK, and PAB, so that it will be 100% sure deploy these resistance genes will be useful to preventing blasts where the sample were collected. So benefit for growers, obviously, reduce use of fungicide. Most of you know that in the southern United States each year, we use about $70 million preventive fungicide to control blast and sheath blight disease. And without disease, we also have a couple of bushels a yield boost. So it is safe to say, please use the resistance varieties. That will save $100 million each year. So I'm going to stop here, and do you have any questions?
Any questions for you, Lynn? All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
So next on the agenda is actually Dr. Roberts, but he is in the middle of a lecture somewhere here in the building. So we need to jump over him since we're ahead of schedule. And Bob is going to talk to us about the weed project.
Thanks doing it. Next slide. I think most of you by now are familiar with our joint project, the team approach to weed management. I'm in Rice, my co-conspirators are Jason Norsworthy and Tom Barber. There's our budget request, about 80+% of that is in salaries. This is what we use it for, primarily is to pay people to do all this work. This project is the one that covers our barnyard grass screening. This year we're doing a rice weed management survey. And if any of you in this room haven't had a chance to fill out our survey, if you'll email me, I'll send you the QR code, because we want to hear from guys like you for sure on that survey. The survey and the screening helps to kind of guide the program and where we take it every year and what our objectives are. We're also conducting, as part of a graduate student project, a late field survey, quantifying the weeds that we're actually missing, that we're finding out in the field. So he's driving around and trying to sample fields ahead of a combine. Jason started looking at some of this milling and how red rice presence affects grain milling kind of in earnest this past year. We use this project also to quantify the impact of late season off-target movement. That's one of the first things I'll point out, that, we provide in this grant, that you guys aren't going to get this information from the companies or anybody else. It's kind of a negative thing if they don't really like to look at it, but it helps us help you manage fields when these things inevitably happen out there. And then, of course, the sedge project is ongoing. Last year was a horrible sedge year. We're still looking for better chemistry on that. There's new stuff coming. But it's a little bit off, or ways off, so we're having to look at existing chemistry and all the different ways we can try to manage this annual sedge, because it absolutely kicked our butt last year. Next slide. Another thing that we get to do with this funding from this work is to evaluate new herbicides before they reach the market. And this is really important to us, so that we have a little bit of this information. This time frame is getting squeezed all the time, shorter and shorter, kind of like with the variety testing. We're not getting this stuff from all the companies in time to really get a good look at it. We have to take their word for it when they say what it will control and what it won't. But we've been really lucky to work with both Canali and Trizopyrid, that's spelled wrong, and a few new trait technologies for improved weed control. These have got really good activity on barnyard grass, and in the IPTO on sedges. I'll give you a little bit more of an update on Canali here in a second, but if Trizopyrid we're only just now allowed to talk about it. They submitted it for registration this fall, so it's probably 3 years out at best. With the Canali, they're talking about spring of 27. Possibly having a label for Canali, and that'll be sold as Canali Complete and co-pack with Command. That's repetitive seed. We've recently switched focus to look at seed treatments, and not necessarily in how they affect plant vigor and growth, but looking at them from a standpoint of how they impact herbicide tolerance. And there's already been one product, Boludo, that has come out of this work. That's been found to safen Command. So on some of these soils where Command is really hot, we're hoping we can bump that rate back up to a 1X rate instead of we just keep cutting it lower and lower. Boludo seems to allow us to get back to that a little bit longer lasting rate, a little bit higher residual. Here's all the other kind of objectives that we're looking at. The end game of all of this is to provide a rapid transfer of this weed control information to you guys through all of our outlets and to update the MP44. We have a meeting every fall, look at all these trials, look at the new stuff going into the book, the existing stuff that needs changes, and that's really where we compile, in a broad sense, all of the results of this work. I think I have one more slide. So what are the benefits? We feel like we give an impartial view of these new technologies before they come online, before they're available to you. We also know that we get to look at some of these traits and technologies that otherwise there's not any companies looking at. Probably one of the best examples of that is a combination of this seed safener work and the product Acetochlor. I think most of y'all know that rice has some tolerance to Acetochlor. It's enhanced with Boludo. So, we're actively working with companies to try to pursue a label on that product because that can really help us. But right now, at the time I put this slide together, there weren't any companies really looking into that, but that's a discovery that's come out of here. On the Section 18, we applied for a Section 18 for Canali because, again, it's not supposed to be available till the spring of 27. The label was coming in the fall of 26, so it'd be too late for this coming use season. We submitted one version of the Section 18. They poo-pooed that one and sent it back. We took their comments and their suggestions and we rewrote it. We resubmitted another version of a Section 18 that we hope they'll grant in time for this year. Is for 50,000 acres. So it'd be, to be positioned mainly on Command resistance. We've got 6 or 8 fields identified that are resistant to Command, and other fields where there's having a lot of difficulty with herbicide resistance. That's what we wrote the Section 18 for. If we didn't have our screening program, we didn't have the ability to evaluate this chemistry, we wouldn't have a leg to stand on at the EPA. This is all in-house university data that we present to them, because the state has to ask for an 18, and the companies really can't do it on their own. That's about it. We run about 75 to 100 trials collectively each year, looking at just everything that pops up. under the sun, more weed control. And so, questions, take me now or later.
Have any other states been successful with a section 18 with knowledge that?
So, our first attempt at a section 18, no, to answer your question, Missouri actually jumped on board with our request. And just to be really honest, I think it hurt our case because they didn't have the supporting data that we had. I mean, it was more like, hey, if they get one, we want one too. So it upped the acreage. And you know, they have a risk cut at the EPA, and the more acres, the more risk. So you really need to target these section 18s to like the real problematic acres where you can't control with anything else. And it kind of got blown up when that happened. So we went with an independent application this time, made sure it was just for Arkansas.
What do you think the timing is on knowing?
The best we're gonna know, it'll be a real short turnaround. They told us April 1st. They don't really want to grant these section 18. We kind of make them, we can just, if they can't come up with a reason not to.
It seems like in the past, when there's an emergency, that it's fairly easy to get one if it's a bug breakout or something like that. So that's why I'm wondering why this one's getting held up.
So when we had our meeting with them, we brought that same thing up. It's always been frustrating to me. And we have had success with section 18s over the years, like Rystar and Command. We got 18s on all those, New Path way back in the day. But it has to be a legitimate economic impact threat. So you really got to write it in a way that shows that there's nothing else you can do to control these weeds. And again, thanks to our screening program, we had a number of populations that the effective chemistry was down to like Prowl and Bolero. Nothing else worked. Marginal grass populations. That's a pretty good justification. I think with the insects, they come marching in and it's a threat, and that they have good data too, and they show nothing else will control it. It's coming, we gotta have something. So it's just all about the justification.
So the 50,000 acres, is that an ask or is that something the EPA dictates?
That is an ask on our part, and the first time we asked for too much. And so we took their advice, we looked at our own data, kind of extrapolated the acres out of what we could prove we had resistance on, and we got an economist and added him to our team to kind of do a little bit of magic with the numbers, and we made a pretty good case, I think. So
decided they grant that April 1st, is the product available?
FMC has said that the product will be available. In fact, they had planned product in previous section 18, so they may have more than they wish they had. Honestly, if what they're telling us is correct.
Thank you, Bob.
I hope we get it. It's good stuff.
It'll be sold as a co-pack with chromosomes.
That's a good question. Under the 18, it'll be sold as a standalone, but they'll be recommending a rate with Command. And I think it's one of those things where Command is FMC's product, so you would expect them to do that. But it actually does really look good together. We've tried it with different things, and it just really goes well with Command because it only kills barnyard, sprangle top, signal grass, and a little bit of crabgrass.
Is there a set rate on that finale, or is there?
There's a 1X rate for a siltloam, and you double it for the clay. Please don't, I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. I'll get it and it tries trizepatide mixed up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks, Bob.
We're gonna continue, Dr. Roberts is not back in yet. We'll pick him up whenever he is done. So we're gonna continue going down the list. And Dr. Shaw's next.
Good afternoon. My name is Shane Shaw. I'll try my niche just on the show. I've been a breeder here last 13 years. Before that, I worked there as soon as some of the new face here just get experimentation. The project is continue the second year. Breeding superior rice variety for Arkansas. Variety number is still using a new face here, $839,000. This actually, just like Bob said, has been an effort. In the past, we separate these in different projects, long grind, medium grind. the molecular marker or characterized breeding, stuff like that. Why not we consolidate into single one? So, put the money wise, actually, the last thing, before we consolidation. So the objective always develop a superior long range varieties. Right now we got street platform, herbicide technologies, got a clear field for Vizian and conventional, of course, in the past. You look at 25 years ago, we got conventional. Right now we got clear field for Vizian, so we got 3 times of work pretty much. Try to improve both the grain yields and the milling yields. Everybody talked about millings. It's a big topic here. We also continue working on a medium grain rice variety, also working on the sweet platform. So recently we some more efforts to try to develop more new aromatic rice, long grain rice, or jasmine. We did, yes, Dr. Usman started working on some basmati type. From my side, also working on cow roast type of premium cooking quality, try to integrate the cow roast cooking quality into our southern medium grain, hopefully. Someday we can capture when California run out of water, take over that premium cooking quality in our market. The one thing we do last 2 years, actually, since 2024, we try to incorporate milling evaluation to our new release or potential new releases. We can come up, hopefully, we have enough information, can have a recommendation on you or warning you what's the best moisture content, so you can go into the field to obviously get it. So we in second year in this expanded or integrate the milling study in our breeding program, and we focus on our own variety. So unfortunately, last 2025, we 4 months of May, we didn't get a chance to plant. So it's so wet. I planted June the 3rd. Everything I got yields. Everything over 60%. So really not a whole lot of difference. So we're gonna continue to do that. I feel more like the milling stability issue than the milling, of course, for the variety like our traditional stature, we always got a little bit low milling yields compared to the Seminole developed LSC or rolling in the Gulf Coast. That's kind of inherent differences because the bigger heads, not a uniform maturity. We always a little bit lower, but not a catastrophically low. So we believe we needed the stability and stay the suboptimum harvest condition. So that's what I'm looking at. I try to harvest my rice, the late harvesting, high moisture content, low moisture content. Hopefully we can eliminate or at least weed it out those things that cause issue on the road. So that's the same we try. Also working with USDA, Dr. Ewing. Okay. Dr. Ewing talked about these fissure resistance. We actually, that's from my trial, Uniform Living Nursery. Of course, anyway, he's those trials, so we also help him to do the evaluation of the combine. The scale, I don't want to talk too much about the details. The breeding always continue in the efforts by nature. You grow something from us, that one actually not develop yesterday. It's being actually more than 10 years in the making. So you want something from us, 10 years from now, we got stored. So that's the same, we have to continuation. Just like a conveyor belt, you have to feed. If we're not a feed, you don't have anything on that. So that's the same, we got number of process, number of project rows, numbers kind of boring, the panic road, this 130,000. California usually have 3 because they always brag. have 100,000 panic rows, so we actually have more than that. So that's the same yield plots, so we had 14,000 yield plots, micro being this is gonna be 82, that's a new record. Next one. Dr. Guzman also want to emphasize some of his work primarily for the heat tolerance we can incorporate to our breeding program. He has something in the pipeline. Next one. The benefit to the globe, we are excited. We have a new variety, a Vizio variety PVO6 we probably heard about. Jared talked about, Jared's pretty excited about this thing. Seems to have very good yield potential. We do release a new Clearfield long grind for the CLL21. On pipeline, we do have a conventional long grind. It's 23 AR132. 2 years in a row in my own trial, breeding trial, showing the yield advantage of also in Dr. Hawkins trial, LRPT the 1 year, first year, about 4 bushel year higher compared to the Ozark. The good thing about this is got Peter. Ozark didn't have a Peter. So we try to purify that Peter gene. Right now we got 800 rows in Puerto Rico. Hopefully this is going to be continue performing in Dr. Hawkins trial. We may have a new release next year. A new conventional long grain release. Last but not least, I got Clearfield Jasmine. 21 RU 2101208. It's a Clearfield Jasmine. It's been in the trial number of years in Louisiana, also in ARPP for all that trial, which showing a very good yield potential, 10 to maybe 30% yield advantage over the current variety like CLJ1. This actually got a very big corner. It's 7 millimeter corner. So this very exciting. We have 300 panic row increase in Puerto Rico. Horizon Ag very interested. We actually this is the provisional release. We actually provisional release the gems on the committee. We try to wrap up the seed production. So anyway, that's what I have. I'm sorry. Overuse the time. A lot. Any questions? Okay.
Hey, Dr. Shaw.
Yep.
Do you think we're putting as much money and effort into milling yields as possible? Are there areas that we're lacking in that we could be providing some additional funding to help accelerate the improvement of that milling yield situation we're experiencing?
Yeah, I know your situation very difficult this year, next year, probably it's funny the hard to get. But Dr. Yurin Job mentioned about this, the federal probably can come up with some kind of money or at least the support. So we can facilitate what they want to do because they're lacking this logistics, not yet to plan or not yet to all this other stuff, but we can fit in. If they can come up with the marker, we don't have problem to screen, but right now we just don't be able to screen. Because the milling is very hard. You gotta have a certain number of seed commit, not a year trial. You gotta a panic of like 2 plant seeds you can grow, explode. 2 generations, you get lots of seeds. The milling just need to have big sample. Big sample we not have, but early stage of breeding process. We have to wait late stage of the breeding process. They have that much seed to send it out to trials. Because the milling process itself requires more sample.
Well, I mean, we're looking at every type of technology, breeding, genetics, marker assisted, CRISPR, USDA resources. I mean, everything imaginable, we're going after it. Or is there stuff? I'm not talking about physically milling the samples and this and that. I mean, are we going after everything possible? Because if we don't, we're gonna be selling rice for beer and dog food.
Yeah, I know, because you ain't talking about USDA cap, which you have the milling study as the one of their major objective. That 20 years ago, that's, I don't know, it's a $5 million. 20 years ago, that's lots of money actually, but they come up with, I guess, Keithley here talk about that fission resistance. Unfortunately, fission resistant gene, which QTL, not the PETA. Even the PETA, which is very easy, you see very hard to get into the variety because you need a packaging, get yields, everything you have to get. So I would say, let's say some of the stuff, you cannot just pile up with the money. You can have it tomorrow.
Jay, I would hope that the project that you lend.
Yeah, Jake, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Jake, mini yield 20 years ago, actually it's 2004, when NIFA director contacted Neil Rutger. You probably know he was former director. So I started this project by recruiting Jim Creel from University of Arkansas. So he was a project director. We were asking to taking on two traits, mini yield and Schiefsberg resistance. So from that project, we have identified genomic regions which are important for improving mini yield and also important for improving Schiefsberg resistance. And 20 years afterwards, rice genome has been completely sequenced. Globally, at least 20 genes which can be used to improve high rice yield have been cloned. So as we're speaking, I'm leading project proposals with a university colleague and ask NIFA $10 million to allow us to editing those clonal genes using CRISPR. So the plan is they're editing these varieties, Xiyuan and Stang is using whatever traits he's lacking, like disease resistant or high rice yield. Give us rice seeds. You have high yield, you have all good traits, but whatever you want to improve, donate the seeds to us, and editing will taking place in University of Maryland, Ohio State University, Pennsylvania State University, and then we'll evaluate under greenhouse conditions or field evaluation when market will accept CRISPR products, or if not, we do under greenhouse evaluation. Jay, you're right. I'm 100% agree with you. If we don't use whatever resource available today, we won't be able to produce rice. We're going to buy rice from foreign countries. So we're working on this, and hopefully NIFA was supporting our ideas, will funding us so that we can get a team of scientists from the United States to use most cutting-edge biotechnology to help us in the future.
Okay, thank you.
So Jay, what I was going to add is the project that Yulin reported on just a few minutes ago was specific for fisher resistance. That was the one where he talked about the cypress crosses, the LeGroux crosses. So hopefully the outcome of that study will be helpful.
Good.
That'll be helpful short term. We do have lines like one line we call the CS353, released by USDA, has improved disease resistance and also have fisher resistance and improved high rice yield. We can immediately use those as a breeding parent. And as this project supported by you, will certainly come up some adopted lines can be used for breeding, and we certainly will identify some genetic markers breeder can use very quickly to put into their breeding process. But one thing I have to make sure you understand, their high rice involves so many genes, and not just simple gene like PETA or PTR, blast resistance genes in one location, breeder can easy to move on. So it's scientific challenge, and that is one reasons we have to use bad technology. And if we can, I think we can overcome this problem very quickly.
All right, we're going.
Was it last year that we combined or consolidated several breeding projects into one project?
Yes, prior to last year, Dr. Shaw submitted a proposal and Dr. de Guzman also submitted their main breeding proposals. We had the rice breeding review team in early 2025. That was one of their recommendations, is that it be one program with 2 breeders. And that's why one of the steps towards integrating those was to have one main breeding project.
Okay. Thanks for refreshing my memory there. How does the current request stack up with last year's? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, give me, my computer fell asleep, Charles.
I'm sorry.
Give me 1 second here.
Then I was hired. We don't say that.
Last year, Charles, the request was 832,253.
So we're right there in the ballpark, similar numbers.
It's majority what we grow.
You mentioned I think 2,000 new crosses. Just curious, how many total crosses, Dr. Shaw, will y'all be doing?
That's a total between the 2 breeders, so 2,000.
Okay.
Gotta have.
Yeah.
Right.
We have probably hundreds of back crosses. Back crosses is very hard because you got to use more seeds, lots more seeds. It's kind of complicated. Yeah, one more thing I'm glad Jack mentioned, and Dr. You talked about the PI9. We actually we're working on it. We're working on PI9. We're gonna have PI9 today soon.
That's up to 12,000.
Any other questions?
I think, Dr. Jaw, we were with Senator Bozeman a couple of weeks ago, some of the people in this room and at various times, and we visited just a little bit about USDA, the germplasm center outside of Stuttgart. He said he had gotten $10 million of additional funding. I believe his staff had mentioned. Is that for this year? Was that previous funding level? What was that?
It is for this year. That was one reason I'm not coming to see you today. So, Jay, Paul, you recall 2021 February, we both suffered in Stuttgart. This is polar vortex, and very unfortunately, that bumper suffered $20 million structural damage. So our USDA headquarters have been invested so far $10 million, and John Bozeman matched $10 million. This money is coming, and I'm meeting the contractors. Hopefully, we'll get a facility improved in next 2 years.
Okay, so that's still infrastructure repairs and whatnot from that you're trying to get straightened back out.
Yeah, it's just HVAC systems. You probably know the history. This building was built 30 years ago. It cost less than $20 million. And a few years ago, 5 years ago, this HVAC system costing us now $20 million. So if you want to build a new center, engineer told me it's going to cost $60 million. So we're okay, right? The next 2 years we'll get it fixed. Sometime we'll get a little improvement of equipment, and hopefully we'll be able to hire soon because we reduce 70% of staff members. All right, I'll stop it here.
All right, who's next?
Let's I guess backtrack since Dr. Roberts is in here, and we'll pick up him, and then we'll go to Jeremy.
So first off, I apologize for being late. Virginia Tech University has a class called World Crops, And so this week they're doing rice production. So I went and gave a remote lecture on rice production, kind of how we do it in Arkansas, kind of the ins and outs. And then we actually sent them some Aroma 21. And on Friday, they're going to be cooking with Aroma 21 as part of their class. So apologize for that.
Missed that one.
I just want to kind of cover our projects on nitrogen management tools for Arkansas rice producers. This is year 2 of our project. Our budget is going towards staff support and then the analysis associated with the different metrics that we're using to assess nitrogen availability in rice. One thing we started working on last year that's shown pretty good promise is a new algorithm to kind of take out the reflection from water in rice production, where we can get a better assessment of nitrogen status of the crop from different aerial imagery platforms. So that's one thing that we're pretty excited about. So I wanted to talk about more of our kind of early flood treatments. I know Dr. Scott is going to talk about weed control, but we've discussed this a little bit. Kind of this idea of being able to flood rice earlier as a mechanism to deal with, we'll say, more erratic weather conditions. And this kind of came from a few years back, about 4 years ago. We had some really heavy rains. We had a lot of rice go underwater. And so the real question became, okay, well, when that happens and we can't get the water off, how do we manage it? And so we kind of set up this study to approach that and say, okay, well, if we have rice that, floods early, can we potentially use that to our benefit? And so this data just kind of shows a 2-leaf flood versus our standard kind of V5 to V6 flood timing, with the idea that if we manage our nitrogen correctly, we can flood early and still produce optimal yields. And so that kind of brought the question in the discussion to Dr. Scott about, well, is there potential to look at this in other arenas in terms of like weed control and those types of things? So this is something that we're going to keep pursuing and looking at different kind of early season, early flood management approaches. The primary message here is that there's no real difference in nitrogen uptake or yield flooding at that early stage, as long as we manage the nitrogen correctly. But hopefully, if we can look at that 2-leaf stage, we could potentially reduce, herbicide applications and other input costs without sacrificing or jeopardizing yield. A couple of the other things that I wanted to hit on that we're working on within this project is some new fertilizer technology. So one of the big ones is a non-floating controlled release urea. So one of the big problems with polymer coated ureas is that they're very hydrophobic and they tend to float. And so we're working with a company, Purcell Agritech. I don't know if any of you have heard of those, but they're out of Alabama. They deal a lot with ornamental applications, but they have a non-floating technology that we've been testing, and it actually works really well. So it gives you the ability to use a controlled release source. The other thing that we're looking at specifically to furrow irrigated rice is a controlled release polymer coated product that has what they call stick and stay technology. And so when we apply this in a furrow irrigated system and it absorbs water, it actually kind of oozes out a gel and it sticks right where the prill is touching the soil. And so what that does is it gives you not only the controlled release technology, but it prevents the movement of that polymer coated source within like a furrow irrigated rice system. So those are some of the things that we're investigating. The last big thing that I would kind of point out is all of our research shows that, pinpointing nitrogen rate is important for yield as well as milling. And so when we get the nitrogen rate correct for our overall grain yield, that usually gives us the best overall milling yield. So what we want to do this coming year is actually use those nitrogen rate trials that are already in place and overlay them with some different growth regulating compounds to see if we can actually improve yield. There's a lot of research out there looking at specific growth regulators in rice to combat different stresses, particularly like high nighttime temperatures. So we're already doing the nitrogen rate studies, so we thought this would be a good addition to see if any of those products can kind of help improve the milling yield above and beyond what we're seeing. That's all I had for my proposal presentation, if there are any questions.
Thank you, Grant. Dr. Edwards?
Hi, I'm Jeremy Edwards with the USDA ARS at the Dale Bumpers National Rice Research Center. And so this project, really what we're trying to do is augment the Arkansas rice breeding program with molecular breeding and genomic selection to make it faster, more efficient. So like Dr. Shaw talks about a 10-year conveyor belt, we're trying to make that conveyor belt a little bit shorter, run a little bit faster. And the budget is really going for a postdoc to do the data curation and analysis. And so that budget is with the University of Arkansas, Dr. Shaw, not for the USDA. So the way we're in here. Good. In the bottom right, the way the genomic selection, we start out with the population from the breeding program of individual plants, and we sample the DNA. We're using a molecular marker panel that was developed by LSU. There's about 550 different molecular markers on the panel. It's inexpensive to run on a lot of individuals, measure traits on those same plants, and then put that into a machine learning model. That model is finding correlations, associations between those markers, many different markers, and the traits. So that's covering many different genes all around the rice genome. And once you have that trained model, you then apply that in the breeding program so that you only take DNA from an individual, and from that DNA and there's the marker panel information, you can predict what the traits are going to be. And so that provides speed and efficiency in the breeding program. So this is we're going into the third year of this project. So in the first year, we developed the population and tested it and evaluated the accuracy of the genomic selection. And now we've along with that, we developed all the code, written the code, and done all the data curation and analysis to test that. We've added another population. So the first was our initial test. And now we're down to the advanced elite line yield trial data. And so comparing those, and the first 50 tests, we were getting accuracies in the range of 40 to 50% accuracy on predicting traits. And the elite line yield trial, 60 to 70% accuracy for traits. And so the traits we're looking at are total yield, heading yield, milling yield, and plant height. So also just out of curiosity, we tried using one training population to predict the other population. So it's seen predicting by AYT predicts at C. There we find that we actually get very low prediction accuracy, which tells us that we really need to have training populations for genomic prediction, genomic selection that are tailored to the individual stage of selection we're using them in and the exact material we're using them with. And then these models get incrementally better with each year that, of the training data. So ultimately, we want to get faster breeding cycles, more improvement in a shorter amount of time. And in doing this, we're optimizing the breeding program, and we're also setting up a framework for not only applying the current genomic selection kinds of methods in this, but also future methods, which are always improving. And very interestingly, in the last year, they've come out with some methods known as DNA language models. So you've probably heard of like large language models for things like ChatGPT, so it understands language. These understand DNA just like a language. And so they're able to look at variations in that sequence and predict the consequences of those variations using that deep learning method. So what's really fundamentally different here is that instead of tracking the statistical associations between markers, these are really tracking the causal chains of the molecular mechanisms responsible for the differences in traits. And so hopefully, with these methods, you have a more universal type of training population. You don't have to train in every generation, every material, but they would work across a large range of materials and many different. That's all I have. That's the take questions.
Thank you, Jerry. Hey, Jim, I'll come back up. I want to ask one question, Dr. Roberts. I'm gonna back up further. I'm gonna back that way. On your early flood nitrogen, do you have a test where you spoon fed versus the big pre-flood?
Well, so Jared and I have done that quite a bit in the past, so we feel like we've got a pretty good data set on that. So no, there's not a treatment.
Would you say that the results of the spoon feed would probably be very similar to those results?
I think so. You're just, if you put it out on dry ground and do it right, even at 2 leaf, you're saving application costs. But as far as yield, I don't think there would be much difference. Jared, would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, when we talk about spoon feed, the only difference is we're likely going to use a little more urea, but I mean, we can get the same yield result, but it's going to be rounded up a little bit in terms of cost. So yeah, we'd rather you take advantage of an early window. That's actually some county meetings. That's been a topic. They're like, what's left to cut? What else can we, that might have been at Jackson County last week. I'm like, there's not much left, but if you push the flood a little bit earlier, if we get an opportunity, that's one window, save some herbicides, some stuff like that, be as efficient as we can.
Well, I mean, not that I'm being big scientist discovery or anything, but we've done it for about 4 years now. When that situation arises on zero grade, 2 leaf rice, we've had our pre-flood out 7 to 10 days, 14 days. Maybe we're short on water, or regardless, or we're flooding. We don't want to have to, it's going to take 21 days to dry back out. Hold the water, start spoon feeding, impregnate loin on the fertilizer.
Yep.
Works great.
Been preaching it for 10 years. Usually it comes in.
We're expanding more and more and more acres every year.
But 10, 15 years ago, we were often not putting out quite enough fertilizer at that time, going, this doesn't work. And we were leaving it just short. I remember Poinsett County meeting 10, 12 years ago, whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, it's not working. You're not putting out enough. We're putting out 3 shots. Needs to be 4. No, you're crazy. Put out 4. And by the end of the year, it was pretty good. And since we backed it up with 20 more data.
There's one number on my DD50s that I take a highlighter light. The absolute cutoff of nitrogen. I want to be there. But I've only cut 35 crops. I used to like Bengal to get that color right there before I put water on it.
Well, you've grown 35. That's about how many my great grandfather grew, and he'd tell you he learned 35 different ways to grow rice. So that's, the way it goes. Every year is different.
Okay, I'm Sean.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, my next project is quality analysis, rice breeding and genetics. Next slide, please. we request $134,000, to be a little bit more than compared to the last several years. This project actually is a joint effort between us and the Riceland Foods, because the R&D of Riceland Foods, they be able to provide this service to have a comprehensive analysis on the grain quality. This probably they're gonna use that. You probably heard they not recommend the rice medium grade hybrids. They're gonna use this information to make those kind of decisions. This information actually is only available or being used by other processor or like Kellogg's. They request to make a comparison this variety compared to that variety. That's the only information I'm gonna be able to provide. So this is really essential for us. Last several years, we spent the same budget, $118,000, but the cost of going up, everything. So that's why we have a little increase in the request. Essentially, I'm doing the 1,500,000 samples of Dr. Hawkey's all-value trial and the ARPT trial. Doing all the analytic analysis, the chalkiness, generalization temperature for VAs, color dimensions, and degree of milling of amorphous contents, all those kind of things. This almost the only people we provide you with amorphous contents, because we use the market to predict, but unfortunately, we don't have the answer exactly what the amorphous content is going to be. So this is the only information we can get to answer that question. The detail primarily use these methods anyway. Going back, they're doing all the milling evaluation in the past, but it's also expensive. We try to save your money, so Dr. Hawkey's program might not provide mill sample. So that's why it keeps the cost down. All this money goes directly to Riceland Foods. I ain't keep a penny. Dr. Hawkey is the same thing. Anyway, this is pretty much what we have here for this project. Any questions?
All right, thank you. All right, the next presenter is Dr. Srivastava. Are you with us? Deepa, are you with us?
Yes, yes. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Okay, well, so thank you so much for this opportunity to present this project, which is improving grain chalkiness and grain yield traits of elite rice through CRISPR-mediated targeted mutagenesis. I'm happy to bring a biotechnology angle to the breeding program. And I heard the previous discussion about these traits being multigenic traits, so difficult to develop an approach for breeding. But I also want to point out that there are single genes or single QTL. 4 of them come to my mind right now that have addressed polygenic traits, not so that have addressed the quantitative traits. So this project is will be in its 3rd year if funded, and we are asking for about the same budget as last year, which is $47,968. So just to give you a little background of the project, we had previously worked on a gene which was CRISPR mutagenized, and this gene is called, in short, VPP5, which is highly expressed in seeds and the reproductive tissue of rice. And when the mutation was created, the gene alters, and that generates a lot of biochemical changes in the seed that eventually lead to low chalkiness in the normal condition as well as under high nighttime temperature. And it also improves some of the yield traits. We have been talking about head rice yields and milling yields in the previous discussion, and I'm happy to report that this mutation is associated with those traits. So our goal in this project overall is to test whether this mutation that is being created by CRISPR technology can have the same effect on elite rice lines, elite rice that is developed in the Arkansas breeding program. So we started off by creating CRISPR mutations in a number of rice lines developed here. However, we were only able to produce in 3 different rice, which is Jewel, KT, and Star Bonnet. That is because of the bottlenecks in tissue culture and transformation. So we have developed those material. They're growing in the greenhouse, and the T1 seeds are being produced. So going forward in this project, we will be collecting those T1 seeds, developing T1 plants, and then identifying null mutants, meaning the lines that contain the mutation in VPP5 gene, but they do not contain any CRISPR-Cas9 elements, so they can be classified according to the USDA definition as non-transgenic material. And of course, we will be selecting the homozygous lines and then doing the same thing, which is testing their grain traits. So to give you a little bit more about the project, previously we tested that this gene is associated with a reduced chalkiness in not only in the greenhouse condition, GH refers to the greenhouse, but also in high nighttime temperature. And we were pleasantly surprised that it is also associated with low sterility in these conditions. So that could give us some yield advantage. In year 1 and year 2, we also developed this mutation in another Japonica model rice, which is called Kitaki. And we tested these characteristics in that line, and we found that this can be duplicated at least in Kitaki rice. So now we have 20 CRISPR lines of KT, Jewel, and Star Bonnet that will be tested in year 3 for some molecular analysis to make sure that VPP5 gene expression has altered as we predict with this mutation, and then test their progeny seeds with a chalkiness and sterility, milling yield, and the head rice yield, those traits. I want to point out that for those analysis, we collaborate with Dr. Athung Liu because he has those machines, and we have collaborated before, and we'll continue this collaboration. Next slide. So this study, so the overall benefits to the grower for this study is that this could lead to identification of a new mutation, new allele of VPP5 that could be used for breeding for HNT tolerance in rice. Even if it is CRISPR derived, from the regulatory point of view, the adoption of CRISPR null segregants is considered non-transgenic. That doesn't mean that market will accept it, but whenever that time comes, this could be ready if all validated. Alternatively, this could point to some VPP5 alleles that might already be present in the Japonica population and then could be used in the breeding pipeline using marker-assisted selection. So in the interest of time, and I know you all have a long day, I will stop here and take any questions you might have.
Questions for Dr. Srivastava? All right, thank you, Vipin.
Thank you.
All right, Brad.
Okay, I'm primarily going to talk about looking at the economic analysis of the things that we do in Arkansas, rice board projects, and other aspects that are important to the state. And so my slides are kind of dull until I get to the very end. So I'm going to just kind of cover some of this We're requesting $62,500 this year. Pretty close to what we had last year that we've requested. Conducting research of promotion board funded projects, looking at the economics of that. Looking at various aspects, farm size, tenure, water availability on rice returns, and then looking at rice farms, doing simulation analysis for that. Next slide. And this again, we're basically using whatever methods that we know to apply to looking at the profitability of rice in Arkansas. So partial budget analysis, mathematical programming, stochastic simulation, basically. Next slide. So this is what we're looking at with our budget. Half of it is going towards postdocs to be shared between me and Dr. Alvaro Duran Morant. And then another portion of the budget goes to a graduate student to be attended by me. And then finally, interstate travels and me. But basically, this last portion are the things that were done this past year. The first one is looking at calculating equitable crop shares for landlords and tenants in rice production. We're looking at a method that's called the contributions approach, where both parties bring, the landlord brings his portion, the tenant brings theirs, the landlord brings the land and the wells, the tenant brings management, the equipment, all that stuff. And based on those non-shared things, you find out what the actual share of the crop should be. And we look at that, we demonstrate that, how that is done. And we also use an example with crop budgets that Brianna puts together for rice. So that's one that we're looking at. Termination of the historic and current rice planting progress for Arkansas, looking at what happened in 2025 versus the last 10 years or so. Again, what we're trying to look at is all things that are currently affecting rice right now, the profitability, the weather, looking at the risk of different rice irrigation systems, risk analysis, and economic, the profitability and risk associated with these systems. Cash grants in Arkansas versus the Mid-South. And then finally, looking at the effects of producer management practices on milling quality, looking at how producer management practices affect a rice yield, how it affects broken yields. And so that, there's an aspect of that that's due to the genetics, but producer practices also affect those things. So we're reporting some preliminary analysis of that in the VR wells that's coming up in the next VR wells for the 2025 crop year. So, and then I'll just open it up for any questions that anybody might have.
Any questions for Brad? All right, thank you, Dr. Watkins. Brianna?
All right. My name's Brianna Watkins. I'm an instructor. I have been doing the crop budgets now. Well, I've been with Extension now. I accelerated my 10th year. So, and the past 10 years, we've been doing these. And since 1983, actually, these have been completed. So the budget request is the same as last year. Even the objectives are the same as last year. Budgets for rice this year. We're doing Clearfield, conventional, full page hybrid, Max Ace, Previsia, and just a regular hybrid. I'm looking hopefully to add aromatics in the next year. It's not ready yet, but that's something I've kind of started working on. And then also it shows options for comparing rental situations, any kind of, well, here, we'll go and look at it. The problem is as you all know, is that these negatives, We don't want to see that in our budgets, right? You don't like a negative budget. But at least it gives us where to start. Some things that you can go through, and like we said, taking out an extra herbicide application, just whatever you can do to not also impact your yield. But so one of the things I really wanted to talk about is to show on this next slide, show how some kind of rental agreements. There's been a lot of people who are getting new agreements arranged, just given the economic times that we're in. But if you look down here at the operating expenses and then your total expenses, these are your dollars per bushel that you need. As you see, we have rice at $5.80. So to cover your total expenses, $6.69. So unfortunately, that's where we're getting hit in the belt, I guess you could say. But one of the good things I really wanted to talk about with the rice budgets is that in the last year they had over 22,000 views. I can't tell you how many people actually viewed what crops, but I can tell you that out of the downloads for the extension website in the past year, the enterprise budgets were the number one downloaded file. The number one file alone was actually an osteoporosis Charioga file, but rice budgets for 2026 was number 2. And that's just in the last year. I released those in November, so we got some time. But then also, if you included the 2025 rice budget in with that 2026, it was the number one downloaded file in the last year. And that's beating corn, grain, sorghum, soybeans, whatever. So that just shows you really the concern. Just obviously everyone's feeling it. This is not a new situation, but that's really all I have. There's not a lot of change from last year. So if y'all have any questions for me, and again, I thank you all, but I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Any questions about the budgets? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next presentation will be Alvaro, and he is on Zoom. Alvaro, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Sir, it's all yours.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your time. And I apologize that I'm not there. I think this is the first time that I cannot make it, but anyways, thank you for your time. Again, I am presenting this project again. It says year 1 of 3, but this has been a recurrent project funded by the board, and is again to analyze farm policy programs and the competitiveness of Arkansas and U.S. rice. This project is together with Dr. Brad Watkins, and the budget requested is similar. I think it's a little bit maybe lower than last year, $24,268. What are the objectives of this project? Basically, again, the ultimate goal is to support the rice industry in the state. And how do we plan to do that is by analyzing the policy options and the process of farm programs. Again, a lot of moving parts here over the last year with the changes to the PLC program, to the new Farmer Bridge Assistance Program. And so we are eager to see, and analyze different options for those programs, or for that matter, the impact of those changes on Arkansas rice farms. And then we need to, the other objective is to assess the impact of foreign, domestic, and trade policy changes on Arkansas rice, again, by analyzing market integration in the Western Hemisphere. This year, the particular focus is on Peru. Again, why Peru? I think it is an interesting market for many reasons. We have a free trade agreement with Peru, through which U.S. rice actually since 2025 has free access to that market, or duty-free access. Peru imports around 200,000 metric tons of meal rice a year. Right now, any other country trying to get into the Peruvian market has to pay an import duty of roughly $200 per metric ton of meal rice. The US doesn't have to pay that, but still, despite all that trade preference, we are not trading much rice or any rice actually with Peru. So the idea is to analyze. So next slide, please. The idea is to use the 5 representative farms that we have for the state, and also the a partial equilibrium price model to assess these 2 objectives. Thanks to your support, my research team, we develop and maintain 2 modeling frameworks, and we have used one of the modeling frameworks to do the analysis of DR CAFTA last year that you funded, and we presented that in a couple of conferences. And so this year we are hopeful to get funded to extend it to Peru. Next one. And basically, again, what is the benefit that we expect for the growers? As you well know, we are highly dependent on exports. Roughly 40% of the long grain rice that we produce is exported, primarily to markets in the Western Hemisphere, where we compete aggressively, primarily with Mercosur and with other countries. And again, I think it is important for the sector to know what are the possibilities, what are the impacts of trade agreements, what is the impact of, for example, improving quality, which has been talked a lot today, how that can influence the competitiveness of Arkansas rice and U.S. rice now and for the future. In terms of the use of the funds, primarily what I do with the funds is I support a graduate student. And again, I am thankful for your support because I have had a master's student every year funded through this project. So with that, I am open to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Alvaro? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe the presentation that everybody was looking for.
Okay.
Dr. Shaw.
Yeah. So that's the last. Anyway, finally over, almost over one day. Anyway, my last project is the Puerto Rico Winter Nose Story. Next slide. We request the $70,000. It's a $4,000 less than last year, not because we don't need money. Actually, we're short on money, but we understand your situation. So, anyway, the objective is try to rapid advancement, early generation green material, enhance the off-season purification, off-season that's happening right now, or almost always. Increase seed stock, promising green line, fast track release. Also, we try to increase our standing breeding line, enough seeds for expedite advanced line. Next slide, please. So the winter nursery actually it's probably I guess over close to 50 years in history. LSU started, then UFA joined with the USDA. Now right now USDA pulled out. So it's expensive endeavor, but it's essential. Any productive breeding program in the southern U.S., even California, they go to Hawaii, but we lucky you can go to Puerto Rico. You're gonna have the winter nursery. Rice Tech, if you've been there, they got a fancy station. Nutrient user more than we do. The total cost. The contract, we got a 5-year contract of 2026 to 27 contract with the University of Puerto Rico in Mayagüez, $122,000, a little bit over that. You plus the very expensive trip, out-state trip, and also the seed shipping. We ship overnight. A box of seeds costs like a one airplane tickets, one trip of tickets. So that's the thing. Very costly. We just subsidize, expand our activity with this project for $70,000. The rest of the money actually absorbed by our main project. What do we do? We have probably 300 selected, most of promising F2 populations. So we plant we're gonna plant late July, last July, we planted. And we harvest, go to harvest in November. Last November, we turn around, we process the seeds, and we turn around on site. So we have enough second generation growing, we're gonna go harvest in April. So that way, in 2 years' time from making flowers, to have a line ready to be yield trial, only take 2 years. Without this nursery, otherwise it can take 4 to 5 years to achieve that. So that's primarily the only way you can save time. You speed it up for the breeding process, especially I talk about a milling. If the USDA come up with magic bullet, we need to get into quick, just like Jay said, this is gonna be the way we do it. We did it with the Pavizia rice, so we started in 2019. Right now, we got 2 variety released. The first one, that just 5 years, we released the variety. So this is very essential for us. We needed this money to continue the efforts. Some of the activity and show you that the seeds can be, because it's a tropical, rice grow very fast. It's about 10 days, you look like Marco Rose. They got a supporting staff who we can select and all this thing, plus this on side. You see the volcanic soil, it's a pretty fertile soil. Then we manually harvest all those things. It's lots of work involved because we didn't have a combine. Luckily, Nutrien had a combine right now, so we save lots of backbreaking and work over there. So it's 90-degree, 100% moisture. You talked about those things. Year round. Anyway, that's pretty much what I have. I would really appreciate your support. Any question? I try best to answer. Thank you.
All right, so that's the last one, correct, Dr. Slayton?
That is correct.
All right, so since we're running a little ahead of schedule, you guys want to, we will try to plow through and fund this today. But about 5:15, we need to be done, so everybody in agreement with that? I want to give it a shot.
I'm here.
Yeah, all right, let's get it. So Amy's working on a spreadsheet a little bit, but
Hey, Jim, so typically we ask our faculty to log off and to exit the room.
yes. Thank you. So a couple things.
You know, that Puerto Rico thing, I'm gonna say this before we get to it. I'm told if we don't fund that, we lose our spot when we never get it back.
Potentially true.
Not necessarily true.
No, yes, somebody will rent it.
Yeah. The 1 year it's not funded, you're lost and you'll never get it back.
Everything you. I didn't know that, but
I think I heard that last year.
Yeah,
okay.
Somebody will grab it.
we were fortunate, 3 or 4 years ago to get the extra acres.
But
Yeah, one of those things. I'm just wanting that to be said. Pretty critical.
all right, so if we look at our sheet, we've got total request of 4.557 million. We've got renewals sitting at about 3.3. That's what we funded last year. We've already kind of come up with a number. Doesn't have to be there, but we've already, kind of said $2.78 million is probably where we need to be. Doesn't have to be where we are. So what I think we ought to do is look at funding renewals first.
We got 2.78 total.
That's
what we committed at the first meeting.
That's what we kind of said at the last.
Okay.
And that was based off of 95% collections
Based
and
off collection. Now, we can dip into PRQ and fund
Whatever dip into the interest for the promotion, right?
we can dip,
Yeah, I know we can dip into the principal, we dip into some of the interest for the promotion.
yeah, we talked about how much interest did we have? We could,
600,000.
600.
Yeah. Now, with that being said, I can't share.
Where is it?
I can't share because of confidentiality, but we did get funded. I picked up on our NEPA projects. Surely in the next couple of weeks, they'll make it public. So we are committed to $150,000 out of our TRQ matching USDA funds. So keep that in mind. They're committing 150, we're committing 150, so, but we are funding one of 3 projects we reviewed.
I got one question before we go forward on, so the $5 million endowment that Rice Research Promotion Board put up and the university match to sustain funding and operations for Northeast Research Station. How does that, I haven't really heard much about, how does that, what's taken out of that and is put towards the station or towards research?
Towards the station.
None for research. What comes out of that would be to help pay the bills for maintenance and operation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how that was set up.
Okay. All right. And so then my next question is, I'm kind of think this is probably the first year where that station has maybe been fully staffed and fully in the research system, so to speak, with lots of projects and all that. Are we able to continue funding both stations and all these projects adequately? Or are you seeing to where one is cannibalizing the other?
Well, you're opening up a big can of worms there. It's more complex.
I know that's common, but what I'm getting at is that first of all, how I was kind of review how the endowment was working, but then, I mean, we do have TRQ money. We got money sitting there. We may go the rest of our lives and never use up all that money. We may use it up in 1 year, but for meaningful projects and whether it's projects, I just want everybody to think this through, whether it's projects that could really move the needle quickly on our breeding program or our issues with rice milling yields and whatnot. I've been on here a long time and I think we have a great job. And I use Jennifer's dad a lot of times. That's I think back at things he said and the way he kind of conducted his mind thought on research money and the farmers and being good stewards. But, there's nothing wrong with getting into that money. And when we're at a time where we have specific projects that could move us down the road quickly, I think we don't need to think that's not sacred money that can't be touched. So I'm not saying get in it and divvy it up, but
I agree with that, but we haven't seen the pullback yet.
We ain't seen the pullback.
It's coming.
It's coming hard.
The last 10 days.
This pullback we're seeing right now is
it ain't it.
I don't, but
let's give the principal one more year.
But just as we go through these projects and, we kind of keep up with the money and the spending,
Jared, the last week of pullback in rice price pretty hard. You still feel good about 1 million acres?
Well, I was telling you to bet the under before that. I said circle it, depending on how it goes. Where do you think my bet's leaning now?
Way under.
Past week. Keep going down.
I'll tell you another factor too. We're 20 inches below normal. It's going to rain someday.
I've been thinking the same.
It's going to rain. Every day it don't rain, the acres shrink.
I can't feel it. I told everybody at Christmas, I said, if we had a drop field, we'd be watering right now.
Oh, every day it don't
If
rain.
we can keep it alive.
But some of the acres,
Every day it don't rain, the acres shrink.
the top layer is wet, but I said, I would hate to dig right now. So and see how deep it goes where I find moisture again after that.
I've seen them
trying.
all right, I didn't want to get us off too far. All right, go. All right, Jim, let's go.
So that
You're always good at that.
Spend it.
The ask,
Put it out
the
there.
ask for let's stick with renewals. For renewals, the ask for renewals in the budget of 278 that we budgeted, that's like 0.827 now. So it's almost 83%. Yes. Is what if we use the 278, we would fund
That's 83%.
Pull 20% out, put them on.
Well, he's got a correct number, either way.
You want a full 20%?
Dr. Slade, there's some,
That's 2/6.
Jared, there's some talk down here about if we took a certain percentage cut, or would y'all rather us cut specific?
Blanket cuts are tough. Blanket cuts are tough. As an example, just right off the get-go, just because y'all were talking about Puerto Rico a while ago. You cut, I'm picking a number out of a hat, you cut 10% off Puerto Rico, you cut 10% of whatever land and whatever we have. That will go away. This is one of mine, I use it, but verification.
I agree with Blake.
Verification gets cut, I mean, travel, counties, fields, I mean, because it is nothing but salary and travel, so.
And I agree with you, but in my mind, the way it should work if we're gonna do that is we should agree to a number, give them some leeway to place emphasis on certain things and.
There's a precedent for that in the past. Yes, when we've been in this situation.
Because you don't want to cut Puerto Rico and you may have some room to cut something somewhere else, offset that.
And some projects that are entirely.
Is that within our?
For instance, that it's nothing but support staff and you go, okay, cut 15-20% of who? I mean, that's it.
I do
That's
have
something.
one
So
question, and I may have completely misheard something, which is entirely possible. On number 40, with Dr. Shaw, is the quality analysis for rice breeding and genetics, and then I read through it, and Riceland Foods does all the testing, correct?
yes, yes.
Did I understand him to say they get all the money?
Yes, so
That's a receipt or basically, or an invoice we're handing you.
Yeah.
That
Are
total
they that
amount.
hard up for money?
To run those samples to that degree, it's paying, again, it takes a long time, staff and equipment, and we don't have to keep and maintain that they're running over that long period of time. And we've reduced that bill dramatically by taking the samples that my program mills for the RVAT and ARPT, ones we've already milled. We package them, get them ready to give them to them, so we're not paying them to mill them. So that's already a big reduction in what that bill was historically. Just to do that. There's a pullback there, we will just reduce the number of samples. Say, okay, this is the budget.
No, when he said that, it just kind of caught me awkward.
But that's their grain quality lab. There's our innovations lab. Sorry, I would get the proper name.
Innovation, today's world.
It's a nice lab.
I bet.
All right, hey, Jim, you and Beckton were putting some numbers out. Beckton let's go back over that. I've got to write this stuff. I got to see that.
Well, we got a sheet. You got 336 basically.
I didn't see that.
No, here, well, I wonder where you're getting those numbers.
I was gonna say that.
All right, we got 3359, and the total is 455.
No, so disregard that total. Because that includes new projects too.
Mm-hmm.
We're focusing on renewals, which is the 3359. 278 is what we agreed to fund. So if you divide those into each other, you got about 83%. 0.827 is exactly my calculator for everything.
80% brings it to 2.6. Almost 7.
And how much of that interest did we use for the promotion side? I don't remember. Maybe 100,000. I don't.
I didn't think we used any, did we?
Did we not get a copy TRQ this time? I thought we used.
Did we use?
What was the number that was committed to spend? 2,700.
I thought we dipped into the interest.
Okay.
That's what we.
Well, I know we always supposed
We
to.
dip into that interest for the promotion.
I thought we did like 100,000 or so.
Did we get for the extra project, some of the little
Where's it at?
4-H in the counties?
Where's it in this package today?
Actually, thank you for something that we didn't do equally.
So we dip into it. I don't remember something.
Did we? Okay.
I thought it was a couple of them, but I don't know.
It may be.
Surely we got some minutes and we know what the heck we did, what we do.
Yeah.
Did we get into it last month or not?
I wasn't here.
I know you weren't here.
What was the total number funded in the last? The total.
0.86.
2.86.
2.86.
Did some of that come out of the free interest?
That was the promotion. Yeah, I'm sorry.
We had to have got, if it's 2.86, we had to have got.
That's what I thought.
Because we agreed to 2.75, 2.7.
So we got into 100,000 probably of it.
Yeah.
So we may have $500,000 of
Interest.
that.
And 150 of that's coming out this NEPA project.
So we got 350.
Yeah.
We got 350 really.
Like 300.
But we used the 300. Do we have any other carryover funds from previous project from previous
We
year?
need more.
Yes.
Hold on, we need somebody to be writing this down. We're doing stuff like we do in our pickup truck.
Hey, Derek, on this issue in Rice that we're having the Delphi side or whatever, Delphacid, are we funding enough? Because this thing could be, I mean.
I want that one
guys
funded.
that Drew had the issue, and I understand the weather and I understand the inset and all that.
I wouldn't cut next project an ounce.
That's long. Is there enough?
For there, yes, at the value, if it takes a cut, I mean, he absorbed all that extra effort running last year, far above and beyond, and just had to come up with it and beg, borrow, and steal for, to accomplish the things that he did last year. That we didn't know, so I mean, they'll have to start this year, he's trying to cover more of that with it.
Work with them.
But you said there was a precedent, if we came up with a number, y'all would go back and figure out which ones you need to trim a little and.
Well, so I think, based on the fact that, if you look at the renewing, am I using the right term? Projects, the request for those was, what, 3.2 million or approximately this year? The number that y'all are talking about, I think, is a whole number, right? It's not just the U of A, but it's research period. So whatever number you carve out that comes to us, I think it'll be hard for us to look at all of those renewing projects. And, for example, Nick's project, Puerto Rico, say, these are whole. And then look at all the others and say, okay, what's a 25% cut look like on those? The cutting's gonna probably be harder.
Well,
To get, if we're talking about $500,000.
Now, hang on a minute. So we've got 300,000 in interest too, to add to that 278. So that's 3,080,000. So you're looking at a $280,000 cut.
Okay, so, the other thing I'll add, I'll probably laugh, but, y'all did overpay a little over 8,000 last year. Okay, so we've got that. Every year when we close the books, which would be March 31st on the current funding cycle, there is some funds that are unspent. That may be 5% of the total. So anywhere from $100,000 to $200,000 may be carryover that will eventually be credited towards the 26-27 research that is funded.
Okay, in this, Puerto Rico, Bateman, what else would we not want? 25% cut. Then they have to go.
Where are we coming up with 25% cuts? My math don't come up with that.
I just use that as a number.
Throw a number out there. Your number is correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's 17 if we don't put it, it's 17% cut if we don't put any interest back with it. You put that
17% cut, and we use the interest.
Use the $300,000 worth of interest
to cover
other
Bateman and
you're talking
Puerto
about,
Rico.
You're talking about.
Do you want to keep
Economic and policy, budget and policy.
Yeah. Yeah, about 7,500 then.
I want that much money.
But that number, that total,
It's an eight, if you give them the 300, if you give them the 278 plus 300,000, it's an 8% cut across the board.
Anusa, could you bring up a list of the projects and the requests?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir.
What was the question?
that 3.359 million. It doesn't include any
No,
new
new projects.
money, so then essentially we're saying none of those new projects would be funded.
No, I think we need to look at some of these new projects too. We just need to get the first chunk out of the way first, so I think we need to.
So if we're at 278, what we agreed to fund 95% of collections. And we put 300,000 in from interest. Right? I was writing that shoulder. So that leaves us 3,080,000. All right. That takes care off to the side, the grant and the money we already allocated of the interest to promotion. All right. So we're 3,080,000. We got all the new projects. We got all the existing projects funded at that level.
Minus about 8%.
Yeah, because you're at 3,359.
They would take an 8% cut across the board if you gave them that 3 million.
But we haven't funded a single new
But that
project.
ain't no new projects.
All right, what's the dollar amount of, why don't we just set that to the side? Let's go through the new
There's
project.
about $1,200,000 worth. There's about $1,200,000 or $2,000 shy of $1,200,000 worth of new projects.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think one time when you and Dr. Rader were here, you guys did take a number that we came up with and did some reallocating to where y'all came back to us like, this is the funding. This is our recommendation, basically. Is that how you remember that when you said there was precedence? Is that
My
what we did?
recollection is the last time we really had to, the process has changed, if you remember. We used to come to y'all with, from an administrative standpoint, with, okay, here's what the PI requested, and here's what we think as administrators, looking at, what they've requested, their needs, their research, what we think that they can actually do this for. That number was usually a little bit smaller. Okay, we have not done that. Last year, y'all basically looked at, the PI's request, and that's what you funded. Okay. The last time that we had really a short crop was 2020, 2021 funding. And if I remember correctly, that was a 19% cut right across the board on everything, was my recollection. So again, depending upon how much, how much funding y'all put forward, what new projects you want to fund, I guess from where I'm sitting, it looks like definitely we would probably cut some projects back. If the difference is relatively large, then I think, there may be, like Jared said, at some projects, if you cut them back, you're hamstringing them. So I don't think it's our decision to figure out what projects we're going to completely cut.
And on some of that personnel, those are cross sharing probably on some of these too, right? I mean, if you're working on one, you may be working on another, and some of your salaries come from here and some's come from there. Or not.
It depends on the, a lot of these folks that work exclusively in rice breeding, for example, most of their funding is coming from the commodity board here, or the rice checkoff. If you get into a project like Trent's or maybe Weed Science, yes, they've got corn board funding, rice checkoff, soybean checkoff, industry. So, some of those projects have a little more leeway than someone that's
Just from.
pretty much dependent upon, rice.
Do any projects have any other sources of funding that could be explored if we did cut them down to a level that they weren't really sustainable?
It's almost March. Some projects might be able to pick up an industry project here or there for a little bit of money, but
Really?
it's pretty late in the game, there's limited resources in regards to like federal funds, and usually those are at least a year process of applying for and getting. Just similar to the co-funding project with Methodology anticipated.
Mr. Chairman, could we go through the new projects and at least get discussion on maybe the ones we definitely would and the ones we definitely wouldn't, and see where we are?
One thing to consider is we probably need to fund research and promotions very similar, and let everything extra come out of TRQ, because this is supposed to be 50-50. If we fund promotion at 2.7 and then fund research at 3.1, we can do whatever we want to with TRQ, but we need
Yeah,
to.
no, I think we work all that out
Yeah. I mean,
at the end when we get our number.
That 3.1 we're coming up with, that's assuming.
I think it clear the water if we went through and we just started scoring them yay or nay, and at least we kick out the bottom feeders, and then we maybe identify the ones we definitely would keep or would want to start a new cycle with.
I mean, Dr. Slayton, an 8% cut, I mean, is that not something that y'all could
y'all work with that? An 8% cut?
Yeah.
I wouldn't lose any sleep over that, but I'm not,
could y'all work that out amongst yourselves of what to prioritize everything to keep us from having to go line by line? And I mean, you're gonna get 9 different
I'll
opinions.
say this is just saying out. In a way, university needs to look like they took a cut. If a farmer that's out there struggling, it would look good effort towards the farmer too. If we can figure that out, because I mean, they're getting whipped every which way they can, and they know that they got to pay this in, but the farmers are wanting to see everybody else take a cut like they do in the industry.
Promotion took a bigger cut.
I know.
But
Volunteer.
But they've also tasked us with spending their money correctly, so.
That's right.
That's, we need to make sure we're looking out for their interest.
So, I mean, if we use that 8% cut and gave it then, that would be all that would be the 278 plus the 300,000 in interest that we say we've got free. So that would leave any new projects we would have to pull out of principal. So to me, that would make us put a microscope on those new projects, and they'd have to really be a dandy for me to want to dip in the. I feel an obligation to fund as fairly as we can the projects we've already invested in.
And I think we did that.
Yeah.
Finish it.
so one other, my recollection is last year y'all, funded Dr. Helms. He has put in a proposal again this year. I don't know what his quote duration was last year, but his request, and I don't know what he requested this year because I don't have the proposal, but is his request in that number?
Yeah, yes.
That's all.
Yeah, I mean, that's existing renewals. That's just the renewals.
That's in a year too.
Everybody think
Okay,
that's.
I guess my
Yeah,
point
he's gonna get 8%.
that's not my decision.
No. He's gonna get 8% cut. for how long?
It's in this left side that he's talking about.
Yeah.
Everybody in there will get an 8% cut.
Yeah, that's including the non-UA proposals that are in the renewal.
Okay.
Theoretically.
Are there any renewals we want to scrap?
Dinner.
So in another way to say that, Carl, that's right.
I'm gonna ask one more time about this number 40 and the $134,000 for quality analysis and evaluation. Doesn't look like to me we're doing a real good job of that. Look where we're at with quality right now. I'm not laying the onus on y'all. I'm just trying to figure out how the process works.
So most of that analysis is your amylose, gel temp, setback, I mean, from from that chalkiness, all of
Oh,
that.
yeah, I get it, but I mean, we're not improving. I mean, from a grower standpoint, 15 years ago, the last thing I worried about was quality. Now, I'm not running there with 100 bushel per acre yield, but I always had something I was proud of. You know, and I'm just trying to figure out if we have an outside source, outside of the university, making recommendations based off of their own evaluations or helping y'all evaluate, I'm not certain they're doing a good job.
But that's not a head rice evaluate. That's ensuring that they fit, you know, southern typical.
Right,
grain
well, I
standards for
understand,
for
but I'm
those, so
still a
that,
little confused. It's not hard to confuse me, so.
but that's how I would separate that. It's not that type of quality analysis in that way.
Well, I would cut the early flood. I think it's as wrong as rain, but I mean, we're either gonna fund them all or we're gonna go over them all. It don't matter to me.
Well, I'm fine with the 8% cut across the board.
So that's the 278 plus the 300, including that's including all these existing projects.
That includes everything in the first column.
Yeah.
All right, can we keep that as a plan A and then look at the renewals and then?
Yeah.
And circle back.
You're talking about look at the new projects?
Yes, keep.
Yeah, kick that off to the side.
Keep
Now
that.
let's
Don't
go to
make
the
a
new.
motion. Let's don't move forward till we look at renewals and see how many of those we want to. All right, turn back to your first page.
So we're gonna start with number 3. Is that the first new one?
Yeah, number 3 is the first new.
What about these?
They're in.
They're in there. They're in here.
They're in there on the spreadsheet, okay, all right.
Yeah. All right, number 3. What, now, I'm gonna tell y'all something, I think I may have been doing, we're gonna correct. I visited with one of my friends at the last meeting, and I kept asking you guys to give me a motion for no. We don't have to do that moving forward. If there's just no motion, I'm gonna say we're moving forward. So that doesn't put anybody in a bad spot to not fund something. Because hypothetically, if they said, I vote not to fund whatever, then everybody knows he's the one. I don't have to have a no vote.
Yeah.
Dies lack of emotion.
Yeah, it dies like I'm there you go.
Yeah.
That's why you get paid big bucks.
They email it to you?
I had made some.
Mine had to be emailed.
Yeah, but you still comment, you just, you know.
I don't have, I can't vote.
All right, so number 3.
Hang on.
I didn't send my stuff.
You need to, does she need to say she's abstaining from voting, so it's recorded?
I can't vote, so it's not, I can't abstain if I
Vote
can't
at this
vote.
meeting, but she can still comment and add to it based on
You handled it there.
my authority as chairman. Just can't vote.
I only did.
But we appreciate your comments.
Yes.
We do appreciate it.
Chime in.
Hang on, you might want to reserve that, right?
Okay, number 4.
Right, look,
Well, y'all didn't say anything, so I'm moving on.
I'll go 9 and 10, and I don't think we need to be doing hog research on in rice, but.
Not at $90,000.
But initially that was 30. It was 30, yeah.
30, and the next one was under at 76.
Most of us don't need male sterility. I don't know if y'all caught that or not, but.
Anybody have, going from 3 down?
Number 9, I didn't care for.
You don't have $90,000 free trial?
No, I don't have.
I think let's we can consider and bring them back up. I'll just go through and knock the ones out that we know we're not gonna do.
Rate them off.
I moved not to fund number 9.
Yeah, I
thought we were going down the road.
Seven, agree to move on.
Let's start at three.
Three,
All right.
Anybody like it?
four,
That one, I kind of like that one.
That one kind of may be beneficial.
When you were talking.
That's rotational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna take 10 years to figure it out, but that one may be beneficial.
Well, it's not that much for what all he's doing.
Yeah.
If you really look at.
I'll move to fund that.
All right. We got check mark beside that. All right, 5.
No.
No.
Protein.
6.
Y'all probably aren't doing grocery shopping. Everything in the grocery store has
Nope.
got protein in front of it.
I'm no.
You know,
No.
so let me ask this,
I'm talking about.
Jim, we could, and Nathan, you tell us if it's not, I mean, like the rice protein, like Jennifer said, you know, not that that's gonna bring us out of the hole, but it is moving a little further into an area that, there's a lot of potential there for proteins. I just say, why don't we just hold up on that one? Cause we may get to the end and we'll fund something that, because we got some extra money left, and we could have gone back to the top and picked one up.
You can also partially fund it.
Yeah, that's what my question. So if we partially fund 54,000, if we wanted to spend half that much,
she didn't show up.
then you could tell us, you're gonna.
Is that
She
the one
was
she
here
You'll
today.
do that.
So
In
some of
they didn't
these,
show up.
I would want to go back to the researcher.
And stake with,
Say,
yeah, okay.
they can fund it from this much. Is there something you can do with it?
That's a difference. That was on the
That's
last
the
thing.
same thought.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's hold up on the protein. Don't kill it just yet.
I dare ask which one we're talking about.
6.
That was 6.
No, that was fine.
That was 7.
That was 5.
I'm sorry, it was 5.
I'm no 6.
No on 6.
7.
No,
I don't think we're gonna be feeding cows rice straw.
No.
Somebody in the industry can figure that one out probably.
I think if it was there, we'd already be doing it.
Number 8.
There you go. I like that one. I'd go for that one.
Okay.
What number 8?
I'll make a motion to fund it.
I'll second that.
Number,
That's Scott LaFontaine.
Are we making motions
Are
on
we
right
gonna
now?
do it?
I don't know if that's, because we need to.
So you just put the preference mark back right?
Yeah.
Let's just put a check mark by it and move on through, then we'll.
number 11.
They can't do
The
it.
precision harvest and post harvest, you know,
They're really just sorting them out.
I'm not made. Are we on 9?
11. We already scratched 9 and 10.
10's gone too.
Now, one thing I do want to ask the researchers, you think, some of these things,
yeah,
are we just trying to find funding for personnel and whatnot when, and I'm just going to ask an example, precision harvesting, we know we can't go out there and cut all of our rice at 22% and have a milling yield issue somewhat solved. I mean, is that kind of what they're trying to pinpoint, a specific time, a specific moisture, and in reality, that's never gonna happen?
11's a no.
All right.
12.
No, yes.
Wait a minute now.
Oh, now 12.
Y'all think we-
You know, hey, I'm gonna say that with landlords that are somewhat adamantly against burning and being able to tell them what it really costs or what some of the issues are with them wanting to leave the rice straw, or even just us as growers, certain situations, it's
But we got that biological guy funded. I mean,
well, that's we don't need duplicate, but we do need to know what that rice straw really
think that could be the
costs
future.
us.
I do.
What?
The guy that did the biological study on the breaking down the rice straw. I mean, that'd be the same thing. We'd just be sort of.
But
I thought this was just economics.
bring up about this, when they start talking about profitability or focus assessment, if there ever is gonna be a payment to not burn,
I got it.
we got to understand the cost first.
Yeah.
True.
And that is coming for North Arkansas faster than we want to admit.
Yeah, I wrote down economic benchmarks for us to decide how to manage our residue is what.
Let's keep it for now and we'll come back. Yeah.
That's sick.
All right.
13.
Same.
From agronomics, Jared, seed treatment,
Yeah.
the biologicals and stuff on seed treatment, microbials and whatever. I mean, yeah, that's not specific this project, so it puts you in a corner, but just in general, I know with seed treatments, we've made a big impact in a lot of areas through the years. Is this, this would be something that could move the needle like we've done in other areas? Cut our seeding rate. I mean, heck, we probably planted 10, 12 pounds before, but some of us by accident, some of us we didn't have any choice. But just things like that can enhance the odds of success in situations where we do have to plant lower amounts of seed. I mean, are these areas that?
Well, it's areas we're still, primarily waiting for a hit on. I mean, we know that potentially we're waiting for a hit. A lot of it's survivability. Great idea, but you go out there, do they actually survive in the situation we put them in? Can they overcome native populations, outcompete? We don't know. We know there's potential from them if they can ever take hold.
But I just know what I do to
Well,
my rice with
we
command
haven't
for
had that
30,
yet.
45 days, makes me want to throw up.
Here's on this kind of stuff, the big companies are bringing this stuff to the market. But in order for the U of A to evaluate them, we have to bring it into their program. So all the big companies are working on this stuff and they're gonna try to sell it to us. So I don't think we have to necessarily fund it if we don't want to, but if you ever got something you really think may work, you're gonna want it in some unbiased research.
Well, just hang on to it.
Okay.
Would you say how much?
Oh, I know.
Thorough irrigated,
You don't let the private companies, you think they'll bring it to us?
20%.
Yeah, not higher.
So if only 20% of the crop is furrow irrigated, that project's not helping all the farmers.
True.
Which one's that?
Is that what?
The one you already asked.
Oh, y'all already exited?
No, he said he was all right with it.
All right, so now we look at the ones we gave a check mark. We gave a check mark to Justin.
We got the whole next
second.
page.
We got another page.
Another page.
All right, keep on. Number 14.
14.
Making me nervous.
13, 14 kind of overlapping a little bit, maybe.
No. 15. No. 16.
I just on that, comment on that. You got about 3 different projects involving some sort of blast research.
Yeah.
I say I'm no on 16.
I agree. 17.
What did you say? No on six? Did we X 16 for now?
Yeah.
Okay.
17 is the $1,000 an acre biochar.
Yeah,
I'm trying to guess with that. They don't even have a plant.
They don't have a plant for it.
Well, hold on, wait. I was probably talking when I should have been listening. Keith and Dr. Henry have each been out there, and it is operational, but just in small amounts, and they're only operating hand to mouth as they get some orders.
Yeah.
So it is operating. It's
They
just
can't
not.
do it at scale. If they can't do it at scale, what are we doing here?
You'd be considering it.
No, especially $1,000.
CS money.
It'd be like funding a brewery to brew one beer.
Right, and they got 10 million, or they got a big old grant
So
that they're building it with anyway.
that one's another.
Merle's got them get some more NRCS money.
18.
I kind of like that one myself, but. I just couldn't.
I'm not a cook, so
I
No,
don't,
but
how
if
did
it
it help
aligns,
us sell
but if we
more?
have something that will help align producers and consumers, I think that's some part of a little bit of the problem. We need to kind of listen more to what the market's saying, and not just us, but the millers too. All the way down to variety selection. Maybe I'm
I mean,
Off track.
I think that comes back to breeding as far as long grain
I
goes.
think that's a future project.
And
Could
that,
be.
Because consumers are screaming jasmine.
Yeah. Well, I
Well-
didn't want to buy groceries the other night. There's a lady in her.
I don't doubt that that's, let's skip that one for now.
What was the decision on 18? And around?
No,
I guess no,
18 was no.
we can always come back to it if we're.
I
see
remember
what we got.
50.
I
There's a
think,
lot of validity to that,
I
but
think Mike's, you know.
So I'm for this. That's Mike Hamilton's
Yeah,
project.
Yeah, that's, let's,
this way you get more people to adopt it.
Well, but he's so
If
down
there's
to
any-
earth.
I was
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
say, if there's anybody can get other people to listen or do, it's him.
Agreed, yeah.
Yeah.
His work's good.
What about 56?
So.
No.
And no.
For the record, I like Jason Cruz. I think he does, I thought he's sharp, double barrel sharp.
he's awesome.
And I'd like to see him bring more projects.
And I will send back on 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of that. We gotta get rid of lots and lots of straw there like that.
Is that all of them? No.
all right, who's gonna add that up?
Can we not have a computer program?
So Anusha,
Spreadsheet.
Well, we need.
She's, we had somebody clicking the dollar amounts, y'all got.
Yes. Was 59, was 59 a yes or no?
And
I'm gonna read the yeses to you. real
Then
quick.
they click out. Never mind. We got to work on that.
Number 4, Anusha.
Okay.
Number 8. Number 12.
12 or 11? I'm not,
No.
I marked 11.
I marked 12.
I got 12. So
Okay.
12 and 13.
My mistake.
13 off.
Well, that 13 is eight.
I got an excellent person.
I got an X on it.
And number 50, Anusha.
Okay.
How much does that total up to as, new projects, please?
117,769.
117?
Yes.
We can do that at interest.
Say that again.
$118,000. New projects.
117,769.
716.
Are there any that we marked off that we're not quite scientific enough to realize that it really is something that we ought to be funding?
Charles.
Jared,
12.
Nathan,
What do we, is that in there?
Yeah.
I mean, anything that would lay the foundation to other
He passed.
meaningful research or other projects that would be helpful?
He passed the play to church.
And Jared can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think y'all identified
Looked it back down the road.
the new proposals that we like.
Oh,
Then we funded the new ones that you really like.
Hey,
Yeah.
let's go back across the ones
wow, that's
what
impressive.
numbers did we fund? That's, we got to work on that. That ain't gonna work.
Can y'all recap, the titles?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking to make sure
So if we dedicated 3,080,000 to existing projects and then add the 117, just shy of 32. 3,197,000.
So we did 5.
No, 4.
So
Is that under our 350?
4, I mean, 4,
Cap?
8.
That's with 300.
What did we do on 12? 12.
12 and
We're burning almost all the interest in.
Okay.
Burning all the interest plus.
Jared, what?
So the one you didn't touch on that I had
Principal.
picked out that got discussed was the precision harvest from a UAV standpoint, all
Is
that.
that those kind of line on the 50?
What number?
Sorry, I don't have that sheet to know.
It's not that interest.
That was number 11. So I started the discussion on that, asking that, is that more than just
I don't want.
we need to be cutting rice at 22%, we need to cut it today and tomorrow and before it rain, or is it it's more involved in that?
Well, potentially much more involved. So again, keep in mind differences in Australian production and ours. Again, they got like 5 varieties. I'm not saying it's the same, but I mean, they have published the research that shows, I mean, they're moving that direct, trying to predict when they're hitting this exact moisture percentage, these flights, and so you can pinpoint it's ready to go get it without this guesswork of go grab a sample and go do this. And again, it's how fast do we get there where it's, I mean, that on the ball, but you ask about building blocks to lead on to something. You can do that. Hey, send them up. Guess what? These acres are ready and we didn't think they were. We were fixing to start over here and we actually need to go over here. And suddenly all your quality is better the whole way down. So that was the one that has potential.
8%.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they don't want to do that.
So Jared's got a good point.
Again, y'all just asked if there was anything we left out that y'all hadn't touched on. That was one we had, highlighted, maybe considered.
What number was that?
That was number 11. We got too many conversations going on. We got 5. Where are we, Jim? Are we listening to Jared talk about that 11 was one that he picked out, or where we moved on to something else?
Are you asking, I was listening.
I'm just asking what's the, I know, that's what I'm saying. So I asked the question, did we overlook something that could possibly be a foundation or building blocks for something that we're not scientifically minded enough to know? And Jared expanded on number 11. We hit all the ones that they thought were worthy, but number 11 could potentially help us pinpoint yield, harvest timing and whatnot.
Hey, drones and all that type of are the future. Quicker we get there, the better we're gonna be. I'm just telling you, that's gonna be the future.
Do they need 68,000?
That's what I was trying to pull a budget up.
We got a dollar amount.
Take another % off universities.
That's all their product. Most of their new stuff was there.
Did they do it for 50?
Take them to 9%. Or take them 7.
They've got salaries and budgets of 59,000.
Oh, yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Hang on. Now that 8% you said would come out.
On 12. 12.
I'm looking 11.
Okay, well, 11 is the one that they actually sent us the same project. And so the new one, it's right here. This is 12. So.
He said.
I gave it to you.
Hey, I got it.
I gave it to you all.
I got it.
Sure, which one? My number that's 17.
Okay.
So it's not.
We kind of talked around game plan. Now it's time to.
So that's a 58.70.
We've got potentially 3,197,769 on the table.
Hang on. On number 11. If I'm looking at this right, it's 58,979. I got 67.
I think the 58 was just salaries and personnel. Something. Did you just say that? Was there something?
I'm trying to find the total number.
Actually, well, am I not looking for one?
No.
Not in here.
Here, it's in this that we didn't get.
I got it.
I think I ordered it too.
I got it.
I haven't done
Gotta
that.
find it.
So you scratch out the.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
Scratch out your 67.
So what is it?
I'm looking at it, right, 58,979.
Oh, they fine.
Yeah.
No, this, yeah, 67,879.
So that is right.
I have Donald's.
But they've got two, when it has in there, Does that mean there's no positions on this, when there's no name in there yet, and it says if position is filled?
Depends on, the Luther, Dr. Luther's relatively new. Some faculty do a really good job of putting a name in there when it's a position that's already filled. Some not so good. So it all depends on the project.
So it's 58,979 of all personnel and a little bit of travel. Maintenance and operation.
I think we need to decide,
John Deere.
do we want to get into the principal or not? And that will set, that will send us in a direction down one rabbit
I'm
hole.
fine with burning all the entries, but I don't want to get principal in.
And if we're gonna get in a principal, do we want to set a cap, how much we're willing to get into?
What principal amount are we talking about? now?
TRQ.
Well, I know, but what's the dollar amount?
It's 10 million something. I can find it. Now, I think we should.
You don't
have
want to touch it
another-
till due next.
When's our next
Do you need?
auction?
We just had a big one. I don't know how
No,
long
we
we
got
got
it.
around.
No.
We just had it, we're gonna have $1 million approximately coming in on TRQ, and I'm sure we'll have to use that to address next year's shortfall.
Well, we gotta pay our membership out of that, don't we?
Yeah, it's like 15 grand. It's not.
Okay.
And also we gotta pay this 150 that we committed to.
That's already,
So
we already got that out.
It's already accountable. So we got 300,000 in interest we're willing to touch. Are we in agreement with that? We got 300,000 in interest we're willing to touch on top of the 278 we committed, so it's
Right.
3,080,000.
And we've already, and that funds the other grant, and that funds the promotion. We got those
3,000,000 in an 80 to that we're all in agreement to use today toward research.
100%.
Do we want to get above that into principal of the TRQ? If so, how much? We want to set a cap? Do we want to leave it unlimited? That's the discussion I think we need to have before we go forward and decide what direction to give Dr. Slate.
I don't think you put a cap on it, and I don't think you leave it open.
Do we want to touch it?
I said no. Paul said no.
Oh,
Redfield spoke to it.
y'all gonna have to catch me up.
Okay.
Does that mean if we don't touch
just
it,
curious,
does that
what is
mean
it
we don't
paying?
fund any new projects? Is that what that would essentially mean?
He's just trying to come up with a dollar amount about what in on.
All right, so right now, that
Trying really
if we don't touch the principal, then we've got 3,080,000
Right, I
that
got
won't,
that one.
that won't even fund.
Right.
They'll have
yes,
to take 8% cut on the existing projects.
Got
That'll
there.
fund 0 new projects.
Gotcha.
Or they take a little.
So, Nathan, let me ask you again.
So you're gonna take 300,000 in interest to help bump that up to get it closer to what that is.
So they're only taking 8% cut.
Yeah.
We're already taking.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
So where's
tell
the
me-
rest of the money for new funds if we,
We gotta touch the principal.
okay, that's what I.
That's what we gotta, we gotta find that. So there's no other, the turn back funds, the unused funds, whatnot, you said there's only $8,000?
Well, last year, with the carryover funds that we had, the prepayment y'all had made, there ended up being an overpayment of $8,000 and some change. Anusa, is that consistent with your?
How much interest was?
Ain't gonna do it either.
On the prepaid? I wouldn't have that.
I don't have those numbers for this meeting.
Yeah,
But I mean, there'll be
I-
that interest money, because that's the reason we prepaid.
Well,
Are you-
yes, there was interest money earned, and
find my response.
our,
Is this the way it always is?
I guess thoughts on that was that would be
No,
used
we can't
for
be doing
equipment
that.
when needed.
All right, so are we gonna get a number?
That's time, I can't.
Is Anusha gonna give us a number?
All right. Everybody, what now? Give me a second.
We're gonna have to get a facilitator.
All right.
What number you want?
I thought Anusha was gonna, what Nathan was talking about
Well,
some,
so I didn't answer your entire question yet. There was an overpayment last year of $8,000 according to our records.
okay?
Noosa needs to confirm that that's what his records show. There will be some unspent research funds from the current research cycle. I can't tell you how much those are yet because we haven't reached March 31st for expenses to flow through the system.
Historically, that's been the 5%.
Between $100,000 and $200,000.
Well, I mean, I'd be okay with whatever that number is. Letting them use it toward the new. If they didn't spend it up last year, I mean, I'd be okay.
I'd make a motion that it's gonna be kind of confusing. We do not exceed $200,000 of principal. But that amount is determined by the difference between the $8,000 overpayment and the unused or turned back funds from the current cycle that we will know the amount on March 31st. That goes into that $200,000 amount for new projects. Minus that would be the amount we would need to take out of principal. Which, if those numbers are right, it may not be anything. We got 118,000 funded right now that we don't have money for. We got 8,000 overpayment, and historically between $100,000 and $200,000 of turned back unused monies from the current year, right?
So it's a motion, anything that is not.
Yeah. Yeah.
That money.
I got a lot simpler motion, but
yeah. Go ahead, Beck. You got it.
I'll make a motion. We don't touch the principal.
I say.
Second, third.
Motion by Beck, by Paul, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried, no touching principal. All right, so we're dealing with what was your number?
308.
$3,080,000 roughly. So new projects, we want to fund any or not? Whatever we fund and how much we fund, because the remainder is going to go to U of A. That's about, or we can come back tomorrow and talk.
Well, a lot of those projects were U of A. So I mean,
Just a question. What do y'all think about the G&H renewal? I mean, is anyone for or against that? The renewal of the G&H is Ronnie Helms' project.
I mean, I like Ronnie. I think he does good work. I mean, but is it worth 120?
I could be swayed either way.
He's gonna take a cut, just like the university, whatever that percentage is, he's gonna take that cut too.
Hey, I only had one. My deal is, what does he tell us that we didn't already know?
True. Well, you could say that about
products didn't help.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you.
Headset, all that, whatever stuff.
Well, what did he tell us we didn't?
I mean, it seems like we've come to understand that this is about, wetting and drying during harvest and fissures. I mean, I guess his research could tell us that there are some biologicals that help mitigate that, but how much value is really there? I mean, maybe there is some, I don't know. I'm just looking for somewhere.
Some products that he's proven that aren't working, and that's saving money. He may not be helping mill it, but he's saving some money.
The sad part about
it works.
The sad,
You don't try it.
Jay, you know much about this study, but he's replicating that several times.
I know just maybe a little bit more than what y'all know just from general conversations when we meet and talk about it. I know Steve Limpscomb said, which is basically about what he talked about mitigating stress products and trying to find different combinations of fungicides and stress mitigators and all these type things to see if there's something that can change the composition of the bran, the whole, the physiological.
But what, if I remember right, in his initial pitch, he was going to replicate all these things. I don't know how many times, 30, 40 times. And he had mentioned that if we didn't fully fund him last year, he could still do it, but he would scale back.
Would do less replications.
So, and I just remember that conversation from last year. So I guess, Charles, where I'm going with that is, if we cut him in half, he still do some, a lot of the same research with just not as many replications.
Yeah, I know Steve, Dr. Lipscomb had mentioned some things that wanted him to add into this. So he said something about that a couple weeks
Not
ago. So
necessarily for cutting Ronnie out on it, just because we started it last year, and I'd like to see it at least another year on some scale.
well, so
So what we're talking about right now, I don't know if Anusa's numbers are up on y'all's board, but we're showing 3.214, and we need to get to 3.08. Are we talking percentage cut? I mean, obviously there's some projects like Puerto Rico that was mentioned, we can't do that. Is there anything on here that we don't want to do? I guess I'm just looking for an easy way to, cut some.
what are we gonna do on March 1st if Nathan kicks in $150,000?
I'd be okay with them using that.
But then you wait that long to tell your people, hey, we had $120,000 of new projects funded. Can you wait to see what you get in your?
Well, for three or four projects, one of them's Mike Hamilton. He's gonna be out and about as soon as rice is planted.
Yeah, yeah.
One of them's the long-term rotational study, which will go in as soon as.
And that's where I was trying to say, but fund it out of principal, then take this money, pay the principal back, whatever that difference is.
Can we do
that's what we take out of principal. That's what I was kind of trying to
You
get
can't
at.
do that. Can't do. I don't think you can pay principal back on TRQ.
Well, maybe not, but.
If you don't, we've already made a motion, we'll have to come back, we've already made a motion up to touch principal DRQ.
Yeah, so that's behind us. So let's look up here. These are the numbers that we're using. We use this 8% reduction on renewal. And we fund the new projects. We're at 3.214,144.
And that represents 95% of collections.
That represents 95% of collections plus all the interest.
With no adjustments for carryover into this crop year. I'm not talking about, I'm talking about bushels
No adjustments for carryover.
for old crop coming in the new crop.
Oh, well,
So 8% was a rough number.
but that's exactly.
Hang on,
Yeah.
well, I see why, that 365 to the left isn't the number I've got down here. I got 3,359.
Yeah, you're $6,000.
So that number to the left doesn't match my number. And then.
Yeah, Anusha, on our renewal project, we got 3,359 and you got 3,365.
Okay, so this was the last
One of these new ones we.
Why is he not?
yeah, from Amy's last report, yeah.
That's your total from last year.
Oh.
9167. So it's 8 point.
So that number is your last year previous funding.
This is?
Not what they're asking for.
Not what they're asking.
This is confusing.
Now, where'd that come from?
Well, it's a previous number. It's a
So that's this
Oh,
year's
that-
ask. So this year's ask is roughly $6,000 more.
Yeah, we can cover all that.
$2,000
Increase in
difference.
the money. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it went up.
Of this 3,359, 92% of that is 3,090. So that was $6,000 off.
Is it 6,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, but where's it getting? I don't see that
This
number.
$1,000 is the difference between what we funded last year, what they asked this year.
I got 335.
That's last year.
That is.
That's last
That's
year.
what they got
Previous
funded last
funding.
year.
Okay.
And
Well, I thought that was where we were going.
if you go column to
I
column, I know,
know, we just, that was last year, not what
but if
they
you look
asked.
column to column, they asked a little bit different.
I think some people need to be in here.
So let me go 3,365.
Yeah, so like you look at number 40, they got 118 last year. They're asking for 134 this year. So
Well, let's just go off last year's number. That's what we've been going off of.
yeah,
They can make the adjustment back Where they raised it at.
So off of that number to hit 3,080,000, you're gonna have to go to 0.91. You're gonna have to go to 8.5% to it.
Three, six.
8.5%.
It didn't include the new money, the 30.
I'm just trying to get
Mr. Chairman, when we decided to do is it the NIFTA grant? When we decided to do that, what was the motion? What was the determination for the funding? Was it
The motion was
interest
take
or
it out-
was it
No, it was
TRQ?
to Take it out of TRQ.
All right, well, right now we're taking out interest.
That's correct.
Do what the motion said. It said take it out of TRQ. That's what the motion said. That's where it goes out of. Leaves you 150,000 for,
It wasn't
For right
designated
here.
whether it was interest or not, but it was.
I think it's to be determined at a later point.
The reason I'm trying to get that 380 up there is because we agreed not to touch the principal.
Yeah.
And
I
these
got you.
projects can't be, that's just
But
flawed.
Jay brings up a point that we want the need for grant, that we want to touch principal with that or just interest only.
How much?
150,000.
I'm not sure if we went back to the
That's 10.
very first meeting
329.
when we discussed it, that
Elaborate.
we've always,
You-
in Jonesboro 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, whenever when it first came up, that we were gonna fund it out of TRQ.
We're gonna fund it out of TRQ.
Well, if that was the intent back then, I don't have a problem with that. All right, that's something that was done.
But all that money is in the
I
TRQ
understand,
account, whether it's
I understand.
interest or original.
The same money, whether it's interest
For
or.
conversations today, we're talking about the interest and using it.
Might be
If
big
y'all,
interest.
if y'all left it a gray area where there could have been the interest or the principal.
I think when we first were approached about that grant, that NIFTA grant, I think it was something that it was looked at and perceived as a additional project and extra, it wasn't really research, it wasn't really promotion. And we had to somehow come up with funding for that. And it was in the middle of a funding cycle. And we said, we had to somehow commit 150,000. So we said, let's do it out of TRQ because that's where we were at the time and we had to do the application.
The way those grants work is you're supposed to put your committed amount into escrow. So it would have been moved over into escrow, sitting there for USDA to work through this 2-year process. So
All right, so
has it already been put in escrow?
is there anything besides Ronnie Helms project on here that's not university?
yes,
Yes.
you got
Some USDA.
There's a couple USDA, I think.
Are there any that are private, independents? Are there any, I don't see any other
No.
independents that we've approved.
Ronnie is the first one we've done in a long time.
I got a motion. You want it?
They can die or it will be second. Is it?
Go ahead, Dave.
I make a motion that we fund G&A 1,000 instead of 120 and that'll give 3,020,000 to the university and USDA for all other projects. And let Anisha figure out whatever that cut is.
See where we're at.
Fund it. And then for the amount that goes to the university, let Dr. Slayton and his team figure out the priorities.
Second. All right, what's the 3 million, what is the proposed budget? 3 million what?
3,080,000.
No, the one that she had.
So you didn't knock that 117.
What's the
60.
3365.
3365?
626.
So you're
there's
saying,
3 USDA ARS grant, also in there. One, Michelle Reed, and 2,
03. $626.
But Rankles of the mark, I think that might have been more.
He's got the Chico and.
When you're talking about the TRQ, it doesn't have to be the same.
But you can spend that interest on
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah, we're fine.
We're good. Okay.
That's what it is.
Didn't we bump the Chico out there?
Yeah.
It was still on there.
We knocked it out.
Back it up.
We took it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we took it
Yeah,
out.
the blank ones are not there. That was just what was asked. That was the ask.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
on the
all
right-hand
before it's
side.
blank.
Yes.
3041.
So we got basically whittled down to 315. Is that right, Anusa?
That's
Three-
it.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And we're wanting to get 308. Okay.
No, the new number's what they can. You had to see.
So you take 60 off of Ronnie Helms, I mean, I'm coming up with,
303, 3305, 626.
yeah, 3305, 626.
I need to change the USDA's.
No,
No, GNH.
GNH. Yes, GNH is at 60,000 here. I'll cut it down to 60,000.
He's got the new projects. The 117 is the new.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, so three, yeah, just take that 117 out just to see what the total is.
yeah.
And they should, yeah. Zero out the 117 for just right now, please.
Okay. Just couldn't.
That'll put it at 303.
Yeah, 303.
Now, my thoughts are, is there anything on new projects that more worthy than some of the old ones?
And did we take Anusa, did we take a percentage off of the new projects or was it just the old projects?
No, just on the renewals. I didn't take a percentage off the new projects.
Would y'all like to see a percentage off the new projects or what are you thinking there, guys?
Well, we've used up all of our allowable money at the moment, Charles, unless we,
The 120 on the left.
That's what he's talking.
Now, the right-hand column is what we're, that's what we're considering.
But where's the new project?
Yeah, but for
They take them out.
I think he just took them out.
Okay, but what was that total? Cause you take,
117.
and what percentage are we doing here off?
8.5, roughly.
Well, you take 8.5% off of those. Cause it.
Off to 117.
Off
One of them's only
117.
18,000
So
total.
be less than.
Quick math.
We want $9,000.
Yeah, about
And
So I mean, that be equal to everybody else taking a cut.
oh, I agree.
I agree. So
They wouldn't be getting their whole 100% that they asked for.
Yeah.
But in that one that, if we did that. Where's it, what is? Man, that's hard to see, except or it's small, but. That one that Jared talked about that we didn't pick, that 11, isn't that right, Jared? It was 11. Yes. There you go.
No, it's a big one.
That's $68,000. That's about $5,000. Ain't that much. The rest of
So you get the rest of those ones out. Ding, 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 ding.
The other thing that y'all have not asked, if you remember, Justin's project was submitted to 3 different boards. Y'all are now the second board that has met. Amy, you can correct me, or Anusa, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But the board that has met before you all did not fund that project.
That rotation, 3-year rotational deal.
Sorry, sucker.
And basically, I think what
So to make his project work, does he need funding from all 3?
No, I think what it means is, the
That one-
treatments might change.
That one that's
They
not
just
funded
pulled
won't
corn
be.
out of the rotation probably.
What happened?
Fallow.
And then funding, if you don't fund and the other two do, the other two's the only ones that get worked on. So that those.
Well, if they're not ultimately in that kind of
This
big
just, if you don't get funded first.
And then there's still a third commodity that needs to meet.
Well, do that.
Well, the thing about it is we gotta look at what makes the most sense for us. I mean, obviously soybeans, they don't care if they're rotated with corn or rice, they do good either way, but we.
They got money.
We need to look at what works for rice.
That's always the problem, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
They got money.
Mhm.
Soybeans always is, they got money.
Okay, and this has got us whittled down to 3.14. We're talking about 3.08. We're whittling closer. He took a percentage off the new projects. So we're inching closer here.
Hey, Charles can see that.
Number 4.
Number 4.
We're $60,000 out, it looks like.
We still don't have any new projects funded.
No, that's it.
That's funding all the new projects we discussed, less 8.5%.
What Nathan's saying
Carryover.
is on Justin's one that's not funded. If we want to fund it or not, it not being funded from the previous board.
And that is, which,
That's just $18,000.
Yeah.
yeah, which one was on?
The sad part is that rotation deal
Well,
could be for information, but if you don't have
he's
the main
100 to 150,000.
one,
He can fund
the
all
main
that. Just
commodity between the two,
okay.
how do you say this? The two larger gross commodities versus the smaller
Keep it. and
Yeah,
he can fund
gross
it.
commodity.
Right.
Listen,
Which
These
start,
types of proposals are not necessarily new. There have been instances where, one board has funded it and, the researcher has made it work. There's been other instances where one board has funded it contingent upon its
yeah,
status with the other funding request.
we funded stuff contingent.
I'm
to
actually
other states
confused where we're at.
One thing to think about with number 4, Justin, is we're not gonna get anywhere in 1 year, so he's gonna need 3 to 5, 6 years to get us some. Because we gotta see the rotation, so if we decide to fund it, we need to be ready to fund it for a little while.
Well, that's only gonna cut down for another 0.5%, only gonna cut off what?
Which pretty well every project we ever fund, we typically know we're not gonna fund it 1 year and pull it back.
Well, like, for instance, Ronnie gave us 1 year actual, he doesn't need 10 to, unless he studies new products every year.
so, Mr. Chairman, $3,080,000 is my money we were gonna spend, right, with the interest. We're $57,000 over with that number. If we've already agreed or talked about that the university will keep their carryover on March 31st, it potentially could be well over $57,000 shortfall to that.
Right.
It's typically what we do with the carryover. Is it's a credit instead of sending the money back and then,
Yeah.
we credit that amount to what you owe, if that makes sense.
If we stick to that hard number, can you make it work? Hoping that the credit comes forward.
Say that again.
If we stick to that 3 point, we're.
Surely to God, you can stick $57,000.
Yeah.
Counting the carryover, good Lord.
And do you want to put on contingents on Shapaky if, the other board that hasn't met yet, if they don't fund, that we drop it completely, because there's no sense in
Right,
that.
there's only one of us.
They don't need us to be the only one.
Yeah.
Right.
Then that would even make, that would make it even,
Is that-
And that board meets in about
Yeah.
2 weeks.
But I mean, is that not how we need to word it? Because there's no sense in it.
Yeah,
then you're under 40,000.
there's only one board that's funding, to me, that would limit it
Right.
significantly. 2 boards, I think he can make it work.
Okay, but I'm just saying, if the other one decides not to, then we might, that research just might as well drop until next time. Everybody okay with that?
So 3,080,000. That's our number. Are y'all good taking the number, y'all's piece of that number and making it?
As long as that's part of the motion. Yes.
Meaning our retention of the carryover to
Yeah.
cover
Yes.
the difference.
Yeah.
Is part of the motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
With being number 4, contingents on what happens at the next commodity board
Are there
meeting.
any other projects like that?
None.
Contingent on somebody else?
None of these that were funded. There were some other new projects that were presented that way, but none of those were considered.
Does that have, that still does have some of the new projects in, right?
Yes.
Yes.
On the 8% for that.
107,758. I had 64.
They either gotta come up to 57 or 39.
The motion, but they're gonna leave those decisions.
Let's roll.
All right.
Any motion or what?
They're gonna give us.
We need a motion.
We need You started the motion, we never got a second on that, so let's.
We got a second.
But do we need to run it in? Start.
They wanna run that in the contention of the carry
Yeah, we.
in the motion.
We need to do clear motions.
Right, that motion died.
Yeah, let's let that one die.
So we're rescinding that motion.
That motion died.
Okay.
There was no second. We're starting a new motion.
I thought Matthew seconded.
There was a second, but
Yes.
we've never voted on it.
3,080,000.
Oh.
There was a second.
There was
but
no
that-
votes.
Oh, we're gonna
Correct.
hang
She
up
made a second.
over to the right
But,
underneath.
yeah.
There was a second?
Yeah.
There was a second.
You gotta do something
Yes.
Unless somebody wants to withdraw their
I will
motion.
withdraw that motion.
There we go.
Thank you.
In the interest of.
That's that.
Thank you.
Veteran withdraws his motion, but he's ready to make a new one.
It's got a lot
Maybe
of
the
stuff.
attorney can make sure I get this.
Who's Robert?
Make it clear.
Pay attention, Wes.
So, motion is for total research funding of renewals and new projects to be $3,080,000. And that has, the first contingency is that Dr. Slayton and the university will get to roll in whatever carryover from last year's research that they didn't spend on top of their portion of this funding to help fund this year's projects. And it's also contingent on
Other commodity.
the other commodity board funding or not funding Justin's project that's $18,160 on our sheet.
You're also giving them the discretion to make
And-
that up.
And it also gives Dr. Slayton and his team the discretion to disperse those funds indiscriminately as they see they see fit amongst the various research projects.
Yes, to basically refine each individual project's budget to make it fit the total funding.
Yes.
I second that.
That's
Who made a second?
I did. I'm not gonna let him more. Call for vote.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Call for discussion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Is that motion? Okay. You follow that?
Making a motion to adjourn.
No. Just sit tight there, buddy. Wish it was that simple. All right, so. Yes, sir.
Do we need to specify what part of that 3,080,000 was designated to the University of Arkansas? I think Anusha's showing $2,765,020.20.
That's that.
Because your total with those others is 3,137, not 308, so we need to know what number we're working.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
was for all of them to be cut by the same percentage.
Except for the GNH.
Yes.
Except for GNH was cut in half.
So are the current numbers for the USDA projects already cut by that percentage?
Yes. Weren't they? Yes, I will bet.
So as a question, should the motion have been on that 3137
So
number?
Anusha needs to take 3,080,000 and put it at the bottom and back into those.
That's where I'm, yeah.
Yeah.
We need.
Well, 60, take the 60 off and then back into it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3,080,000 included the 60.
Well, no, but you're not taking another percentage of it, it's already cut.
Right. So let's say 3,020,000 back into the rest of it.
Yeah, and that's whatever the even percentage, right?
Yeah,
We could take the $2,765,020.20 and then deduct the overage, the difference between where we wanted to be. I think it was $57,506.42.
Yeah.
What do you think?
That works too. Math is mathing.
So. Right. So if you amended or added to the motion, just saying, with that number the U of A number 2765 and change, an amended motion to say that's our funding amounts contingent upon at least 57,506 and change being retained from carryover funds to cover that amount. Am I correct?
So what is that number?
That's what he already
He's working on it
calculated.
right
That
there on the right.
57 is the difference between your 308 and that 3137 that's sitting over there.
He's working on it on the right back.
Yeah.
Do y'all have Anusa's numbers on the screen there?
Can I complicate it?
Yeah, go ahead while we're doing the figuring.
Okay. ULEN's two projects, one of them on the fishing and the other one on Rice Blast. He is USDA, but when you look at the budget, all of that he is the PI of record, but the budget is going to UADA. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about Michelle Reba's project. I don't have that proposal. That's one that she missed submitting it to us and sent it to Amy directly.
Do y'all have Anusa's screen where y'all can see it?
Yes.
Anusha, can you share that screen? I don't know if Charles will see it.
Oh, you can see it? Okay.
I've got it. Anusa, I've got it. I'm looking at it. Thanks.
All right.
Some of that money that we're saying is going to be U of A is actually some split
USDA.
between USDA and UAD.
All
No,
UADA.
it's all. I'm looking at the budget right here for ULEN's Rice Blast project and the Fisher project. And the reason why USDA puts projects in and the money comes to us is because it would take them 1.5 years to hire somebody to work on a project. We can do the hiring faster. We have fewer restrictions on who we can hire. That's why they do it that way. So the the one line up there on row 11 says USDA ARS. That is, all of that funding is coming to either Griffiths or Dr. Shaw or based on the budget that I have.
So
And again, I do not have the budget for Michelle Rebus to know how she's allocating those funds. And that's important just simply because you have empowered us with this motion to allocate the funding. And since that funding is really going to RPIs, I feel like that should be subject to those decisions as well.
I thought we only allocated to the university, allocated to the university.
We allocated to existing projects
So,
and the new ones. And 3 million, I covered all of them. existing projects and.
I think you just wanna make sure.
Are you
that it's
saying that
clear
money's
that-
coming through, that's coming to you, and then you're gonna pass it through basically and pay out to
They're
those
gonna, the
researchers?
people that will be hired on those or who are hired on those projects are UADA of record. They are UADA employees. They are not USDA employees.
And it says UAD.
So would you rather us just go ahead and set those USDA numbers so you don't have to?
50,000.
Again, it's however y'all wanna do it. All of those funds for row 11 are coming to,
Just need to add 10 and 11 together.
yes.
And on this sheet, it actually says UADA
Yeah,
in the organization anyway. It doesn't have it.
yeah, how it presented to us.
Just authorize Dr. Slayton to give.
Pay it out according to Anusha's
Yeah.
figures,
pay it
according to that spreadsheet right there.
Is that,
Will that work right there?
As long as I have, yes, a total number and that USDA line is included in the UADA.
Okay. All right, we happy with all that? Everybody's good?
Yes.
All right, do we have a date on the field days yet? We gotta set our next meeting, our July, August meeting. I want to specifically know about that Stuttgart meeting because we've been invited to possibly tour this biochar plant if we can make it all work in the same day.
It is supposed to be August 6th for Stuttgart and the 30th, July 30th for
Harrisburg.
I think that's right.
Anybody have one of those dates they wanna?
What'd you say, August what, 6th?
August 6th, the Stuttgart, July 30th for Harrisburg.
We haven't gone to Stuttgart in the last 2 years, and what's neat about Stuttgart is we can sometimes beg, borrow, and George Dunklin will host us sometimes if we ask really nicely, and that's always a good night.
In the past, there was a lot of business when Jonesboro or the Harrisburg was being built, and a lot of times those meetings were held the day before field day, but it could be in the afternoon, similar to what's been.
We would need to plan on coming the day before, spending the night. Hopefully we can work all that out and then go to field day the next day. That would be ideal for.
Do the tour and the board meeting that same day and then
The next day, go to field day.
Okay, it makes sense.
So you're suggesting the meeting be on August 5th?
Yeah. We would probably have the meeting starting at your place in Stuttgart, say 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, couple hours. But before then, we would hopefully be able to tour this biochar. And then we could end with a nice thing at somewhere, either open season or George's place if we could, if it was open. One or the other, we'll have a nice dinner somewhere.
So start on the 5th.
Would that work for everyone? Anybody got?
I don't have any objections.
You gonna let Harrison play piano?
Charles, I do remember the night you're referencing, it's possible.
Here's some baby.
What? Down. So let's tentatively plan on August 5th, Stuttgart. And we'll get some information out. Jared, do you think of me? Is that okay with you?
I'm sorry,
Is that August 5th work for you guys?
Yes, that'd be great.
And we'll have a meeting or
We'll have a meeting. we'll stay over and go to field day the next day.
Okay, so we won't have a meeting at Harrisburg. Week
No,
before.
no meeting in
Is that right?
Harrisburg.
Okay.
Okay, last but not least, we do have a new board member, but, and there's no buts to that, Great Hammer. But in getting a new board member, we lost our secretary, so we need to appoint, someone to be secretary, so our board has all the positions filled. Probably one of you guys.
Who's on our current slate, Jim? Jim, you're chairman. Who's vice chair?
Sorry.
Who's the vice chair?
David,
You got 3 officers.
Yes, 3 officers. I would say somebody that's, been on here a few years, because what we typically have always done is rotate those people up into, so whoever's secretary would possibly in 4 years be chairman. And we will be voting for new chairman in August, so. That will be election in August.
You don't like me?
You should volunteer. I've been volunteering.
But it can be anybody, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm not smart.
Charles, I nominate Charles Williams.
Look at that.
Is it replay? Yeah, can we see replay of that look?
Yeah.
I can have a second.
Second that.
We got a nomination, a second. Mute Charles for a moment. All in, any opposed? Charles, you are the new secretary.
Congratulations, Charles.
It pays double what you're making now. All right,
You'll show up next time.
Wes, I'm gonna give you the floor. I think you've got something you want to share with us. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and I'll be really quick before y'all leave, but we just got these in today, just perfect for conversations about, I can't play the piano, but if you want me to cook some rice for you. USA Rice, they just donated 10 of these for our Rice in Schools program. So
Yeah.
just got these today, so I just wanted to share that with y'all. So this is what we'll send out to the schools.
Secretary's making dinner tonight for the department. He's gonna test one out and bring us all.
Just wanted to share so y'all could see what.
Lunch for tomorrow.
Thank you, Wes.
But thanks to USA Rice for doing that.
So I got a video, a couple of 2 or 3 weeks ago at one of the schools, one of the little kids. Said he had never eaten rice, but he loved this recipe. It was some fried rice and they used some vegetables in it. He said, I don't like rice, but I love this. I have a video of that. I know it seems silly, but changing the eating habits of the next generation will have an impact.
It will.
So we got to stay the course. Wes, we're doubling down next year, about to pay for it out of my own pocket. So I want to see a lot of schools, please.
And we can share the schedule with y'all, like community members have come. We've done it once at Ward Central. There were a lot of community members there. I was able to go. Secretary Ward was out of town, but it was really great. The kids, I was very impressed by all of it. Leslie did the whole demo. The kids used, I was there for, I think, 1st grade. And I have a 1st grader and a 2nd grader, and they were using big chef's knives to like cut the vegetables and everything. It was kind of terrifying, honestly, to me, but it was a really good experience. The kids loved it. They were so engaged. The whole school was. Harrisburg and Wiener are coming up, but I'll send out, I'll get the schedule to Amy. And y'all are invited to come and just drop in. They kind of do it all day long.
I'm gonna have to go clear.
For y'all to.
Let me know when you go to Wayner.
Okay, I think it's the 1st week of March, but I'll get you the
My
date.
daughter's a teacher there.
Do what?
My daughter's a teacher there.
My son's had it with their business / homemade.
There you go.
Bob Jordan. I sent it to Bob Jordan.
We gotta do that today.
Okay, last thing on the kind of list is, we do not have an active, any active website or PR or anything. We didn't vote to renew the Campbell Ward contract about a year ago. I've been approached by the same people that do soybeans, and been asked if we were interested. I don't know if we are interested. That's just a conversation. We're interested in having any type of social media PR whatsoever.
Is that communications group?
Yes.
They are way through the roof. I've seen their budget, and I don't know what services they're offering, or but I know that the Bean Board pays a chunk to them.
Who is it?
So it would be what you want.
It was yes, the soybean board paid a bunch of money.
Who is it?
The communications group.
Communications group.
They also do corn and grain, but they just do corn and grain's website, and it's not anywhere near. It's not much at all.
He told me they could tailor it from anything to planning events for us, to doing social media, to websites, they could whatever, but with all that being said, our budget's pretty thin.
I thought that had to be put out for bid. That's why we
But I was
didn't
just
do
not happy.
Campbell Ward last time.
It depends how much it is.
Yeah, it's so many
It
thousands of
depends on
dollars.
the amount.
What's it?
I thought, didn't we get what was the interpretation that
Campbell Ward was under the limit because they are a women-owned business, so we could have funded her proposal and then not bidding it whatsoever.
That's changed.
You think?
I think it has. And new, so hasn't that changed? Are you?
Yeah, it's been changed now. So our service contract, they don't, I guess, select or give preference when it comes to minority vendors.
So there's no website. no
Well,
social
I
media
think we're talking about technology and being on the forefront and getting access, have our stakeholders having access to information and outreach and whatnot. I mean, I would think we need a presence in that arena.
Well, just like these schools, we have no way to blast that out and amplify this message that because we've limited ourselves to zero PR.
Unless somebody's got other thoughts, I just go back
Are
to
you saying
Campbell Ward and
PR from the board standpoint?
Having
They just
active-
spent $3 million on promotion.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't think this board's not what needs to be promoted, but we're spending money on like USA Rise promotion dollars. I think it's that avenue's a waste of effort, time, frankly, money. It's not-
Well, and there was a lot of like board member spotlight and all that was on the last one that, I could care less about. If there's something that we need to be doing to promote, then on the promotional side, I'm all for it. And if there's something that this board can promote, I'm all for it. I'm not against the website, I think. It's
Well,
If
I
I'm
think-
not
Yeah,
mistaken,
not have-
if I'm not mistaken, any of us can be found.
in my mind, it's a medium to get information like projects that are being funded, research results, field day, and there may be other people and other things that do that, but just all kinds of stuff. That's the results, the B.R. Wells study,
And let's not confuse
just
promoting rice with communicating, I think is a better word, what this board is doing. There's a big difference in those two types of communication, in my opinion.
And I feel like the USA Rice and Arkansas Rice are doing a good enough job of that.
Well, your constituents don't. How many farmers come up to you and say, y'all are doing such a great job?
I answer questions all the time.
Well, questions and doing a good job at promoting what the board's doing are two different things.
Do we have any idea off the top of your head, what were we paying Campbell Ward?
24,
25, roughly
24.5.
I believe it was less than 20,000, just the small order threshold. it was less than 20,000.
We don't have any proposals from anybody right now, right?
No.
So we do have to accept proposals now?
No.
We don't have to.
We don't have to, you just bring it up that, hey, by the way, we don't have anybody.
See you with a proposal, I mean,
Well, they asked me to, if it was the board's will, they would present a proposal, but they said they're not gonna come here and just.
I'm not against it at a certain scale. I don't think going out on the turn road and talk about Beckton Bell and he fifth generation farmer, blah, blah, I could care off. I mean, that's not doing the people that I represent any good. They know I'm on this board. They trust me to oversee the spending of their money. And if they don't like me on here, they can go raise hell with the governor and get me off here. That's their right. But, if it's information we need to communicate, like Jennifer's talking about, that we're not doing, then, I'm for
I think when we think about our immediate peer group, we do think like that, like they know who you are. But for me, I didn't have a clue who you were until you got on here, and other people across the state would find that interesting, that you serve on this board, that board. They would feel comfortable knowing a little bit more about you guys. But, and plus to.
Well, I think.
When they connected a human to it, the only one we did was Paul, I think, but the light. You were the first one, I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, if we had a website,
Well,
we had a little bio on
I think we got hung up. I think we got hung up on this member spotlight, and that was not a proper use of funds, and some of you guys weren't comfortable with that and thought that wasn't doing it. But I think the proposal involves a whole lot more than just telling everybody what an intelligent person Scott is, and he grew up in the fertilizer industry.
Yeah.
It was dealt with a whole lot more than that, but I think we got hung up on, well, all we're doing is promoting the member.
No.
We've got one, it's just not active.
It became inactive when we didn't renew their contract, or were they handling that?
Yeah.
Same.
Do we have to comply with, I mean, since we're a division of the Department of Agriculture, do we have to comply with their rules? I mean, is there certain things?
You got state of Arkansas rules to be able to comply for.
I think that we need to get the rules and regulations and let us look at it and see what.
Well, in that, you can have, Beef Council has a website, they have social media, Soybean has both, Corn and Grain just has a website. So.
And some of that social media stuff, there's software out there now where they just populate it all and do 2 or 3 months at a time, click a button and it just. So, I mean, I think it's relatively.
Communication of what we are doing is important.
Sure.
I think much more than a bio of who the members are on the website, I think that need to go past that, I don't want to see Scott on TV.
But if somebody's looking for somebody in their area who's on this board and they don't know you, they ought to be able to find who's on this board. I mean, as a rice farmer, I would be like, why don't I know this,
And there's a huge difference in what soybean does and what Corn and Grain does. Corn and Grain, I think their yearly is $8,000. They pay $2,000 just to have the website hosted, and then the other $6,000 is for maintenance throughout the year. Now, they do not have social media. It's just their website.
And if I remember right, the reason we shot down Becky's deal the last time, there was a lot of questions that there was some information lacking at that Zoom meeting we had.
We didn't know whether we could fund it or not, whether we had to bid it out or that kind of stuff.
So it just kind of got died. It died.
Yeah, just kind of died.
I mean, it wasn't.
It actually got skipped. And then when it come in, what I
Came in after a
thought
funding
was
cycle.
over the amount that you have to get bids on, but I didn't realize there was a minority clause.
But now
And everybody got twisted over that.
Yeah, we got a little twisted up over that. but-
Well, it came in after, I think, we had went through a funding cycle. And then it kind of hit mid, and then we're like, well, then can we even do it? And
we asked
And the reason and the
legally
confusion on that, and that was before me, that she had before been giving you all a presentation during your promotion meetings.
Right, that's
And
right.
it was determined that that's not where
Yeah.
that needed to be. It's a professional service.
Yeah.
So they're funded differently. It wouldn't
Yeah.
come out of any of your promotion money.
It was kind of a deal when we went from the old system to the new Department of Ag. There was some miscommunication of understanding that she needed to come present a proposal to us to fund, or if it was just a services contract.
Somebody told her that. I
Yeah,
don't know who
right.
it was. I don't-
And then 3 months later, it came up, hey, I've been doing this for free. And I wanna, here's my proposal, and then like,
and
well, we
then-
can't do it now.
You know, if it would have been a man, we would have had, at that time, we would have had to get 3 poles. Didn't know that I didn't know that there was. That's my fault.
Well, you would now. It would have to be bid out depending on the amount that you.
I didn't
Well,
know.
it sounds like the question at hand is, do we even want this service?
We don't even have one offered to us yet.
Right. Are we interested in doing it?
Are we interested in
And if so, I think we need
I have an open
to.
mind if somebody comes through it.
Well, that's.
Well, the only thing I'll say, of kind of to your point, Jim, when you were saying, and Jennifer, about communication and that you may have a question, you may want to know something. Just because of Anna's projects at Mississippi State, I've gotten on and just, what she'd asked me was, is he on Mississippi Research Promotion? But I don't know. I looked for 2 days and couldn't find a single thing about Mississippi Rice Research Promotion Board, who it was, what I found was,
We are on the.
20 years ago. So I'm saying there is,
Website.
there is sometimes a need, people want information. And I think that we are lacking, and to Scott's point sometimes about, turnout at field days and different things. I don't know that, what dollar amount would justify these things, but I think we need to be looking at using all avenues of getting information out for whatever we feel like it needs to be of what we're doing as this board and how we're being stewards of rice farmers checkoffs and promotion.
Well,
and some of it may just be reposting other stuff that's USA Rice is doing or Arkansas Rice is doing, but the more it's out there, I just think the better informed
I think
our people
you
are.
gotta include social media on that.
Social media goes further than the website.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole
I got
thing.
8,000 followers. When I post a picture of a tractor or a combine, it goes.
Well, that's what Becky was.
Put it proposal.
She was doing.
Fun Scott.
She said that if you notice, when I did the spotlight, we got the most likes and the most
Yeah,
additional
people
followers.
get the most.
They like Paul.
They love
Yeah.
But I mean, that's,
People and
Man,
tractors and
and-
equipment moving, all that gets.
and
so
it, it's an art. I mean, I didn't get those followers. And just like your podcast.
Well, it's work too. so
It's,
somebody's gotta do it.
I mean, there's a lot of thought goes into my posts. A lot of times, I know y'all think they're not, but they're very well thought out to attract people.
But here's the thing, and then we're gonna leave. If you wanna influence people, future additional dollars or research, or we've got smoke issues, whatever the issues are, we have to connect with them first before we can influence them. So we have to get them and engage them and keep them going. Because someday we're gonna need to sway public one way or another, and you can't do that if you don't have it.
Yeah.
I've been
I
interviewed.
think
Too late. to
I've been
start
in-
it.
make a motion, but I don't know if his request for. It's small.
I've been interviewed 5 times from my ex account all over the United States.
So if we
What
make a proposal, we need to have don't we need to have like a budget that we're willing to spend X amount on this, or?
Well, or an idea of what you want
Then
for
put
them
a bid
to
in.
come, and then we can have several come.
So what I'm gonna do is we just planted a seed in August, we're gonna discuss this idea.
Yeah, that's.
We're 5.5 months away from August.
That's right. So now, and we may even have some proposals.
Maybe you'll be in your crop.
That's fine.
Otherwise,
We
we're
burn
gonna
up
come
by
back
then. We
tomorrow.
won't get it in, and we burn up.
All right, so is there anything else that needs to be brought up?
Right now would be burned up on the plant.
Jennifer, welcome to the board.
Well,
Welcome.
you got in on a mile.
Motion to adjourn.
Good, this was mild.
Hey, reminder, acres got brought up a lot. When you guys get home, you're gonna have a questionnaire in your mailbox. You need to fill it
Fill it
out.
out.
So we
Like I
have
said,
any
don't-
idea of
Don't
what
put
acre
fake numbers on
March
there.
31st, we'll publish the rice number next year.
All that on.
All right, meeting of adjourned.
Recording stopped.